All right, welcome everyone. Thank you all so much for being here today and spending your Wednesday with us. This is actually the first time that we've done a Wednesday event. We do everything on Saturdays, and I figured Saturdays is the best time because people work during the week, so maybe we shouldn't do it during the weekdays. Then I did some research, and I guess Wednesdays do well for webinars. So we went ahead and kind of this is a test to see how everybody would respond to us doing a weekday webinar, and we have a good amount of people here, good amount of people registered. So this is amazing. So we have an awesome conference for you today, the Sacred Geometry Online Conference. And synchronistically, this just happens to be the 2-year anniversary since the last Sacred Geometry conference we did, which Samuel, who's going to be coming on next, actually opened for that one too. So when we did it 2 years ago, it was kind of testing the waters to see how people would respond. It was more about creating an event that I was very interested in, and now we are taking it to the next level. So last time we had maybe like an hour to an hour and a half per presenter. Since we have 4 presenters today, they have a lot more time to engage with you and take questions. So I highly recommend you guys engage with each other and ask questions today. So just a little bit about this webinar platform. If you look at the bottom of your webinar platform, the webinar window, there's a chat box. So I highly recommend you guys click that, open it up, and communicate back and forth with each other, keep the conversation going. And then right next to that, there's a Q&A tab. So if you have a question at any point today, go ahead and click that, leave your question, and then the speakers will be able to go ahead and go through them and answer them for you. So as I said, we have 4 presenters today who are Samuel Kiwasz, who will be going up first. Then we have Jamie Janover, Dan Winter, and Bob Frissell. So the first person presenting today is Samuel Kiwasz. And Samuel, not only is he a sacred geometry presenter, and he presents at different workshops, including a huge consciousness expo here in LA called Conscious Life Expo, but he's also a really good friend of mine. We've been connected for quite some time, sharing awareness, meeting each other at all these spiritual expos. So Samuel really holds a place in my heart, and I'm really, truly blessed to have him on today again, bringing forth this information. The way we've structured it is that we're going to kind of take you from the ancient history of sacred geometry and the general information of what it is, all the way up into practical applications for this technology. Sacred geometry is an art form. However, the equations that are utilized to create this art form are these quantum physics equations of how the universe was created and how the multiverse is created, really. So this awareness is very important in the paradigm shift that we're currently undergoing. So what will be covered today is just some of the things that we will cover. Geometric origins of biologic negentropy. I don't even know what that is. So Dan Winter will explain that. Ancient civilizations and the use of sacred geometry, the fabric of space-time, the unified field theory, that will be Jamie Janover, sacred geometry technology, fractal geometry, sacred geometry and its role in the paradigm shift, cosmic consciousness, frequency, and vibration. So the whole premise of everything we do is really to assist in the shift in consciousness and to raise the vibration of every single individual that is a part of this. So sacred geometry is just one of the many avenues to do that. And creating an entire event on it where we can fine-tune it and go into details is extremely important and very fun too, because this is amazing information. So a little bit about Samuel. In this vast multidimensional universe, there is a mathematical pattern that repeats itself in countless ways. Seeing and understanding this takes one to place a knowing that there is a divine intelligence working behind and through all manifest reality. Join me on an aesthetically beautiful PowerPoint adventure where we learn about how to use these insights as a stepping stone into being with the oneness of creation. Come on this journey from infinitesimal, microscopic to the vast macrocosmic nature of creation. So I'll leave it at that, and I'll allow Samuel to talk a bit more about his experiences and his bio. And whenever he's ready, you can take it away. Samuel, are you with us?
Yeah.
Hey, brother. Okay, go ahead and click video. There we go.
Okay, share screen.
Okay, so it's all yours. Whenever you're ready, click share screen and pull up your presentation.
Okay,
And I'll be here for you.
see what I can do. From the beginning.
Perfect, we can see it.
Okay, are we here?
Yep, we see it.
Okay, let's start. It's a pleasure to be able to share this information with all the people watching this video. I have been studying and teaching sacred geometry for going on 20 years. I actually brought sacred geometry into the public school system. I was looking for a way to turn on my 6th grade inner city math students. And I had been exposed to a lot of drum below material. Drum below Melchizedek made sacred geometry, he made it very popular. He's done a good job of explaining the different aspects of it. And so I brought in some of the sacred geometry teachings, and I added music and video, and I taught kids how to use a compass, a ruler, and a protractor to make circles, squares, and triangles. And then they learned progressively more challenging assignments, and ultimately they drew their own sacred design, their own mandala. And I also taught it as an elective, and the kids in the elective, we put up some of the pictures in the auditorium during the winter concert while the orchestra played. And I also developed it as a class for math teachers, up to 16 hours long, up to 100 teachers at a time, the California Math Conference, where I brought in all the full metaphysics and exposed a lot of teachers who were pretty left-brained to open them up to their creativity. And it was very gratifying. I did that for 10 years, and then I went public. And I started in the last century, and with the new century, I went from transparencies with a transparency projector to overhead projector to PowerPoint. So this is the result of that process, and I welcome you. Essentially, what I'm doing is giving you an overview of sacred geometry, and so you get the oneness of creation as expressed through geometry. And this is something that will get you closer to the divine, I believe, even if you don't believe in God, because there are mathematical principles at work here that are relatively easy to understand. And hopefully from this presentation, you'll get a deeper insight of sacred geometry and how it applies to the universe and our lives. Okay, let's begin. I want to start by a disclaimer. And a lot of people who are into metaphysical type things, they'll believe anything. And I want you to always use your discerning mind. So I'm going to read this. You can read it with me to give us a reality check, a baseline. Do not believe in anything simply because you have heard it. Do not believe in anything simply because it's spoken and rumored by many. Do not believe in anything simply because it's found written in your religious books. Do not believe in anything merely on the authority of your teachers and elders. Do not believe in anything, do not believe in traditions because they have been handed down for many generations. But after observation and analysis, when you find that anything agrees with reason and is conducive to the good and benefit of one and all, then accept it and live up to it. And that's from our friend, the Gautama Buddha. And use your discernment and use your check in with your heart. And does this resonate with me? Is it true? I'm not a scientist, but I don't want you to accept anything just because I say it or anybody else says it. Okay. And one of my favorite people is Albert Einstein. He had a very creative side, and he had a very developed knowledge or wisdom base. And he was balanced in a sense. And he believed in the God of wonderment. That was his explanation of God. And when we stop to wonder, we stop believing in God from his perspective. And I think it's a very nice way to approach things. The most beautiful thing we can experience is the mysterious. This is a quote from Einstein. It is the source of true art and science. He or she to whom this emotion is a stranger, who can no longer pause to wonder and stand wrapped in awe, is as good as dead. His eyes are closed. So keep your creativity, your curiosity alive, and you will keep on growing. I believe this is a learning planet, not a prison planet, a learning planet. And we're here to grow to our fullest potential. And if I can help you grow a little today, then I feel fulfilled. That's my purpose, to be a catalyst for higher education, for transformation of society through higher education. Okay. Learn how to see, realize that everything connects to everything else. This is one of our most famous Renaissance people, which I'm going to go into more later, Leonardo da Vinci. And this, William Blake is a poet from the English poet and artist from the late 1800s, early 1900s. And he's done some fantastic work. If the doors of perception were cleansed, everything would appear to man as it is, infinite. So these are some of the quotes I've collected that really move me, and hopefully you have the same experience. We have someone who probably many of you know about, is Dr. Emoto, who passed in the last year or two. And he did an experiment with water, where he would write things on the container, and then he would freeze the water. And as it started to unfreeze, he would take pictures, molecular pictures. And this was they wrote love for humanity on this container, and that's what he came up with. And if you notice, tap water before and after prayers. So everything we think, we say, and we do has an effect. The universe consists of vibration. And anything we do, anything we're involved in, affects the universe. In fact, about 20 years ago, I went to a lecture on quantum physics, and I got the concept that when one person makes a shift, it infects the entire universe. So we have infinite power, infinite capacity to make an impact on our community, our friends, and the entire universe. So never doubt yourself, never limit yourself, never think that you're not significant, because you're very significant. We all came in with a specific mission to accomplish, and your job is to find out, one way or another, find out what that is and apply your life to it. And that will give you more happiness and joy that you're looking for. These were other pictures that Dr. Emoto took. Fujiwara Dam, before and after, offering prayer, heavy metal music, I love you, you make me sick, thank you. Love and gratitude is a very powerful thing to write on your bottles, your jars. In fact, I sell violet glass bottles. It's violetflameglass.com is the website, where I've combined the healing properties, the energetic properties of the violet glass and the sacred geometry symbols and the affirmations. So for instance, I have flower of life with love and gratitude underneath it. And I have a tree of life with vibrant health. I like multidisciplines, combining different things, creating various levels of energetic healing and development. This is a very famous expression, as above, so below. And it is, I'm going to give you another poem from William Blake. To see a world is in a grain of sand, and a heaven in a wild flower. Hold infinity in the palm of your hand, and eternity in an hour. So this teaching, the as above, so below, is expressed through these instructions, claim that it is impossible to study the universe without studying man, and conversely, it is impossible to study the man without studying the universe. The universe is made of worlds within worlds, each mirroring the other perfectly. Locating the master key or principle of iteration reveals man's own mysterious world to himself and simultaneously unlocks a glimpse of the pattern of the universe. All is within yourself. Know your most inward self and look for it, what it corresponds with in nature. So as we study, as we go deep inside ourselves, we reflect on nature and the universe, and we see that in fact, an atom in our body is like the whole universe, or like our solar system. As above, so below. It's an interesting concept. And ultimately, what I'm trying to do is bring you into the now, which is all that exists, the here and now. And this is something that will help us get there. I'm going to give you the oneness, the here and now, the all that is, from various different perspectives, so you really get a sense of it. So this is a short meditation I would like you to indulge in with me. Sit in a comfortable position. Feel the weight of the air around you. Feel the surface of your own skin. Now imagine that a magical eraser is erasing the outline of your being. Until there is no boundary between you and the rest of the universe. Okay. Hopefully that has made your day a little bit more bright. These are the I want to make sure you guys are here. I hope I'm not just talking to myself. Okay.
We can all hear you.
Everything's cool? Okay. All right. All right. Okay. So is the picture okay?
Yep, perfect.
Okay, good.
You can
all right.
make it. You can do from current slide so we can see it bigger.
I'm trying to think. How do I make it bigger?
Go to the top where it says from current slide on the left-hand side. On the left.
Current slide. Now we're going to get into more specific sacred geometry symbols. And you have first the circle, and then you have the vesica Pisces, which are two circles with the same radii crossing over each other, forming another symbol in the center, which is called the vesica Pisces. That's the symbol of our eye and the uterus, and creation comes through that space. And then you have the equilateral triangle, and you have the pentagon and the hexagon, and it goes on till you have the flower of life, the tree of life, the fruit of life, and ultimately Metatron's cube. And out of Metatron's cube, all the platonic solids can be formed, which we're going to speak about in a minute or so. And then we have the circle of life, where you have the seed produces the tree. The tree produces the flower produces the fruit, and the fruit produces the seed. It's an ongoing circle of life that continually never stops. It goes on and on. This is interesting. This is dimensions. The point is 0 dimensions. The line is 1 dimension. The triangle there is 2 dimension, like you're writing it on a blackboard. The pyramid or tetrahedron is 3 dimensions. That's what our physical reality is 3 dimensions. And then if you were to imagine the fourth dimension from the perspective of geometry, if you take a cube, which is a three-dimensional, or hexagon, another name for it, three-dimensional square, and you move it out in all 6 directions. So that first square becomes 1 plus the 6 squares, 7 squares. That's the fourth dimension, visually. I think that's really cool myself. And I also, after teaching for 10 years, I wanted something to symbolize the sacred geometry. So I searched the world, and I found some very beautiful pendants. And I started wearing one, a sacred geometry pendant. It was actually a Sri Yantra. And strangers were stopping me in the street and saying, where can I get one? So a light went off in my head, and I started buying them wholesale. And that's developed into a wonderful business where I have about 60 different designs. And they're beautiful, and they represent many spiritual traditions throughout the world. And this one right here is the fourth, called the fourth dimension. And it was originally showed up as a crop circle. And it symbolizes leaving the age of darkness, which will be replaced by a new eternal golden age consisting of joy and happiness. Very positive symbol. And then the fifth dimension is called the pentaract, which symbolizes the fifth dimension, and it's where one sees themselves in everyone. The mind is more quiet with increased psychic and intuitive abilities. Manifestation is easier, and synchronicity becomes more apparent. My first spiritual teacher, Daniel Bloxham, in 1971, he said, go out into the world. I was going to UCLA at the time, so I walk around campus and look out at everything as if you are a god looking through your eyes. And I used to do that. And I would flip from my small eye into my big eye. And I would get into the state of oneness. And I'd have that would last for a few minutes, and then I'd flip back down into my ego. And I go back and forth and back and forth. And that lasted 3 years until I could finally integrate the two. It was a long process, and it was confusing because sometimes I didn't know which end was up. But it was worth the effort. Fifth dimension. Now, the sixth dimension is really interesting. It's called the miracle space. And it is where oneness with the sparks of God within all souls and all life ever created by God, the all that is. It's the oneness. It's where we're going for. As you go up through the dimensions, things get simpler and more clear and more pure and more at one with all that is. So this is a little miniature version of going through the dimensions. And it's really even more amazing when you can actually experience that. So these yantras, spiritual symbols, they're like meditation devices, remind us of where we want to be. And by focusing on that, it would gradually become that space. When I was teaching sacred geometry about, 4 or 5 years into it, I used to do stream of consciousness writing. And this came through me. I was saying to myself, what am I doing here? What is this all about? So what I wrote, just sit down, get into a meditative state, and ask my soul spirit to come through to answer a question or give me information that I feel is most essential. So what came through was, sacred geometry captures the vital essence of the makeup of the universe. It presents in mathematical terms the secrets of how life is born from a single cell and grows into the magnificence of creation. It moves us from simplicity to duality and three-dimensional manifestation gently, effortlessly, and freely. It is the miracle of creation unfolding in natural order, ascending to new heights of understanding and human conceptual liberation. It allows us to be refreshed and reborn to the truth of who we are in a way that supports life. By the way, remember I was talking about being skeptical about information that's thrown at you. Well, this is another way of saying it. does what you're hearing, what you're seeing, what you're learning support life? Is it something that is helpful for all humanity, or is it just something that a select few coming from their egotistical perspective are just trying to bamboozle you with? So if you keep that as a ground of being, does this support life? Is it life positive? Is it a benefit for the upliftment of humanity? That's a good screen in terms of bullshit detector. That's one way of making sure that it's something that is life positive. I was actually a history major. I was in UCLA. My major was American Social History. My minor was ethnic dance. And I also have a master's degree in American Studies. But when I went to be a teacher, the only opening was in 6th grade math science. So I ended up doing that. But I like seeing things from a historical perspective. And this is a map from ancient Egypt. And the Nile would be flowing up north toward the Mediterranean Sea. And once a year, it would flood. And it would destroy some of the temples and holy shrines, holy sites along the shore. And they would need to rebuild these sites. And geometry was used mainly for surveying back then. However, the temple astronomer would, not astrologer, astrologer would check the stars to see how to rebuild the temples. And then they would use the geometry to figure out the mathematics of surveying, of how to lay the new building down. However, there was one pharaoh named Akhenaten who ruled between 1353 and 1336 BC, who was not a normal kind of pharaoh. He was not interested in acquiring new land and conquering people. He wanted to rebuild society. He moved from the main city in Egypt and created a smaller city which was based on culture, art, and spirituality. And this, by the way, this is his beautiful wife, Nefertiti. You've noticed they have elongated heads. Might be some kind of ET connection. And I think their brains were more developed, more spiritually evolved people. This is Akhenaten. Anyways, he created a school. He created, actually, the left eye of Horus was the first mystery school. And that's the one that people who wanted to become spiritually evolved had to attend. Left eye of Horus was more intuitive. He wanted people to develop their intuitive side before, that was for 8 years. And then after they finished that, they could enroll in the right eye of Horus. And that mystery school was left brain information, the more factual information. He wanted people to be developed intuitively before they had the powerful knowledge. And just like in today's society, we've developed ourselves technically, but we haven't developed ourselves, I believe, spiritually in a way to use that technology. And if we're not careful, that technology could be used to destroy our civilization. So it's always good, I believe, to develop your morality, your spirituality, your intuition, so that when you get the information, you know how to use it. Anyways, he had a belief about how the universe was created out of the void. And that the void, God, the all that is, was alone, and it wanted to create something to experience itself in manifestation, material manifestation. And it came out of that and formed it basically, the theory according to Akhenaten's right eye of Horus school was that the all that is spread itself along the x-axis and the z-axis and connected those points and formed sort of a square. And then it connected to the top of the y-axis and formed a pyramid. And then it connected to the bottom of the y-axis and created an octagon and started to spin that octagon. And that formed the first sphere. And out of that first sphere was created another sphere with an equal length of radii. And those two were put together, and you have the Vesica Pisces in the middle there. And there's an equation to this and the book of Genesis, the creation theory in the Bible. So that's like the first day of Genesis, when the first sphere created itself into a second sphere. And then the third sphere, fourth, fifth, sixth. And on the sixth day, God rested. You had the seed of life. Seed of life. And I would go more into this, but you got the basic idea. There's a correlation between the Genesis in the Bible and Akhenaten's right eye of Horus school about the creation of the universe. And we have these series of creations on many levels. The secrets of the universe revealed in nature's code. One thing leads to another, and this is a pattern that repeats itself over and over and over again. It's like the divine intelligence or the mathematics of the universe, or the geometry of the universe. And there you have a picture of the seed of life artistically, and there's a seed of life pendant. And the seed of life, when you open it up one more level, becomes the flower of life. And the flower of life is the most popular symbol associated with sacred geometry. And here's a beautiful mandala flower of life. And if we look back at the ancient cultures, many of them have architecture, art, and statues devoted to the flower of life. It's a very common symbol. And here we have a flower of life in nature. And there's a flower of life pendant. It's one of my most popular pendants. You can go, by the way, to sacredpendants.org or sacredpendants.com and see all of the beautiful, about 60 different pendants that I have, each symbolizing something different, all very meaningful. And there's also a lot of information on sacred geometry. If every day is an awakening, you will never grow old. You will just keep growing. And I think that's what life is about. Keep growing, following your calling, doing what you're here to do, making your contribution. If we all did what we were supposed to do, the world would be a totally different place, much more harmonious. We would be living in the golden age. So back to ancient times, in ancient Greece, Pythagoras is a very significant figure. He's considered by many the father of geometry. And he used to travel around. I think his father was a trader, and he accumulated wisdom from his extensive travels with going to Egypt, the Phoenicians, the Chaldeans, the Jews and Arabians, the Druids of Gaul, the Persian Magi, the Brahmins of India. And I think you find that when you travel a lot, you're able to pick up a lot of knowledge and wisdom, hopefully, and you can bring it back to your culture. It opens you up. So I encourage everybody to do a lot of traveling in this life. And he postulated that arithmetic was number in itself. Geometry was number in space. Music and harmonics were numbers in time. and astronomy was number in time and space. He had a school, the Pythagorean mystery school. By the way, they had a symbol that was their sacred symbol, and if it was revealed to anybody, the penalty was death. And that actually was a pentagram, a 5-pointed star, a very powerful symbol. Anyways, Pythagoras experimented with musical instruments, and he found that when you put your fingers on various position on the frets, you created different notes, and you could create the same notes over and over again by putting your fingers in the same positions. And he also noticed that there was a harmony in the planets around the solar system, the harmony of the spheres. And said there's geometry in the humming of the strings, there's music in the spacing of the spheres. So he expanded geometry from surveying to a whole philosophy of life and how things are integrated and interconnected. Then 300 years later, Plato came along, who was like, used the basis of Pythagoras, but he took it a step further. He discovered the Platonic solids, which are the building blocks of the universe. All the symbols that come out of nature are one of these symbols. And he gave them a symbolic meaning. The tetrahedron symbolized fire in its sharpness. The cube, the earth in its solidity. The octahedron symbolized air. The icosahedron symbolized water. And the dodecahedron symbolized the universe in its completeness. And the sphere, going back to the creation idea of the universe, symbolized the voidness from which all things are said to have come. And here you have all the different symbols. And from all these shapes, all things are said to be created. Plato asserted God eternally geometricizes. So Plato saw geometry in everything. And it's really interesting, our vision. I remember reading a book about, it's called Mandalas by Jose and Miriam Arguelles. Jose Arguelles brought us the harmonic convergence in 1987, where spiritual groups all over the world gathered together in prayer and worship. And it was a very magical day, which I remember going to Oaxaca, Mexico, to the pyramids and to the El Tule tree to celebrate that. Anyways, when I read that book, Mandalas, what I discovered was just after finishing it, it was like 4 o'clock in the morning. Everywhere I looked, all I saw was mandalas for a half an hour. And it was really far out. And after half an hour, it disappeared. But I have the memory, just like someone has a near-death experience. I have the memory of having experienced that. And our mind is a very powerful thing. And sometimes when I have really, really good days, when I close my eyes, I see sacred geometry symbols in my mind's eye. So never hold yourself back. Just go with the experience, and you too can have wonderful experience with sacred geometry. And here's all the Platonic solids coming out of Metatron's cube, which is that's the symbol that I wear around me. Metatron is an archangel, my understanding, and the way the story goes is Ezekiel was such a great friend of God that God took him up into the heavens in the chariot of fire, and he became an archangel and sat on the right side of God, and he's like God's scribe according to some of the spiritual tradition that I've read about. And here's the Metatron's cube, and we get all the Platonic solids, and all 92 elements of the periodic table are based on the 5 Platonic solids. So in some way, we can say that the flower of life is fundamental to creation and perhaps God's blueprint to life in itself. Very powerful symbol. And there's the Metatron's cube as a sacred geometry pendant. It's one of my most popular symbols. Now if we go from Greece to Italy, we have a man called Leonardo Pisano Bigelow of Pisa, Italy, from 1170 to 1250, popularly known as Leonardo Fibonacci. His pen name was Fibonacci. That's what he called himself in his writings. And he also traveled to many, many different places. And he is partially responsible for bringing the Arabic numerical system to Europe. They were using the Roman numerals. And the Arabic system was 1 through 9 plus 0, which we have today. And it took hundreds of years for the people in Europe to switch over. They didn't trust the merchants who used the Arabic number system. They thought the merchants were trying to cheat them. Sometimes change happens very slowly. But getting back to the Fibonacci, he noticed a sequence in nature that things grow. 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, etc., etc. And he noticed that one leaf would grow, then another leaf would grow, then the first leaf and the next two leaves would be added to form 3 leaves, and 2 and 3 is 5, and 3 and 5 is 8, and 8 and 5 is 13, and that there's a natural progression that is seen in nature. And if you put the secondary number, once you've added over the first number, you get a ratio. And it's 1, 2, 1.5, 1.666. The higher up you go, the more it gets close to 1.618. You keep going over and under this transcendental number. Transcendental number is it's like the number pi. It's never completely resolved. It's 3.14, and then it keeps going. You keep getting closer and closer. Well, in the phi ratio, you also keep getting closer and closer with never actually attaining it. And it's a sequence. It's a sequence. And if we broke them down into rectangles, you have the 1, the 2, the 3, the 5, the 8, the 13, 21, 34, 55, on and on. And the Fibonacci rectangle, or golden rectangle, is used to create the Fibonacci spiral, which can be seen throughout the natural world. Basically, you're making that spiral by connecting the diagonals of each rectangle. The first 2 are squares, but squares can also be rectangles. And you're connecting the diagonals and just connecting all those diagonals, and that becomes a golden mean spiral. Life does not know how to deal with something that has no beginning because there's nowhere to start. And by joining the diagonals of each occurring new square or rectangle, we form a Fibonacci spiral. The Fibonacci spiral has a definite beginning, which helps the mind wrap around this to solve this problem. And if there's no beginning and no end, there's no way for the mind to really comprehend something. So Fibonacci created a base number 1 to give it a beginning. So even though it goes out into infinity, at least there's a beginning point. So we have more of an opportunity to wrap our mind around it. Now here are some pigeons that happen to be sitting on a wall in the Fibonacci sequence. And we'll see this in many aspects of nature, this Fibonacci. Our bodies are based on Fibonacci. You connect the first joint with the second joint, and equals the third joint, and that goes on and on and on throughout our bodies. And then this is the Earth and Venus that make orbits around the sun, both 8 and 13 orbits. So Fibonacci sequence. And here's an artistic golden mean spiral with the golden rectangles. The vegetative universe opens like a flower from the Earth's center, in which is eternity. It expands from stars to the mundane shell, and there it meets eternity again, both within and without. Here's Blake, as above, so below, the microcosm and the macrocosm. We are constantly interfacing with eternity. We have an eternity inside of us, and we have an eternity outside of us. And the thing is to make peace with that. We tend, in our Western culture in America, we tend to look outside. We tend to be more extroverted. But the real wealth, I think, is by looking inside, that untapped resource. This is a shell, a nautilus shell, and we see the golden rectangles, and ultimately the golden mean spiral in the shell. Very beautiful. And our ear is a golden mean spiral with golden rectangles. You're probably going to start seeing this everywhere now. Our fingerprint, golden mean spiral. We all have unique fingerprints, but there's a similar patterning. Cabbage, and flower. Beautiful, beautiful flower. I had to add this flower. It's exquisite. It's like splendor. And this golden spiral, this patterning, schools of fish, a lot of them tend to travel through the ocean this way. The spiral is a spiritualized circle. In the spiral form, the circle, uncoiled, unwound, has ceased to be vicious. It has been set free. And we are taught from birth to be a certain way, be taught by the church, the school, our parents, society. And I think it's by somehow setting ourselves free from the circle and spiraling out, we can find new infinite possibilities just waiting to unveil themselves for us. Here's the spiral in the ocean. And that'll just suck you down deep. And here's like a tornado or a cyclone. And I have a pendant that's a golden mean spiral coming out of an equilateral triangle. It's very pretty. And we see this throughout nature. This is a pine cone. This pattern repeats itself ad infinitum. And all these have that golden mean spiral. This is from the Vatican. And that pine cone in the courtyard there is actually symbolic of a very important part of the body, which is the pineal gland. And my understanding is that if we can clear the toxic matter from our pineal gland and use breath and different meditative techniques to activate it, it opens up our connection to source, to the all that is, to God, the divine. Once we get a clear channel of information to the source, from the source, then we can function much more powerfully, and we can be in alignment with our mission, our purpose, and get marching orders from that which is most high. So I think the Vatican knows that. Once you know it, you can set into motion certain techniques and lifestyles, diet, health, to get rid of the fluoride, which I believe it encrusts the pineal gland and doesn't allow it to function freely the way it's supposed to. And I think Tesla knew about this. My brain is only a receiver. In the universe, there is a core from which we obtain knowledge, strength, inspiration. I have not penetrated into the secrets of this core, but I know that it exists. You notice the cone head on the Buddha representing the pineal glands, and the Masonic order represents it, the pine cone, and the Anunnaki. You'll be seeing these pineal glands all over the place now. Anyways, getting back to the golden mean spiral, we see it in many forms of nature. And it's a very common expression of sacred geometry. And this is called the sunflower, and it's one of my pendants, and it's a series of golden mean spirals intertwined to form a beautiful lattice network. And this is the sunflower on steroids, sort of like a mandala. It seems almost like it's moving, even though it's not, because it's so vibrant. And this is the sunflower showing up as a crop circle. Crop circles is a very interesting phenomenon. Here's a quote from John Michael. A great power has arisen, directing thoughts and perception in a certain direction towards a more complete and satisfactory view of reality than the modern conventions of materialism have previously allowed. Gently, subtly, with no disturbance or panic, we're being guided across the watershed from one worldview to another. And this is in no way arbitrary, but a purposeful process in accordance with the interests of eternal nature and the necessities of the present. We can now see something of what the ancients meant when they spoke of revelation. And not all crop circles are made by extraterrestrial or otherworldly sources. Some of them are man-made, but there's a lot of them that are mysteriously appear overnight, and they're so huge, it's unimaginable for that to happen in such a short amount of time, except by some other means. Some people think the crop circles are the earth speaking to us, or they might have been made by some kind of vehicle of this nature. We don't really know for sure. It's a big mystery, but it opens us up to the wonderment, as I was saying, Einstein's God, the mysterious nature of creation, the mystery, the great mystery. We stand in awe at these crop circles. A lot of them show up in the fields, in the crop and wheat fields of England in the summer, but they show up all over the world, actually. And I experience, when I look at crop circles, I can feel the energy. I've never been to personally visit one, but I can feel the energy just by looking at it. I've had friends that have gone over to England and they thought about something in their mind's eye, and then the next day, or they said they'd like to see something, and the next day it would show up in the field. So there's an intelligence and there's a communication. It's a symbiotic relationship a lot of times. This is called the Mayan headdress. And I have a pendant that's a Mayan headdress. This is the tube torus crop circle. And this is the tube torus pendant. Here's a beautiful spiral tube torus. To evolve, you need to dive into your own void. Most people are afraid of that, so they keep looking outside for answers. But there's nothing out there, absolutely nothing. You are both creator, the center, and creation, the torus. So it's hard to go within, but that's where I believe a lot of the answers lie. And this is creation at its finest. There's a tube torus. We have a tube torus around our body. There's a tube torus around the earth. It's a magnetic field also. Perhaps we are light traveling in form from birth in a Big Bang at the quantum level to all experience and rebirth on the cosmic level. Once reaching oneness, we are on towards new experience and new awareness in the creation we have produced, the breakthrough to a new and better us. From John Gauss. So now I'd like to go back to some sacred geometry 101 mathematics. This is the golden rectangle. Your cigarette packages are made with this proportion. Why? Because it's more appealing to the eye and sells more cigarette packages. The ratio is one side to the shorter side to the longer side, the shorter side A being 1 and the longer side being 1.618. And here's the math behind it. If you divide a line so that the ratio of the length of the entire line A to the length of the larger line segment B is the same as the ratio of the length of the larger line segment B to the length of the smaller line segment C, this happens only at the point where A is 1.618 times B, and B is 1.618 times C. Alternatively, C is 0.618 of B, and B is 0.618 of A. I hope that's simple enough. It talks about the ratio. I know a lot of us have a stigma about math. We've had some bad experience with math, but if we break it down into the simple parts, I think it's understandable, hopefully. We find the divine ratio, divine proportion, in many other things. This is the lemon, again, our bodies, the symbol for Adidas, the symbol for Toyota, Cadillac, the Eiffel Tower, ancient art. It's Nefertiti there. There are golden rectangles throughout the structure called the Parthenon, which is found in Athens, Greece. I visited that symbol in Athens, and it's something to behold. I did this presentation in Oaxaca, Ecuador. Not Oaxaca, Quito, Ecuador, excuse me. Oaxaca's in Mexico. And so I added some Mayan elements to appeal to that culture. By the way, I did it in English, but there was a United Nations type translator, and he translated it immediately into Spanish as I was speaking. And that we all had headphones, and the people who asked questions in Spanish, it was translated immediately into English. It was very exciting to have that multilingual aspect done in a professional way. These are divine proportions. And do you ever wonder why many people feel that Jessica Simpson is so beautiful? It's because her face is very, very close to the golden ratio, or divine proportion. The proportions of the length of her nose and the position of her eyes and the length of her chin all conform to some aspect of the golden ratio. Her innate beauty is based on divine proportion. The closer things are to the divine proportion, it seems to be, generally speaking, the more appealing it is to the eye. And here's a beautiful Latina woman, and her face is very close to the golden ratio. And our bodies have that throughout, as I've said before. The pi and phi ratios are found throughout the body. And then this is a statue of David, I believe, or it's not David, it's just a ancient statue that has divine proportion. I'll show you David in a minute. And in ancient Rome, what happened was, ancient Greece, they used divine proportion in all of their art, architecture, and sculpture. But in ancient Rome, they went away from that proportion, and they used music that was unharmonious and militaristic to stir up the people, because they were about acquiring more land and more money and more control of cultures and people. And what happened was it led to the fall of the Roman Empire and the beginning of the Dark Ages. And I don't think that's the only reason that the empire fell, but I think going away from the divine proportion in their art and culture and music and buildings, I think that was part of the problem that led to it. And it was a very difficult time with lots of disease and battle and famine, and life was very, very hard. And it wasn't until the beginning of the Renaissance period, where there was a scientific and artistic revolution, transformation, and which occurred in the Middle Ages, and basically it was the start of the modern age. And it began in the 14th century in Italy and the 16th century in Northern Europe. And that's the Dionysian man, and Leonardo da Vinci is responsible for that. And he was a Renaissance man, and he brought a lot of development to Italy and transformed beginning of the transformation of Europe, actually. And that's a self-portrait that he did. He also created many inventions. I went in Denver, I went to a museum which had about 40 different inventions that he created. That's David, and it's based on divine proportion. And then his Mona Lisa has the golden triangle, again, 1 to 1.618. The ratio of the base is 1 to 1.618. And there's the divine, the golden triangles, Fibonacci's triangles. And he used golden mean proportion in the Last Supper to achieve balance and beauty. And lots of art has that kind of balanced feeling. So now I'm going to go to the Vesica Piscis, which I mentioned before. It's a shape that is the intersection of two circles with the same radius, intersecting in such a way that the center of each circle lies on the circumference of the other. And here we have a Vesica Piscis crop circle, and our eye is a Vesica Piscis. It's the way we interface with seeing the world. And the geometry of our eye is, it's electromagnetic. There are lines that are electrical, and there are 90-degree angle lines that are magnetic, and that's behind our ability to see. You are an aperture through which the universe is looking at and exploring itself. Alan Watts. I saw Alan Watts in 1973 at UCLA, and I didn't understand what he was talking about, but I knew something important was being said. And until years later, when I grew spiritually, and I was able to understand and really appreciate the depth of his teachings. Here's a flower of life superimposed on the eye. And then we have the Vesica Piscis there artistically. There it is in a nice, bright, illuminated picture. And here's a Vesica Piscis pendant that I carry. And then we get to the creation of our human species, or maybe most any species. We start with a large cell, which is a zygote, and it's fertilized. The zygote is a fertilized cell, sperm and the egg, and it splits into 2, then it splits into 4, then it splits into 8. It looks like there's only 7, but there's 1 behind. It's 8 cells, and then something magical happens. Those 8 cells go through what's called the blast. And that's when they start to form another 8 cells, and the whole thing implodes. And up until that point, we are all exactly alike. There's no differentiation between one person and another. But once that blast happens, we begin the process of individualization into the unique person that we are, where all of our bodies are based on the divine proportion, but we have slight variations within us. And here's the variations. Happy babies. By the way, I just learned something really cool. The root of happiness is happen. So if you just allow life to happen, you'll be in happiness. My gem for the day. This is a very enlightened young lady. She's prepared for anything. And in the Muslim culture, they forbid the use of human figures in their art. So they really focused on sacred design or mandala designs. And they're famous, that part of the world is famous for its Persian rugs. And very famous for the divine designs are the sacred designs of the Tibetans. They combine geometric forms to form a sacred design diagram. And the word mandalas comes in Sanskrit, means circle or center. Tibetans are famous for their sand paintings, which are destroyed upon completion. And there's lots of wonderful mandalas. This is a Merkaba pendant. That's a form of mandala. According to Drunvalo Melchizedek, when you activate your Merkaba, you have a vehicle to travel through the dimensions in your light body. And that we all have it, and when we activate it, it gives us the vehicles, so to speak, a magic carpet to travel the spheres, the dimensions. And I believe we all have a Merkaba around our bodies. And it's just waiting to be activated, to have that connection with the divine, to spread our angelic wings so we can fly metaphorically, to many, many amazing places. Here's Metatron's cube, beautiful mandala. And here's a sand painting, Tibetan sand painting. And the Tibetans go through a whole ceremony. Some Tibetan lamas devote their entire lives to creating these paintings. And they work meticulously. They grind up different colored gemstones, crystals, and they work for days and days. It takes a tremendous amount of care and patience and concentration. This is a eighth dimensional mandala created by Randall Fontes and Kirby Said. And Bashar, which is one of my very favorite channelers, a lot of times uses this for a meditation at the end of his channelings. It also seems to move as you look at it. I have it on my wall so I can look at it to remind me where I'm going. Uh-oh. So, how are we doing?
Good, brother. Did you want to take some questions now?
How much time do I have left?
20 minutes.
20 minutes. Let me go through. Are there a lot of questions? Let's see.
No, we don't have questions yet.
Oh, great. So, no. Let's continue because I have some really good stuff. So, do I click share screen again?
Yeah, go back.
Okay, cool. And then I click. Okay, here we go.
So if anybody has any questions, you can go ahead and start typing them out in the Q&A, and Samuel will answer them right before he ends. Okay, it's all yours.
For some reason, my thing froze, my button to move forward and back. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, so here's some more mandalas, beautiful mandalas. And we have the Tree of Life, which is a mystical concept alluding to the interconnectedness of all life on our planet. The Tree of Life is ancient Jewish mysticism, and it's an explanation of how spirit translates into matter. It's a step-down process through different parts of the tree. I'm going to go through some of this sort of quickly because there's limited time. This is the tree of life as a crop circle. This is the tree of life as a pendant. The fruits of the tree of knowledge. Tree of knowledge of good and evil, you can run into trouble sometime. You see the hangman's nooses? And then the tree of knowledge connecting to heaven and the underworld, heaven and hell, so to speak. And the tree of life connects to all forms of creation. It's like on another dimension. It's universal. And there's a tree of life. The wisdom is a tree of life to them that lay hold upon her. And happy is everyone that holdeth her fast. It's from the Bible. And there's a beautiful tree of life. The Navajos also did a ceremony where the the person who created the mandala, and he made a sand painting, which were destroyed after the singing is finished. And this kind of thing that the Tibetans and the Navajos do represent the creation, destruction, the way of life, you know, from dust to dust. So we don't get too attached to any one form. We realize there's a cycle, there's a patterning. And the Aztecs have their stone mandala for their calendar. And the Aborigines, and the Bagua, the Chinese symbol for balance. More than 20 centuries ago, the Taoist sage Lao Tzu described creation this way. There was something formless and perfect before the universe was born. It is serene, empty, solitary, unchanging, infinite, eternally present. It is the mother of the universe. For lack of a better name, I call it the Tao. Use it to do the will of divine creator and follow your intuition. That is the best we can do. Lao Tzu means old man, and he had tremendous wisdom. And he just talked about the way. And if we go with the flow, and if we're aware and in tune with what's going on around us, we can move with the energy instead of fight it, like swimming upstream. Here's a yin-yang double dragon pendant that represents Taoism. And there's the divine spiral and the dream time of the Aborigines, beautiful art, and their tattoos and dance and music, the didgeridoo and the art, the tattoos again. And the Ashur. Ashur is is the second largest indigenous tribe in Ecuador. These are the boys with their paintings and the women. And we found mandalas in the rose windows of medieval cathedrals of Europe and in the ceilings. And this took like more than a century to build. It's a beautiful crystal temple, and the stained glass windows and the adornments on the elephants and on the architecture. Throughout India, you have these statues, these huge statues. More than a statue, it's like a architectural phenomenon. And then you have Teotihuacan, Pyramid of the Sun, and that's just north of Mexico City. And I was in this area, and when I was walking along here to the pyramid, I felt tremendous energy, more powerful energy than anything I've ever felt. And then I went up to the top, and I meditated till they closed, and they kicked me out. And I came up with the idea of creating spiritual gatherings. Transformational Friends of Santa Monica, we have gatherings every Wednesday night in my home. And it came out of this experience. And the pyramids of Palenque and Machu Picchu and the ruins. And then we go to Egypt and also the pyramid. And this is the labyrinth. The labyrinth was used, it's different from a maze in that when you walk in a maze, you can get lost and never come out. Labyrinth, if you keep walking in forward direction, you'll ultimately end up in the center, and that prepares you for meditation, for a spiritual experience, for entering a holy temple. And basically, it's like your brain. It curves in on itself, and it helps to unscramble the brain and get you clear and present in the moment. Very powerful tool. And that's not a labyrinth. That's I have a labyrinth. That's the yin-yang double dragon typo. This is a beautiful sacred pyramid energy device. And then we have the fractals. And fractals is a geometric shape that can be split into parts, reduced size copy of the whole called self-similarity. term fractal was derived from the Latin term meaning fractus, broken or fractured. While fractals are a mathematical construct that are found in nature, which have led to their inclusion in artwork. We have a lot of fractal art. It's pretty amazing. And that's the Mandelbrot series. See, this is the same shape as this. It's just smaller, self-similarity. And we find that in all kinds of vegetables and things in nature. That's cabbage. And this is an artistic piece. Cabbage. Self-similarity. Our body is filled with fractals. That's our bloodstream, our blood system. Arteries, nerve, veins, and capillaries. And there's the fractals of our lungs, our breathing mechanism. And trees are the lungs of the earth. Here's a giant, giant tree. Know thyself to boldly go where no one has gone before, towards the inner neutral universe of the human brain and mind. And this gentleman has chosen to bury his head in the sand. Unfortunately, a lot of people take that road, and it really doesn't lead anywhere. We can instead choose to reach out to the creatures of the sea, not creatures, the beings of the sea. I think whales and dolphins are probably more evolved than we are spiritually and possibly mentally. I know the dolphins really know how to play. We could learn a lot from them there. And the Japanese, they know how to work with nature to have sacred designs, combine art with nature and blend them together, and the feng shui, the patterning, the beauty. And this is an interesting piece. This is the rainforest. And on one level, if you look at it, it looks like a chaotic mess, a bunch of green stuff just growing all over the place haphazardly. But if you look at it with a slightly different twist, you see a beautiful, divinely balanced system that is totally functioning. And you have to make peace with those two visions. One is chaos and one is perfect organization and harmony. And it's in making peace with those two that we can come to a higher understanding, a deeper understanding of life. This is the nervous system of the body, the fractals of that. And we see the fractal in the leaf, in the blood vessels, and in the rivers of the Amazon. And these are leaves, fractals. And then this is waterfalls. And then we have the seashore, self-similarity, the smaller rocks, the larger rocks. And then we move up, and we see the fractals of the seashore, of the earth, and the divine spirals, and the golden mean spirals, and how the climate has a perfect way of sorting itself out, of organizing itself. And it's all one beautiful, synchronized creation. And the way the planets revolve around each other have to do with divine proportion and certain spacing. And our Milky Way galaxy is the divine spiral. And if we see the universe, it looks just like a tiny neuron. And microcosm, macrocosm. And we see this all wherever we look. We see the fractals and the organization. There's a picture of the universe, and the universe from another angle. And these are NASA pictures. The whole universe exists inside of you. Ask all from yourself. And this is probably a ayahuasca person, probably took ayahuasca and wanted to bring that experience back for us to see. And we are infinitely powerful. You can hold the moon behind you. You can hold the moon up with your feet. You can hold it on a finger. You can hold it between your hands. You can share it with a friend. And our hands are hands of light. All that is, the universal life force comes in through the top of our heads and through our hearts and out our arms into our hands. And we all have healing ability. Our hands, the more we use that healing ability, more powerful it gets. The snowflakes, all hexagrams, but no two snowflakes alike, like our fingerprints, each one totally unique unto itself. And the happy atom dancing, doing its thing. And that's a magnetic picture, a magnetized picture of the atom, atomic magnetized enlargement. And then we have cymatics, which have to do with how energy how sound affects physical matter. And what they do is they take a glass plate and they put sand on it and they blast it with a speaker from underneath. And I wonder if this will work. Let me see. There we go. And as you raise the frequency, it forms a different pattern. It's the connection between energy and matter. Each higher frequency has its own node point. And this is, you can repeat this over and over again. In the beginning was the Word. More and more complex, the higher the frequency gets. So you get the idea there. So the sound vibration creates form in matter, and different sounds create different symbols. And these are the notes of the piano, each creating a different pattern. Cymatics, you can look it up on YouTube and find a lot more information on this. And some animals have taken on the patterns of some of these sounds. The turtle and the leopard. It's fascinating. And then we come down to the Sri Yantra, which was the first symbol that I wore when I first started wearing a sacred geometry pendant. The Sanskrit word yantra means geometric power diagram. Sri means high, great, or exalted. The Sri Yantra is said to be the most powerful of all known geometric power symbols. It is a light wave antenna that has the ability to focus, balance, and increase life force energy. The Sri Yantra is said to represent the geometric structure of the sound of creation, Om. It's considered the most powerful sacred geometry symbol. And there's my sacred geometry symbol, the Sri Yantra. This is the first one I wore when I started this whole process. This is the essence of what I'm presenting here. A human being is a part of the whole, called by us universe, a part limited in time and space. He or she experiencing themselves, their thoughts and feelings as something separated from the rest, a kind of optical delusion of their consciousness. This delusion is a kind of prison for us, restricting us to our personal desires and to affection for a few persons nearest to us. When you go to the mall, 19 out of 20 people do not care about you. They are interested in their friends and their family, and they're trying to shop, and you're in their way. 1 out of 20 has empathy. They see the brother, the stranger, as themselves. And this is what I would like people to develop more, to create a more sane, pristine planet. Our task must be to free ourselves from this prison by widening our circle of compassion to embrace all living creatures and the whole of creation in its beauty. Nobody is able to achieve this completely, but then striving for such achievement is in itself a part of the liberation and foundation for inner security. The more we expand our circle, the more we expand to include the other, the stranger, the greater we become, the more God-like we become, the more divine we become, the more we become a part of the solution instead of the problem. This is the essence. Find the oneness, live the oneness, be in the oneness, and include others in your experience, in your happiness, in your joy. The microcosm within the macrocosm. We all have a road in life to travel. We sit on the beach and we meditate and we say, what do I do? What do I do? What am I here for? Where am I going? And you start going inside and you see there's a whole universe inside of you. And it's fascinating. And you start making up all kinds of things and you get all kinds of ideas. And then you start to create. You start to illuminate your life with light and the freedom to be who you really are. And you create mandalas, and your life becomes a beautiful sacred geometry mandala. And you expand and you get illuminated. And you start to become like a shining sun. And it's there for all to enjoy. And light breaks through the clouds, and the heart opens, and the river flows not past us, but through us. We become one with the river. We flow with the river, not against it. And we are illuminated, our heart opens, our light shines. Be all you can be and make an impact in your immediate environment, in the world, and in the universe. Use sacred geometry to achieve those ends. And here is a beautiful rendition of the Sri Yantra, something worth meditating on. And if we had more time, we would. However, I would like to stop and see if there's any questions.
There is one question, and the question is, how to use sacred geometry for healing or to raise our vibration?
Wow. Okay. Well, sacred geometry has to do with harmony. It has to do with divine patterning. Well, how to use it for healing and for what?
Raising vibration.
So we can use these sacred symbols, these mandalas, as yantras, and you just, for instance, this symbol right here, you don't stare at it, you gaze at it, and you gaze at the center in a very light gaze, and you just turn it into a meditation, and you can potentially pierce through the center, which is the veil, pierce through the veil into the limitless unknown, beyond the beyond, into the void where all that is happens. And that's a place where there is nothing and everything happening simultaneously. And you start to get a sense of being at one with the entire creation. And it's a very, very beautiful feeling inside and out. And you share that energy with the people you meet. You bring that energy to the things you do. You become enthusiastic. You use the rhythm and the balance and the harmony that you see in nature as expressed through sacred geometry to remind you that there is perfection, even though things seem imperfect. This is a reminder to bring your essence to your potential essence, and like connecting with your soul and asking your soul to come in and give you more guidance, to be in greater alignment with divine energy. It's a way to spiritually connect.
Perfect. That was the only question we have. Do you want to share your website and info one more time?
Yeah. Okay. My main website is sacredpendants.com. There's a lot of information on sacred geometry. It's plural, sacred, SACRED PENDENTS.com. And if you want to get any of the pendants there, you can order very easily, or you can call me up if you want to also. I also have violetflameglass.com, where I have 31 different sizes of violet glass, which raises frequency of the things you put inside of it and keeps things fresher longer. There's a lot of information on that site too. And I combine the violet glass with the sacred geometry symbols and affirmations, which people who are sensitive to energy, they hold these bottles and they really feel the energy of the sacred symbols. Because everything has vibration, and the more we add that type of that nature to what we do, the more powerful it is. And I also have my other hat is sacredfriends.org, and I used to have gatherings in my home, and now I have an internet Sacred Friends community. And you can go on sacredfriends.org and sign up for my email blasts, and I send about almost every day I send email blasts about consciousness and health and events and healers and speakers to about 1,200 people in the Los Angeles area. And a lot of people really enjoy it, because let's say you come in to LA and you don't know what's happening, you can plug into that and it can tell you lots of really good things to do, and you can plug it right into the cultural creative, the spiritual community, and find kindred spirits. We all have to find out who we are and align ourselves with people who are like us, and we support each other in creating greater harmony and being more effective. Where two or more are gathered, there I am. You can do it on your own, but it's much easier if you do it with others. So sacredfriends.org if you're interested in getting the email blasts. And this is all for me. This is when I did the forum like 20 years ago, they said the world is meaningless, life is meaningless, you have to create meaning. So I created a mission statement, which is that I would be a catalyst for human transformation through higher education. And I did that as a teacher for 22 years in the school system, in developing the sacred geometry classes for students and for math teachers for adults. And now I do it in public at the Conscious Life Expo every year in February, and wherever I'm asked to give the presentation. And also I do my email blasts to keep people informed of things that are life positive. And I sell the products, the pendants and the purple glass, to raise vibrational frequency. It's all about helping people move to their next level of spiritual development, to be a catalyst. When I meet someone, the first thing I think of is, how can I help this person grow? What do they need? How can I give them the information or send them to where they can get it? So it's been a pleasure sharing with you today. I hope you got some benefit and you got a deeper understanding of sacred geometry, and then you can go out and do your research and listen to the other speakers, which are very, very good speakers, and this is a really productive use of your time. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, and truly blessed to have you a part of this. And thank you for everything you do.
Thank you for having me.
You're very welcome. We'll talk soon.
Okay.
Take care.
Thanks. Bye.
All right. So, just a little bit on what Samuel was saying about raising the vibration and using sacred geometry. I actually have sacred geometry designs everywhere in my house. You come in the front door, there's a Sri Yantra. You go in the living room, there's a flower of life, there's seed of life, but all the other platonic solids hung across the top. So over the years, I acquired a lot of sacred geometry, and I just put it around everywhere. And I got to tell you, like, I seriously feel that the vibration is affecting me and assisting me. I even had an organization, a business called Sacred Geometry Shop, where we were creating sacred geometry artwork and all different types of products, but all with sacred geometry. And while that was happening, like, I kid you not, I really couldn't even sleep. I was wired. The energy that I was getting from the sacred geometry was intense. So it's also interesting what Samuel said about how music and geometry is connected. To me, there's one for every single music to me is the audio component of the consciousness, right? And the sacred geometry is the visual part, but it pretty much is the exact same thing. One's just visual, one's audio. So when we saw that sand plate, when he was raising the frequency, which was pure audio, you were creating geometry from it. So which leads us to believe that every single sound frequency, definitely the harmonious ones at least, have a corresponding geometry. Now, dimensions are also frequency ranges. So it makes sense that each dimension that we go into will also have a corresponding geometry. So I just wanted to say this quote really quick before we move into the next presenter. The forms of snowflakes and faces of flowers may take on their shape because they are responding to some sound in nature. Likewise, it is possible that crystals, plants, and human beings may be, in some way, music that has taken on visible form. So as Samuel laid the foundation for us and told us that we are all depictions of sacred geometry, equations, and art in human form, in whatever matter has been created from sacred geometry. So this quote here is saying that it looks like the music, the frequency, has slowed down and created a geometrical counterpart for itself, and that would be everything within this physical reality. So there's one more quote that I want to give right here. This is actually on Jamie Janover's write-up. So he put this quote here, and it's also to do with music and geometry. So sacred geometry charts the unfolding of number in space. It differs from mundane geometry purely in the sense that the moves and constants involved are regarded as having symbolic value, and thus, like good music, facilitate the evolution of the soul. That's by Randall Carlson. So our next presenter, Jamie Janover, he is the lead emissary for Nassim Haramein, and he does a lot of work on unified field theory. However, he's been doing events with us for the last 6 months or more on a range of topics. So he has a wealth of information. He's also a musician, so it's kind of cool that he brings it home and can connect the dots on a lot of things when it comes to frequency. So here's his write-up. Jamie Janover. The one thing that connects every single point in the entire universe from the infinitely big to the infinitely small is the structure of space itself. The study of structure in space is called geometry. Therefore, sacred geometry is the geometry of the very structure from which all the observable universe and all its forces emerge. There is nothing more central than the very structure we all come from and return to. In this webinar, we will review the essential in understanding ourselves and our relationship to the rest of the universe through the set of geometric information. So Jamie, I'm going to make you a presenter right now. Come on. There we go. So you have your microphone's muted in the bottom left-hand corner. Go ahead and unmute it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hey, brother.
Hey, what's up?
Not too much. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thanks for having me.
You're very welcome. So you know how to share a screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's all yours.
Okay. Welcome, everybody. I'm going to share my screen over here to a keynote presentation and launch into this. So basically, what I'm going to do is kind of drop a needle on a much longer set of information that I usually present in the context of Nassim Haramein's unified field theory. As Neil mentioned, I'm an emissary for Nassim Haramein, and I do presentations for him because he could spend the rest of his life explaining what he's already figured out. It's better to have him or anybody else, really, who's a scientist working on their theories. It's better to have them stay in their lab and work on their science and come up with experiments that verify their theoretical findings and let other people explain the stuff that they've already discovered. It's probably more productive that way. So I'm not a physicist. I'm not a mathematician. I have a degree in psychology, so I understand scientific method and I understand the logic behind it. But I'm probably, like many of you, somebody who has been curious for a really long time about many things and just started to explore and led myself to places that I thought were the most resonant, most interesting, most foundational sets of information I could find. And Nassim Haramein is certainly one of these people that connects a lot of dots. He doesn't just look at physics, he does write the math that is the description of physics, but he also looks at all these other disciplines and all these other ologies, as I like to call them, sociology and chemistry and cosmobiology and all around the map of scientific studies, and boils it down to basically the essentials of what's actually going on. And what's actually going on is we live in this thing we call the universe, and we don't really know what's going on. We think we know what's going on, and we're getting a better idea all the time as to how the universe works, but we are always surprised on a daily basis when we discover things that are absolutely contrary to the assumptions that we thought were absolutely solid at the base of our model, of our understanding of reality. And if you asked the big question of, say, what is the one thing that's everywhere that connects everything on all scales, the answer for some people might be God, and some people might say light or love or gravity. But the foundation of what we're talking about here is the thing we commonly call space. Space is everywhere you go, right? Infinitely big to infinitely small. Space is there. And so what is space is the good question, right? If it's the one thing that's everywhere that connects everything, and you're trying to come up with, say, a unified field theory, a theory that describes the entire universe, you probably want to pay attention to the thing that's everywhere. And even the stuff that we think of as solid that isn't space, matter or mass, all that stuff is made of atoms, and atoms we know are made of 99.9999999% space. And so if you want to describe the whole universe, you better pay attention to the 99.99999% part. And so the study of the structure of the one thing that's everywhere, the study of the structure of space, is a discipline known as geometry. And so that's why geometry and sacred geometry, quote unquote sacred geometry, is so important, is that it really is the geometry of everything in the universe, because everything in the universe exists inside or within or is made of or defines or is defined by this thing that we commonly call space. Now, space has had a lot of different names and has been described in a lot of different ways over a long period of time. And so that's kind of what I'm going to try to review here is, what is space? How has it been described? And if there is a specific structure to space-time itself, what is that structure? And do we see any evidence of that structure out there in the world? And so I start out with this picture of Chichen Itza, which is obviously a pyramid here in Mexico in the Yucatan Peninsula. And it's a very famous pyramid, and it's just an astonishing structure on its own, regardless of context, just the mere fact that it's there. If you wanted to go and build another one of these things right next to it, you would find that it's incredibly difficult, to say the least. Quarrying all these stones, laying them all perfectly, having it be symmetrical, it's not falling over, and it's going to last for thousands of years. That's not even to mention the fact that this photograph was taken at about 5:40 p.m. on the equinox as the sun is setting, and the sun casts a shadow on the edge of the pyramid that hits the staircase there and makes it look like a snake with the snake's head at the bottom. This is not some coincidence. They obviously made it do this on purpose. And in order to know how to do this and how to place this pyramid exactly like this, so it would do this at this time on this day, which only happens twice a year, right? There's only 2 equinoxes a year. It's not like you could put this in place and then wait for the equinox and then tell everybody to run out there and rotate it in place. You had to know from stone one, when you were laying the foundation of this thing, exactly how to lay this out. Now, whoever built this obviously knew something about geometry, or else you wouldn't have been able to do this. And you probably had to know that you lived on a sphere, that you were going around the sun, that the sun maybe even itself was going around to something, and maybe the galaxy. Maybe they knew some of the most detailed astronomical data that we know today, even though we have these modern technological devices like, infrared and radio telescopes and all these advanced pieces of equipment. Assuming back in the day they didn't have these advanced pieces of equipment to make those measurements, then the questions get even deeper, like how did they figure this out? How did they know how to do this? And then how did they physically lay these stones so that it would do this and this perfect? These are huge questions. And I remember being in school and getting the whole story about Egypt, which we'll get to, about the slaves pulling stones with vine ropes and stacking them up. And I had a sculpture professor in college who was really interested in how they built the pyramids and had a whole theory about levers and pulleys and moving things up slowly with blocks and all this stuff and rotating things. And yeah, okay, I can imagine that, but check this out. Really, I mean, start doing the calculations on the physics of how long it would take and how much force would be required to stack this many stones, whether it's the Pyramid of the Sun here in Teotihuacan in Mexico that we're looking at now, or in the Great Pyramid of Giza in Egypt. It's no small feat. It's an incredible amount of mass. Excuse me, to move in a short amount of time. You know, if you're a pharaoh, you've got about 20 years until you're dead, because your lifespan in Egypt is about 45 years old at the time. So it just doesn't add up. And so you start looking at these structures and how perfect the geometry is and how this geometry is self-similar across all these various structures found in the ancient world. And you find, if you look at the book, The Secrets of the Mexican Pyramids by Peter Tompkins, at the end of his career, he basically concluded that what the Mayans were trying to tell us with their pyramidal structures is that there's this important relationship between a sphere and a tetrahedron. Now, these two structures are the most foundational structures in the universe. Gravity causes anything beyond a certain size to naturally collapse into a sphere. And the most basic geometry that you can create with straight lines is a tetrahedron. It's the most basic of the 5 platonic solids. And now we're hearing that if you put a tetrahedron inside of a sphere, these two most simplest geometries in the universe nested inside of each other, the tetrahedron intersects the sphere exactly at 19.47 degrees latitude, north or south, depending on which direction you've got your tetrahedron oriented inside the sphere. And when you bisect a sphere at 19.47 degrees latitude, you've dissected it or bisected it exactly 2/3 and 1/3, and that's an exact proportion. So that's an interesting relationship to have observed, and that's encoded in all the pyramids found here in Mexico. And so Nassim Haramein was clued into this relationship by this book and by ancient cultures, which is interesting because most of the time you would think of a physicist who's looking to try to find the geometry of space-time would be looking mostly in the world of mathematics, pure mathematics or pure geometry, or in the world of physics and theoretical physics and the work of Einstein and stuff like this. And here's a physicist who's looking outside of the box of physics, looking at anthropology, archaeology, and ancient civilizations knowledge as expressed in these megalithic structures that still sit on the surface of the planet right now, so you can go observe them and measure them, and coming up with information that may be a clue as to something that you would maybe consider to be more theoretical and purely in the realm of physics and, you know, scientific method research in geometry. And so there's a link here between ancient cultures and modern physics through Nassim Haramein's work, in that he started looking at all the structures that you can find, spherical structures in the universe, which occur at all scales, right, from clusters of galaxies and the universe itself, down to atoms and protons and quarks and subatomic particles, and planets like Jupiter, which we just started orbiting a couple days ago, thanks to the Juno probe. They were actually able to slingshot themselves around the gravity of Earth to fly and meet up with the orbit of Jupiter, and then perfectly put itself in orbit. So now it can start to measure the gravitational field Jupiter. We've been able to see Jupiter roughly for around 350 years since the early telescopes. And even way back then, 350 years ago, this great red spot on the surface of Jupiter was so big that you could see it with the earliest, most basic telescope. Now we have much more detailed views of this, and we're excited because we're about to see even more detailed views than this one, I would imagine, now that we're orbiting the planet. In a few years, we're going to have no probes orbiting any planets in the outer solar system, because those probes are scheduled, both of them, the one who's the Cassini around Saturn and Juno around Jupiter, are both scheduled to plunge into the atmosphere and be destroyed in a couple years. And then we'll have the first time in 40 years where we don't have a probe going around one of the outer planets. Hopefully we'll start getting our act together a little bit more and send these probes using a different form of energy than rocket fuels, but that's a whole nother story for another talk. But the point here is that the great red spot of Jupiter is at 19.47 degrees, the latitude that a tetrahedron intersects a sphere. This is Jupiter stretched out to be a flat image. Obviously, just like the Earth, sorry, flat earthers, sure, Jupiter is a sphere. Don't even get me started on that one. And here is a view of the sun with a star tetrahedron inside of it, showing that whether you have a tetrahedron pointing up or a tetrahedron pointing down, there's increased sunspot activity at 19.47 degrees latitude. So it's not just on the Earth that you might expect to find power spots and these kind of ley lines, if you will, at 19.47. It's at all spheres in our solar system, the sun, other moons and planets, and as we'll see, smaller spheres. I like to throw this in because it's pretty interesting. I first saw this in a presentation by Hugh Newman. He's got a great website called Megalithomania, and he and others go around the world looking at megalithic sites, and points out here that there are these triangles that are found at 19.47 degrees latitude, these kind of anomalous regions. The most famous one is, of course, the Bermuda Triangle we've all heard about, where all these planes and ships disappear, and there's reports of underwater crystal pyramids under the water and stuff like this, and all kinds of anomalies happening in that region of space at 19.47. And there are other triangles all around the world at that same latitude. Maybe the next most famous one is the Devil's Triangle, south of Japan there, because there's a lot of shipping going on in that area. South America and in the southern Pacific, there's way less traffic, and so there's less examples of anomalies that occur. But a very recent, very famous anomaly happened right there off the west coast of Australia in that triangle labeled number 43. Isn't that exactly where that plane disappeared and they can't find it? I thought that was pretty interesting coincidence. And the fact that no one mentions that on the news, I find pretty interesting, considering this information is, available. It's known. It's not exactly a secret. Interesting also the angle of wake when you make waves in matter, like water, like a boat going through water, is right around that same angle of 19.47 or 19.5. I haven't quite figured out the connection there, but I stuck this slide in there because I thought there's probably some sort of significance in the way that waves propagate through matter and the relationship of the tetrahedron to a sphere. Nassim Haramein, as soon as he found out about tetrahedrons being important in relation to spheres in ancient cultures, of course, started looking into everything having to do with tetrahedrons, which quickly leads you to the work of Buckminster Fuller, a very famous guy who came up with the geodesic dome that we've probably all been inside of, and many other structures and inventions, very creative. Came up with this Dymaxion car and things like this. And he also came up with this idea of the isotropic vector metric, or matrix. And this is 40 tetrahedrons making a larger tetrahedron. The reason Nassim Haramein wanted to start looking at these tetrahedrons is he was trying to figure out, this is where we jump now kind of more into the physics of this, and away from just the pure geometry aspect, is that Nassim, in his research of physics, was looking at space itself and realized that space was not empty. Many famous scientists have talked about this over the years. It used to be called the plenum, and it was called the ether before Einstein came along. And the bottom line is that space was incredibly filled with tiny little vibrations, energy at the quantum scale. It's called the quantum foam in quantum field theory. String theory would call it these tiny little vibrating strings. You could call it God, you could call it mana, you could call it prana, you could call it chi. There's many different ways that this has been called, but the ether, the plenum, the quantum foam, all these various ways of talking about the fact that space is actually infinitely full with these little vibrations. They're called quantum vacuum fluctuations. And there's so many of them that it's, mind-boggling how small these vibrations are at the smallest scales measurable, the smallest scales possible, what's known as the Planck's length or the Planck's distance, because Max Planck was the first guy to discover these vibrations. And Nassim knew that it was probably the biggest anomaly in the history of physics, the fact that space is infinitely full and infinitely dense with energy, yet you can just move your hand and you're like, wait a minute, I don't feel anything. What are you talking about? That's not dense. That's nothing. Now, obviously, we're in the atmosphere, and if a hurricane comes, it could knock over this house. And so there's obviously a density to this. Air is not no density. But let's say we were floating in the vacuum of space between galaxies where there's maybe one molecule of something per cubic meter, right? Like an incredibly high level of vacuum, meaning nothing, right? You think of vacuum meaning that there's nothing, but even in the vacuum of space where there's one molecule per cubic meter, that space is infinitely full with energy too. And that's why it's really hard to imagine. Okay, wait a minute, there's no molecules, there's nothing, you're telling me there's infinitely dense with energy, but I don't feel anything. That's got to be the biggest anomaly ever in the history of physics. How come no one's talking about that? Wait, space is full? How come I don't sense that at all? How can that possibly be? So Nassim had to come up with a hypothesis, which was that maybe space is infinitely full, but we perceive it as completely empty because the structure of the space itself is so perfect, so equal and opposite in every possible way that no matter where a force comes from in the structure of space, there's an equal and opposite structure in the space itself that counterbalances that force, so that all forces cancel out and it equals zero, the 0-point field, if you will. And we just perceive it as nothing, even though it's everything. And so that was Nassim's hypothesis, that maybe space-time has a structure that is not only not random, it's so exact, it's so perfect, it's so equal and opposite in every possible way that you can look at it, that it forms this equilibrium in space-time. And so he started looking for the most equal and opposite, structurally balanced geometry he could possibly find, as led to him by the clue of the tetrahedrons and the spheres in Peter Tompkins' book, The Secret of the Mexican Pyramids, leading him to Buckminster Fuller, leading him to the isotropic vector matrix, and saying, well, that looks pretty darn equal and opposite. Look how incredibly symmetrical this thing is, except if you look at it closely, you realize that there are octahedral cavities on the inside of there. So it's not completely balanced, completely equal and opposite. Maybe you would need another one of these things, right? As above, so below, equal and opposite. That would maybe create the equilibrium that you're looking for, except it's giving you an ellipse. Not until you push it together do you get perfect symmetry where you're inside of a sphere now. And here's your star tetrahedron. The Merkaba, or the Merkaba as it's known, a tetrahedron pointing up and a tetrahedron pointing down. If each one of those tetrahedrons is made of 20 smaller tetrahedrons, what Buckminster Fuller called the isotropic vector matrix, then you get a star tetrahedron made of 40 smaller tetrahedrons like this. Here's a star tetrahedron that's made of 40 tetrahedrons. So this is the beginning of building yourself towards the geometry of the structure of space-time itself, a perfectly balanced geometry. This starts to give you serious symmetry, and you can then look at how all these vectors come together in the center here. And the geometry here in red is something known as a cube octahedron. This is what Buckminster Fuller coined the vector equilibrium. Now, this is what we're looking for. If we're looking for a 3D geometry where all the vectors cancel out and create a 0 point or a singularity in the center, this would be it. This is a geometry where in the center you have a single point with 12 radial vectors coming out to all the edges, and all those radial vectors that go to the edge are the same length as all the vectors on the outside. So here's the cube octahedron just on the outside. It's triangles and squares as the faces, but all those vectors, all those lines in each one of those faces are the same length. And if you took another point and put it in the center and you drew center vectors from the middle to the edges, all those vectors would be the same length as the edges. This is the only 3D geometry that's in a perfect vector equilibrium. That's why Buckminster Fuller called it the vector equilibrium. And you get one of those inside, nested here inside the tetrahedrons that form a star tetrahedron made of 40 total tetrahedra. Now, there's a problem, right? This can't be the geometry of space-time itself. It can't just be that the universe is one gigantic star tetrahedron and we live inside the vector equilibrium in the middle. Well, I suppose that could be, but that doesn't make very much sense. What about all these tetrahedrons that are on the outside of the vector equilibrium? Space has to be equal everywhere. It has to be able to be a fractal. It has to be able to get infinitely bigger and infinitely smaller. So if you want to start going into a fractal pattern of this, then you got to start stacking more tetrahedrons onto the outside. When you put 4 more tetrahedrons onto the outside of each of those points, the 8 points, you add 24 more tetrahedrons to your original 40 until you get to a total of 64 tetrahedrons. And here's the 64 tetrahedron grid, where you have a cube octahedron on the inside with another cube octahedron on the outside. It's a vector equilibrium nested inside of a vector equilibrium, a perfectly balanced geometry where all forces cancel out, nested inside of another one where all forces cancel out. And maybe that's just how that goes, right? Infinitely bigger scalar octaves of perfectly balanced geometry forming this, vector equilibrium array, if you will, that is the structure of space itself. Perhaps explaining and accounting for the fact that space is measured to be infinitely full with these quantum vacuum fluctuations, but then we perceive it as completely empty with no energy or no perceivable density, even though it's infinitely dense, because energy and mass are interchangeable. Thank you, Einstein, right? E equals mc squared. So when I'm talking about space-time being infinitely dense, I'm not talking about it being like lead, that you're just like trying to get through this stuff. It's more like infinitely full of quantum level tiny vibrations that are so small that they're beyond your scale of perception. Obviously, most of the universe is beyond our scale of perception. The range of frequencies in the electromagnetic spectrum is so much broader than what our ears and eyes can pick up, right? We've only got 20 hertz to 22,000 hertz for our ears, and visible light spectrum is a tiny little sliver compared to all the other frequencies, from gamma rays and cosmic rays to ultraviolet and infrared and radio. These frequencies are huge, and we perceive something like 1/10 billionth of the amount of information on the electromagnetic spectrum. So it wouldn't be surprising that space could be infinitely full with energy, even though we don't perceive it. In other words, right now, I don't even know how many radio stations and television stations and internet signals and cell phone signals are passing through my body right now. I don't perceive any of that unless I get, what, a crystal, and I resonate it at a certain frequency, and then I can tune a dial to get it to vibrate just right, and then it'll pick up the radio station. That's how you get some stuff to happen in terms of technology. You need to start vibrating some crystals. Now it starts to make sense. Oh, now everything starts to tie together. The ancient cultures, the crystals, the sacred geometry, why we have these patterns encoded into ancient cultures around the world, all over the place. I see. It is actually starting to unify. Unified field theory actually explains everything in the universe, which is why it's probably a good idea to figure out how and why unified field theory works. If you understand the geometry and the structure of space-time, then you might be able to understand everything else better too. The next question is, okay, well, there's a structure, but is there a dynamic? What's happening inside that structure? How do we get all the complexity that we see? So we start digging here deeper into the geometry of space-time. You look at the 64 tetrahedron, you can think of it as being made of 8 smaller tetrahedrons getting to an octave and then repeating out, just like in music, right? You have a note and you go up 7 notes and you get to the 8th note is the octave of where you started and the pattern repeats. It's an analogous structure happening here, an analogous patterning happening in structure of space as you would find in the structure of frequency and vibration. Here's a computer image of a 64 tetrahedron grid to give you a sense. It's kind of a trick, right, to portray a 2-dimensional rendition of something that's actually 3-dimensional. And that's an important thing to remember, that basically anytime you see a 2-dimensional image of something, it's trying to convey 3-dimensional information. And maybe we shouldn't take all these ancient symbols that we see around the world so literally as if they were just trying to describe something flat. They're probably trying to describe something 3-dimensional, but they could only put it down on a flat surface. Just like here we are today in 2016, thousands of years later, you guys are looking at flat surfaces called computer screens or television screens, but we're trying to convey 3-dimensional information. We've done a better job of doing this because now we've got these kind of computer animations like this one with shading and all this. This is a 3D model that we're trying to work on. My partner Leslie really wants to spin one of these things with color LEDs in there, lighting up the various geometries on the inside so that you can get a better sense of where the cuboctahedron is and the platonic solids inside of structures like this. But I just thought I would show that because maybe it'll help manifest building of that at some point. This shows you the relationship here, very importantly, between the geometry and what we're going to start getting into, the dynamics of the space, vibration and waves and energy flow patterns and turbulence and the chaos that is the quantum vacuum, the ordered chaos. If you have 8 tetrahedrons pointing into a single point, you get the 12 radial vectors forming the cuboctahedron, or the vector equilibrium, as Buckminster Fuller called it. And you start multiplying there by 7, you get 64 tetrahedrons. When you've added more tetrahedrons to the outside of this cuboctahedron, and you get to 2 octaves of the vector equilibrium at 64. And when you keep multiplying by 7, you get to 512, and then you get to another octave of perfect geometry. And this will just keep going, 1024, and just keeps going on. All the computer programmers are saying, oh yeah, I know that patterning. That's exactly how computer memory works. It's actually how most of the things in the universe seem to work. And we'll go through some of those things. I won't have time in a 2-hour chunk to go through all the details on how this manifests into the entire universe, but it's pretty darn foundational. This animation kind of gives you a sense of how this infinite array of vectors could propagate from infinitely large to infinitely small. That's basically Nassim Haramein's unified field theory in a nutshell, is that the universe is not random at all. It's perfectly structured, it's perfectly ordered, and it happens in a relationship between spin which we'll get into, and geometry. And a tetrahedral array gives you the geometry necessary for expansion and contraction. The two fundamental forces that Nassim talks about. In the standard model of physics right now, there's 4 fundamental forces. You've got the weak force, the strong force, electromagnetism, and gravity. Gravity is the weakest force. The strong force, obviously, is the strongest force in the universe, unless you factor in the color force, which they had to invent because they found that there was exponential more strong force inside of a proton, which are all made of 3 positively charged or similarly charged quarks. And that's the problem, is that they invented the strong force, you guys, and threw it into the standard model because they found that the nuclei of atoms were sticking together really, really strongly, despite the fact that they were made of particles that had no charge, called neutrons, and particles that were all positively charged, called protons. And if you take a bunch of positively charged magnets or positively charged anything and you try to put them together, they don't want to stick together at all. They want to actually stay apart from each other. It's called the Coulomb force. And when they found all this Coulomb force that had to be overcome to keep the nuclei of all the atoms in the universe together, they said, oh, there must be some other mysteriously incredibly strong force there. So we'll just invent a new force out of nowhere and just throw it in there and give it a name, and we'll make it exactly as strong as we need to make it to get the job done. And now all of our theories work out. Actually, they perfectly predict 4% of the mass in the universe. Did you guys realize this? That our current standard model of physics, the model that we give people PhDs in every year, year after year, worldwide, accurately predicts the mass of 4% of the universe. The other 96 to 95% of the mass of the universe is missing. And so what did they do? Again, they just invented something out of thin air. They invented a new type of matter this time. And they said, oh, all we have to do is find this missing stuff that we can't find in our unified field theory that is only predicting 4% of the universe. If only we could just find the other 96%, then all of our equations would work out. Please give us billions of dollars so we can find these weird amorphous blobs of mass that are missing, and we're going to call it dark matter. And so give us lots of money because we need to go find this dark matter. And you guys, we've been looking for dark matter for decades. We've spent billions and billions of dollars. We have not found it. So maybe there was an error somewhere in the equations that were originally written that were predicting that that's how much mass should be out there. Maybe you guys missed the boat, because what really happened is they looked at how much energy was in space and they got freaked out. They said, wait a minute, you're saying that there's an infinite amount of energy in space everywhere? Then how is that possible? It just sounds too magical. It sounds too mystical. They didn't like the ether. They didn't like the plenum. And so they basically said, okay, we'll just say that space is really, 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 really full of energy, but it's not infinite. We'll just put a little, cap on there. We'll just do like a little fudge factor. We'll give it lots of zeros. We'll make it really big, but it's not infinite. We'll just kind of renormalize it, is what they called it. They did this thing called renormalization of the energy density of the fabric of the vacuum. They said that in current quantum field theory that it's okay to renormalize this number that should be basically an infinite number and make it finite, which is considerably less than infinite, and then throw it in and just say, don't worry about the infinite density of the structure of space. It's really full, but it's not infinite. And then they proceeded about their business and came up with all these equations that predict 4% of the mass of the universe. And then they wonder where the missing mass is. And Nassim is saying, you guys are missing the mass because you shouldn't have renormalized that number. That number represents all those little quantum vacuum fluctuations at the Planck scale. There's 10 to the 60 of these little vibrations inside of a proton. That is so many vibrations you can't even comprehend. If those vibrations were a sphere and you made each one of those Planck spherical units, or PSUs, the size of a grain of sand. 10 to the 60 grains of sand is a proton that's from here to Alpha Centauri. 4 trillion miles in diameter, we're talking. So 10 to the 60 little vibrations means the Planck's distance, or the Planck's vibration, a Planck spherical unit, is so small that you can't even comprehend how small it is. As a matter of fact, it's so small that you're about halfway in size between the Planck scale and the entire observable universe, right? So we're not small at all. We're actually medium-sized. That's a pretty cool observation in itself. I always was taught how small I was by my teachers when I was a kid. Oh, you're so lucky to be alive. You're an insignificant blob of plasma that's, you know, wandering around on an insignificant rock that's going around an insignificant sphere, which is one of billions of stars in the solar system, and we're just going around and around in a circle. And oh man, that's part of why I'm here doing these talks. Is like, I was told literally when I was a kid that I was an insignificant little, you know, biological blip on a rock going in circles around the sun. And even that was incorrect. First of all, the sun is not sitting still, right? So the earth is not just going like this and making circles. Why are we telling kids this? I don't understand. Nassim looked really hard about 12 years ago for this animation showing the sun moving and then this earth going around the sun, right? Because the sun is obviously not just sitting around. He couldn't find this video. He had to pay animators and describe for them, okay, just make a ball move like this. And then instead of the earth going in a circle, make it go like this as the sun is moving. Now keep in mind, this was a while ago and it's not completely accurate, right? The motion of the angle of the earth as it's moving with the sun is a 60-degree angle, right? It's not a 90-degree angle to the direction of motion. But he had to pay animators like 12 years ago to make this really basic animation showing the solar system at least a little bit more closely, accurately to the way it is. But at the time, there was no such animation. I just thought, like, isn't this bizarre? We spend billions of dollars making movies like Avatar and spending all this time on computer animation, and no one bothered to be like, oh yeah, by the way, every kid on Earth, here's a basic animation that shows you the dynamics and the structure of your local environment in this part of your galaxy. No one made this yet. Now we've got more advanced animations that have, you know, been inspired partly by Nassim and created more accurate renditions, and then the YouTubers go and attack that and say, oh no, that's not accurate enough because it doesn't go like this. And I feel like we're still working on this animation. We still don't even have a good animation of our local environment. Obviously, each planet has a different orbit. In the Sims animation, they all have similar spirals. You know, Saturn takes almost 30 years to go around the sun, and the Earth obviously takes 1 year to go around the sun. So there's a big difference in the sizes and durations of these orbits. So it's hard to make this animation to scale because the planets would be so incredibly small compared to the size of their spirals. But still, the point is that this is one of countless things that we were all taught as kids that has turned out in sometimes 5, 10 years, in some cases 50 years, to be incorrect. And now it's time to redo all of the information that we're telling the kids. We might as well stop printing books. We don't need to cut down trees to put incorrect data on there and then burn all those books, cut down more trees, put the new data on there. Oh, now the universe is 11 billion years old. Now it's 13 billion. Now it's 13.82 billion years old. It's not even 13.8 billion years old anymore, or 13.75. If it's going to change that often, why don't we just switch everything over to digital and stop making books that have data in it? We should probably preserve the forests of this planet. We're starting to realize how dumb we've been in like burning things and destroying the environment. Why don't we learn a little bit more quickly, change the way we're doing business on this planet, change the way we make energy now that we understand how the universe works, how it's getting all of this energy from the structure of space, from these spiral dynamics, This is DJ Sadhu, who made another kind of more advanced animation that was inspired by Nassim's animation. This one is still not totally accurate, but at least it gives you a closer idea than the little models we have in kids' elementary schools right now, with the sun in the middle and a little bar on it showing the Earth making circles. That would be Groundhog Year for the entire planet if that was the case. Thankfully, there's been a whole long series of scientists that have been thinking out of whatever box the society put them in, saying, oh, you're an alchemist, and so you do this. Oh, you're a chemist, and so you do this. Oh, you're a physicist, so you do this. People like Da Vinci and all these other great, incredible thinkers all the way down the line have looked at the universe in a much bigger, broader perspective, looking at geometry and structures that we see in the human body as it relates to cosmology. People like Kepler was able to derivate the planetary orbits based on the Platonic solids. You can make observations of the relationship of the orbits, say, of Earth and Venus, and you track them over an 8-year period, and you start to see these patterns form. And basically, the music of the spheres is the music or the patterns, the vibrations, the sounds, the structures. These are all the same thing, really, forming in the structure of space at various scales. And so this would be the music of the spheres of Earth and Venus. And then there's the music of the spheres on a much smaller scale, where I'm thinking about what I want to say. I make my vocal cords vibrate. I make the air in my mouth vibrate in waves like this that go out like this and are pushing the air back and forth. And then they hit a sensor inside my computer, and it transfers that air vibration into electrochemical impulses. And it goes through a bunch of minerals, and the signal travels through the air and to my router, and then up to a satellite, back down to your router, transfers that electricity back into speakers, either in your computer or in buds in your ear, vibrates the air, and then it hits the little hairs on the inside of your ear that transfer that into electrical chemical impulses inside your neural network, and you go, oh, cool, I know what you're talking about. That is a miracle. That is amazing. It's insane the amount of order and evolution of consciousness that had to happen to enable that process that I just described to be happening in real time right now. And you're going, I mean, if people just could pull themselves out of their own perspective just long enough to, marvel at the miracle that is every nanosecond that you're conscious, maybe you could help the people that are really bumming right now. I think that if we could get a communal way of us all expressing how amazing the universe is through things like sacred geometry and physics to the people that need this information the most, man, think about how much suffering and pain we could avoid of people feeling alone and feeling unconnected. They would be thinking, wait a minute, I'm not as alone and unconnected as I thought. That's actually an illusion, because now I'm starting to understand how everything is connected to everything, and how fields work, and how something far away from something else can have a profound influence on it at the largest and smallest of scales. Entanglement and quantum weirdness, as Einstein called it, show that everything is beyond connected. It's not just connected, it's hyper connected on all scales, all at the same time. The universe has to keep track of itself from the quantum to the cosmological, and it's doing that through an incredible gradient of density and structure and dynamics. Einstein first thought that the structure of space-time was curving to produce the gravitational field, and Newton thought that gravity was produced by the object itself. So Einstein and Carl Schwarzschild come along and say, yeah, it's more like space-time has topology to it, that it curves. And this is another one of these things that we're teaching kids, I have a feeling, on a daily basis, trying to say, okay, imagine gravity as a flat thing. Man, what's up with all this flat stuff? The universe is not making flat anything, right? So why are we using flat stuff to describe stuff anymore? I mean, are we still in the dark ages or something? Black holes get described as the surface of a trampoline. You put a ball on the trampoline, it dips the trampoline. Okay, I think kids are ready to imagine a cube at least. Like, let's give them 6 flat things, at least if you're going to stick with flat. There's a cube, and then the gravity is pulling in on all sides, right? Gravity doesn't just go one way. Thank you very much. Really, gravity should look like the bottom. It's a torus, a dual torus, or, you know, a torus on the top and a torus on the bottom, like a donut, right? Information's curling into the center. It's not just curving, it's spinning as it goes, like water going down the drain. That's the thing that Nassim did mathematically, is he added torque and Coriolis forces and spin to Einstein's field equations. In other words, the space-time manifold in Einstein's field equations was not spinning. It was hard enough to come up with these equations. Einstein couldn't even solve his own equations. He needed Carl Schwarzschild to first solve them. It wasn't until Kerr and Newman in the 60s to do a more advanced solution than in the early 1900s when Carl Schwarzschild did it from a foxhole fighting in World War I. Can you imagine this guy being like, whoa, dodging bullets? Oh, I can solve Einstein's field equations, no problem. I'll just, hold on, solve that, mail it back to Einstein. Einstein published it right away, and then Carl Schwarzschild was killed. Now we've got more advanced solutions, and Nassim took those solutions and said, let's start spinning the manifold and talk about how space-time is curling like water going down the drain. When you pull your plug out of your bathtub, the water doesn't just go straight down. It's curling as it goes. And so that's where Nassim took this. He figured out the spin of the space-time manifold curling towards singularity. Prior to this, you had Kerr and Newman attaching the observer to the thing that was spinning, count how many times it went around, and say that we were counting for spin. But that's, fudging it. If you attach the observer to the thing that's spinning, they could reach out and grab something spinning as fast as you want, and it wouldn't affect them. But if you're not spinning and you grab something that's spinning, you're going to be affected by that spin. And by properly accounting for this spin derived off the Kerr-Newman solution in collaboration with Dr. Michael Hyson there on the left and Dr. Elizabeth Rauscher there on the right, Nassim Haramein came up with the Haramein-Rauscher metric, which is the dual torus spin of space-time going to singularity. This is where information goes into the singularity in the center of the black hole and then comes back out and goes back in and goes back out. And this dynamic right here would describe every black hole at all scales, from the universe itself to all galaxies, to all stars, to all atoms. Nassim has a paper called the Schwarzschild proton that describes that the proton itself is a miniature black hole, and it is exhibiting this same kind of dual torus dynamic, information crossing the event horizon in both directions simultaneously all the time. Now you've even got people like Stephen Hawking coming out with papers that have no equations in them, by the way, saying that he thinks that there's a firewall problem with black holes, and now we should call them gray holes. Something that Nassim has been calling a black/white, spelled W-H-O-L-E, for well over a decade now. So it's interesting to watch the mainstream of the physics community starting to come around to say some things that Nassim has been saying for 20 plus years and getting kicked out of physics conferences for it 20 years ago. Now I feel like they owe him an apology. Oh, whoops, actually, maybe you're right. Maybe black holes form first and then galaxies form around them, not the other way around. It's not just a bunch of stars are floating around and they start to congeal and then they start to congeal and then they form a galaxy. It's a chicken and the egg problem. It's the chicken and the egg always existed at the same time. And it's not just a bunch of eggs floating around and then coming together to create a chicken, which is kind of more what they're saying in cosmology. So Nassim breaks this down in great detail. I don't have time to go through the dynamics of black holes. I'll just show you a bunch of pictures of torus shapes to give you a sense of the torus dynamic, because this is the thing, is that the toroidal dynamics are happening within the geometry of the structure of space-time. And so it's really the essentials of sacred geometry are the geometry aspect, which is more linear. You can think of it as the male aspect if you want, just for the sake of labeling. And then you have the spin and the dynamics of what happens when there's a change in density anywhere in the structure of space-time. The cosmological scale to the quantum scale, there's a 122 orders of magnitude difference in the density of the structure. And that's where you get this spin dynamic on all scales. From galaxies down to atoms, you have things curling in on themselves and then spinning back out again in this toroidal fashion. And so that's the source of the spin of everything in the universe. We've never seen an atom stop. We've never seen an atom slow down even. If you ask a physicist today, why is the Earth spinning? They'll say it's conserved energy from the sun, which is conserved energy from the galaxy, which is conserved energy from the cluster, which is conserved energy from the supercluster, which is conserved energy of the giant supercluster that our supercluster is in, called Laniakea, all moving towards this giant area called the Great Attractor, and they wonder what that is. Man, it's just starting to come out. We're just starting to figure out how to manifest all these understandings of the universe. And I'm excited because pretty soon we'll be able to stop that we shouldn't be doing. Mostly the worst thing it seems like that we're doing is that we're pulling stuff out of the ground and lighting a match to it, basically combusting stuff to make energy, which is sending up our very, very thin little atmosphere that we have protecting us from the cosmic rays and interstellar space. Thankfully, the ozone is starting to heal, but we've got to learn from ourselves and the field that we are in that is similar to the field of everything, and take it back to, our understanding of ourselves really is our heart resonance. The energy field that comes out of your heart is much stronger than the energy field coming out of your brain, and it is a dual torus, and it is the same shape as the red blood cells that flow through your heart. So it's scalar dynamics of dual torus, which is basically what Nassim says the entire universe is. Scalar dynamics of black holes on all scales, from the universe itself to galaxies to stars. Basically, the sun is a black hole, and we're on the outside of the event horizon, and we're seeing all that plasma around the event horizon. And we have our own black hole, and it's in the center of our heart, and it's creating quite a strong magnetic field, and it matches the dual torus magnetic field that you see coming out of the center of the galaxy. The bottom right photograph here is a picture of the galaxy showing the 50,000 light year bubbles of X-ray and gamma ray emissions that come out of the central black hole in the center of our galaxy. And so the Earth, the red blood cell, the galaxy, and your heart all have the same dual toroidal dynamics. And when you spin any sphere, you get Coriolis forces on the surface of that sphere, which is why all the storms in the northern hemisphere spin counterclockwise and the storms in the southern hemisphere spin clockwise. They generally don't cross the equator. Sometimes the jet stream does cross the equator, and there's been a little controversy lately because that's been observed to be happening a little bit more frequently, and there's debate about how serious that is. But generally, Coriolis forces stay in their hemispheres and don't cross the equator of their structures. And we see this same dynamic happening on the surface of the sun and on the surface of an atom. So on all scales, we're seeing the same spiral dynamics curling towards stillness. The largest, most powerful hurricane ever recorded had the stillest, largest, coldest eye of the hurricane ever recorded. And you see this spiral even happening here in the bottom there, the low energy field surrounding a carbon particle. So we're talking hundreds of kilometers across, tens of thousands of light years across, and nanometers across, same dynamics. Nature is obviously mimicking this. We see this everywhere we look, from ferns to nautilus shells to sunflowers to storms to galaxies. This is the fundamental curl to the structure of space-time, and that happens at a very specific ratio. And, you know, you guys are in for a treat because we've got Dan Winter coming up. I'm not sure if he's right after me or if he's 2 speakers after me, but man, there's nobody who's got their finger more on the pulse of the curling of space-time towards singularity than Dan Winter. He's going to talk about, you know, compression towards stillness in a very specific way, using a lot of research that is based off of heart math and heart energy fields. I'm just kind of giving you a primer here, trying to show you the big picture of everything from turbulence and clouds to algae blooms off of Ibiza to galaxies, how all this spin is absolutely universal. And this is a macrocosm of the microcosm that happens in biology and all the way down to things like atoms. You can imagine the electrons in the electron cloud do similar patterning as stars do in a galaxy. They don't actually just orbit. That's another thing that we were told, right? You were probably told that an atom is like a little solar system and the nucleus is like the sun, and that the electrons go in an orbit around and around the nucleus. That's not exactly correct. The atoms are a dynamic of a dual torus. The electrons go in to the center, just like stars move out along the spiral arm of the galaxy until the centrifugal forces that are spinning the stars out are overcome by the greater gravitational tidal forces that push that star up into what's called the halo of the galaxy until eventually they're sucked back down towards the center and then spun out again. And they do this, you know, continuous spiral. Depending on which hemisphere they're in, they're doing opposite spins. And that's the same dynamic that you would expect to see in all black holes on all scales, including the atom. You can see Nassim describing this in the movie Thrive. Nassim is featured in the beginning of that movie, talking about the very fundamental dynamics of dual torus structures in the universe. And then that movie goes way out into all sorts of other topics. Rather fascinating movie. This is a little GIF showing Nassim talking about this same pattern that I was just talking about of stars moving in a toroidal patterning throughout the galaxy. So this is kind of the old picture of our galaxy, the one that you might have seen when you were in school, with the sun depicted there, and somewhere in between the Sagittarius arm and the Orion spur. And here's a more recent imaging of the Milky Way, and showing you these giant ballooning dual torus clouds of gamma rays and X-rays. This was the image that NASA put up on the internet a few years ago, and I just grabbed it right away and thought, this is great. They used the same color that Nassim was using for his dual torus animation for the last 12 years. That's an interesting coincidence. But basically, that's some serious affirmation of the observation that pretty much everything's dual torus. We were a dual torus when we were 2 cells old, right? You started out as a sphere, and then a vector went across the event horizon of that sphere and fertilized your mother's egg, and then you were 2 cells old, you were a dual torus, and then your cells started to divide until you became 64 cells, and then your cells started to bifurcate after that and differentiate and become different types of cells. And now, as we sit here, there's some debate as to exactly how many cells we have. It depends if you count the bacteria that are inside of our body or not. But anywhere from 50 to 100 trillion cells, right, later, here we are. All we have to do is eat, drink, dream, and sleep, and our biology does the rest. It's pretty amazing that we maintain this level of coherency that we exhibit right now. Much of that information is being governed by our internal genetic information in our DNA, and as that responds to environmental factors, there's a dynamic that happens between our biology and our environment that creates this equilibrium that causes change and evolution and things like this to happen. And the amount of information that we are encoding is pretty much beyond comprehension as well. We each have these 50 to 100 trillion cells. This side says 300 trillion cells. It's been estimated and revised since this very old slide was made. I have to update this. Each one of our cells has 6 feet of DNA all curled up inside there. And so if you stretched out the DNA of each one of your cells and put them end to end, 6 feet times 100 trillion or 50 trillion means that you could take your DNA end to end and wrap it from the sun to Jupiter or the sun to Pluto and back multiple times. We're talking, thousands and thousands of miles worth of DNA all coiled up inside of our finite structure that we call our human body, encoding all of the information of all of our ancestry. And I don't have time to go into all the details, but basically look up phantom DNA, because DNA is leaving an imprint of itself on the structure of space-time, which is perhaps how it's possible that information can be carried forward through space and time. All the genetic history of all the ancestry of all of the generations that came before you is encoded inside your biology right now. And it's possible because there's a direct connection between your biology and the structure of the space that you've passed through. The spiral of your life that hooks up to the spiral of your mother, which hooks up to the spiral of her mother, all the way back through all the generations. So there's a direct correspondence between our biological structure and the geometry of space-time. If you put spheres around all the tetrahedrons of a 64 tetrahedron grid, you get a 3-dimensional flower of life structure. Basically, overlapping spheres, perfectly space-filling, is the geometry of the Planck spherical units that are inside the proton at the quantum scale. Basically, a 3D flower of life lattice structure is the very field patterning of the structure of the space that makes up every single thing in the entire universe. So it's pretty important to know and dial in and understand what the flower of life is, what sacred geometry is, because it is you, it is all of us, it is everything. So it's a trick to summarize this stuff in a short amount of time when you're talking about something that's infinite. In an infinite fractal structure, you can describe the field patterning that gives you the essence of how the other things arise. But to go into the details of each thing could take you by definition forever. So I like to show some very fundamental field patterning images that give you a sense. It's hard to describe for somebody without using, animations, what the geometry and the dynamics of the structure of space-time are, and how they relate is even more difficult to describe. But this one image shows you a star tetrahedron and the seed of life overlapping each other, giving you a sense of how the spheres and the tetrahedrons relate. Also this one showing you 5 spirals spinning out from the center, and where they overlap, you get the nodal points of a star tetrahedron. It took years of me talking about this stuff and researching this until I came across this image. I don't know where this came from or who made it, but when I saw this, it was like, oh, thank you for connecting the dots. Literally, when I saw this one, a lot of stuff clicked for me, and I imagine Dan Winter is going to have some stuff to say about this. He's got an amazing phi heart fractal animation that he's come up with that is reminiscent of this. I'm looking forward to seeing what Dan has to say here. And here you have another example of the star tetrahedron with spheres, bubbles around each one of the tetrahedron. Again, the flowers or the petal shapes are these overlapping Vesica Pisces 3D petals, and it's perfectly space-filling. It's not like there's holes in that structure. All the spheres around all the tetrahedrons perfectly overlap. Now that petal shape is another interesting thing. In a flower of life, there's 84 of those petals, and you could call it the Vesica Pisces, but again, that's a 2-dimensional image that's trying to convey to you what is really a 3-dimensional petal. And there's a guy, Michael Evans, who calls that the 6th platonic solid. Even though it's not straight lines, it's a 3-sided solid. a point with 3 edges going to a point, and each of those lines is curved, giving you a little petal shape like you would find on a flower. And that is the Vesica Pisces, like your eyeball shape, right? And the fish shape. So that starts to tie together, again, a whole other set of ancient information and ancient geometries. The more you start looking into the sacred geometry of the fabric of the vacuum, as would be deduced by the scientific method, and seeing how it perfectly matches geometries that have been described by the Ascended Masters, and I'm not just talking about one tradition, I'm talking about Ascended Masters across the board. I don't have time to go into the whole ancient culture aspect of this. I do have an entire talk here on Portal to Ascension about the ancient cultures and how this geometry is encoded from the Egyptians and the Great Pyramid of Giza to the Mayans and the pyramids of the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico, to the pyramids under the water off the coast of Japan, to ancient structures in South America and all over the world, including pyramids in China and elsewhere, all describing the same set of information encoded in various ways, all describing the tetrahedral and spherical nature of the fabric of the vacuum at the quantum scale, which maps out fractally into the larger scales, into atomic structure, into minerals, into the solar system and the dynamics of the spheres and the way they move within the solar system, to the galaxy, to the cluster, to the supercluster, to the universe, and likely into multi-universes. The Sims theory would basically predict that our universe is a very small sphere inside of a much larger structure that you could call the multiverse. In other words, multiple universes. I have a feeling we're going to just realize that the universe is a lot bigger than we thought, just like has been happening all the way along since we first looked up. We thought we were the only sphere in the universe, and now we're starting to realize that our universe is probably just one of many spheres. It'll be interesting to see how quickly the change of information happens and how quickly we can discover ourselves. It's been fascinating for me to be in a position of being able to be kind of a messenger of sorts of this information to people that are seeking it out. The number of people that are being born on this planet and the number of people that exist right now means there's a lot of teaching that needs to happen and a lot of spreading of good news. Because right now the news that gets spread is mostly bad news. And I feel like it's important for us to strike a balance where we can say these things that are not so fortunate, not so great happened, but here's more importantly how we can change things and make it better so that these bad things don't happen. If we can start learning more about ourselves through the understanding of the universe and how biology fits into the big picture of the universe, I think the more we do that, the better. And the more we're going to align our methodologies and our behaviors and our technologies to be in collaboration with the universe, literally in collaboration with nature, instead of blowing up nature, literally, to make energy, even though energy exists everywhere. If we could just extract a small percentage of the energy that exists in the structure of space-time itself, then we would have as much energy as we need. If we can understand how biology constructs itself and how biology gets energy from the structure of space-time and modifies space-time even, then we could create a lot more coherency in our local area around here and make things a lot more fun and avoid a lot of death and pain and suffering that maybe doesn't need to happen. Because right now, on a daily basis, as you can see, if you look at the news, there's very strange things happening, and it's hard to understand why this is happening and who's doing this and for what reasons. But I feel like I'm optimistic that we are going to figure this out, and science and unified field theory specifically, and sacred geometry even specifically, could be a key to us understanding how to get along with each other and how to make it work. From the quantum to the cosmological, we see self-similar structures, and we are embedded in that. We are the universe learning about itself. So as soon as we come up with some new information, we should feed it back to the universe, and specifically to our kids of all nations on this entire sphere, all at once, saying, check it out, here's the new information. That old stuff that you were about to be taught is not correct anymore. So maybe we should start looking in different places. Looking for consciousness inside our brain is looking inside of a radio for the announcer, as Nassim would say. In other words, consciousness is not just in our brain, it's everywhere. And our brain is more like the receiver of a radio picking up the field. And if the brain is the radio, then the heart is the dial, tuning the radio to the frequency of your choice. In other words, our emotional state is very important in relation to our biology. I strongly recommend checking out Dr. Bruce Lipton and the work of epigenetics and his book, Biology of Belief. Also, Quantum University is doing some great stuff in regards to that. And also the Heart Math Institute and Dan Winner, who's coming up. All sorts of great researchers out there working on this stuff. So spread the news as you come across this stuff. I think sharing resonant information is one of the most positive things that we can do. And I try to live by Buckminster Fuller's words when he talked about how if you want to change reality, you don't fight against anything. You don't fight against the powers that be. You simply create the reality that you want to create, and you live by example and share the good stuff, and maybe make note or not of the bad stuff. I suppose it's important to make note of the bad stuff so you know what not to do, but then proceed about doing the stuff that you do want to do. And I feel like aligning yourself to the principles of sacred geometry and the ratios and dynamics that happen in space-time, like learning how to come to stillness, learning how to spin out and then come back to stillness, and then spin out and then come back to stillness. Kind of like what we do every day, right? You have to be asleep and then you're awake, and then you're asleep and then you're awake. And if you don't do that, if you interrupt that cycle for any long period of time, it doesn't work out so well. Same thing with the dual torus, right? You have to put things in this way and it comes out this way. You put things in this way and you have to go. If you stop breathing, eating, and sleeping, it doesn't work out so well. If you could entrain your patterns of your very existence to be in perfect harmony with the universe and the fundamental patterns and frequencies that you inhabit, then you can entrain yourself and resonate with the structure of space-time. Maybe that's what they called enlightenment. Maybe that's why meditators don't have to sleep as much as non-meditators. Maybe that's why there's yogis that can get energy directly from prana, from the structure of space-time, and don't need to eat or drink at all. We're starting to learn that there's a lot of things that we consider to be magic or paranormal that are really just physics that we didn't understand yet, and now we can describe that physics, and now, oh, it's not as magical or as crazy as we thought. Life has evolved from, the first multi-organ being a torus structure jellyfish to us and dolphins on down the line. And where is it going? We don't know. But if we can just align ourselves, we could surf the wave, if you will, of the change of consciousness that we're experiencing on this planet. And part of that is doing what we're doing right now. I mean, hats off to Neil and to Portal to Ascension. I guess you guys just hit a couple of years now. Is that what I saw in doing these online talks? And it's this kind of thing that really accelerates the evolution of the consciousness. It's adding torque to the spin of change. And we're really hopefully getting people's wheels turning. That's what Nassim did for me. I saw Nassim present and I basically said, no way. That's epic. I want to know more about that, and then I want to tell everybody about it. And I've been doing that for a long time, and I've had all sorts of feedback come back that's changed my direction, and then I've done something else, and then my feedback changes, and it's gotten more and more interesting. And now I'm honored to be, on panels with people that I highly respect, and I'm able to be in these conversations with people from around the world. I'm about to head myself to Croatia with Nassim in October. From October 9 to 17, we're doing a cruise that's sold out. But after this cruise is done, I'm going to do a tour in Europe, and I'm just starting to plan my dates. I hope to get to Romania and Hungary and England and Spain and perhaps France. So anybody out there who has some ideas for places to go do talks, let me know. You can find me through my Facebook page, Jamie Janover on Facebook. Jamie Janover Music is my artist page, and you can message me there. You can also find me on all the other social networks. And if you want to know more about Nassim Harameyn's unified field theory and this work in general, highly recommend this full-on online course that's now offered through the Resonance Project. It's called the Resonance Academy, and it's basically a college-level full online course that is self-study at your own pace, 6 different modules. It goes through incredible detail from the history of physics to modern physics and how the standard model works right now as compared to Nassim Harameyn's unified field theory, and perhaps where the standard model went wrong, and then into the future what the implications and applications of this work are from personal consciousness and spiritual kind of pursuits to technological, scientific energy production, gravity control, etc., and all the way to the ancient cultures, talking about the origins of humanity and civilization in ancient cultures, encoding the sacred geometry of the fabric of the vacuum. So it's all connected, and this is just one piece, a very fundamental piece, but just really one piece, the sacred geometry, the very structure of the fabric of the vacuum, the one thing that connects all things, no matter where you are, infinitely large or infinitely small, is space itself, which is infinitely full with energy. You can call it what you want: prana, mana, chi, the vacuum, the plenum, the ether, the 0-point field, the quantum foam, the source field, God. We are made of and bathing in an infinitely dense superfluid medium that we call space, and that space is not random, not at all. It has a very, very specific geometric structure that's spinning all the time, and hopefully this was a little bit of an insight to how all that works. My name is Jamie Janover, and thank you to Nassim Harameyn for opening up these doors, and to Neil and to Portal to Ascension for hosting this seminar. Much love.
Hey, brother, you have a couple of questions in the Q&A too, if you want to take those.
Okay. Let me go over. Can you read them to me?
Sure. Okay, I understand that the video is not completely accurate. My question is, if everything is fractal, would the sun not also be moving on a spiral track, maybe so large a trajectory that it looks straight from our perspective?
Yeah, that's the thing, is that the galaxy is moving along these threads with all these other galaxies towards this thing called the Great Attractor. That whole giant thing is called Laniakea. I have a feeling Laniakea is a supercluster that's moving in some relation to the other superclusters. And then within our galaxy, the galaxy is rotating. And within the rotating galaxy, the sun is spiraling in a circular motion as the galaxy rotates, and it's spiraling like this in an arm, moving away from the center. And so as all that's happening, the sun is moving on such a large, slow arc that if you were to try to show an animation of the solar system, to show the spin of the sun, you'd have to zoom super far out and then let it stretch out over tens of millions of years, at which point the solar system would be like spinning so fast. So to get all this stuff to be to scale and actually see the spin inside the spin inside the spin, it's like not that possible to fit onto a screen. You'd have to like zoom way in and zoom way out and slow things down and speed things up. And so the answer, long story short, is yes, that animation is so rough. And yeah, there's all kinds of nuance. I would love to get that animation made. I've had a fantasy of making that kind of thing myself. And I still have yet to see the perfect rendition of it.
Okay, and last question. What is the name of the movie with Nassim in it?
The name of what?
The movie with Nassim?
Oh, The Connected Universe. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mention the movie. There's a movie that's been worked on for a very long time, and it is very close to being done. I know that they've done kind of like the final edit review and then went back with the final changes, and then they did another review and then sent a few more changes. And it's like in the final stages right now. My understanding is that that movie will be released before the end of the year. Sometime in the fall, I believe, is when it's going to be fully digitally released through Vimeo and Indiegogo. It's their first film where Indiegogo and Vimeo are collaborating. The Indiegogo campaign for the film The Connected Universe broke the record for the most funding ever on Indiegogo for a documentary film. So this film is going to be epic. I know it got revised to even include more of the more recent science and to be even more technically accurate, because when I saw an earlier rendition of it, it was a little bit more for the layman, I think, and it wasn't going too deep into the science, into the nitty-gritty of the details. And then I think I'm glad Nassim said, you know, I want it to go maybe a little bit more into the science. And so I think the filmmaker Malcolm Carter stuck more of the footage in there of the description of some of the technical aspects of Nassim's unified field theory. So I'm excited to see the next final version of it, but I know it's very close.
All right, that's all we have. Do you want to say a few closing words and wrap it up?
Well, thanks again, Neil. Congrats on continuing this epic series of talks. If you guys are interested, I have a crop circle talk, a 5.5 hour full unified field theory talk where I kind of go into much more detail than I was able to here on Nassim's work, and one on ancient cultures. And I believe that's all of them. And now there's this sacred geometry one. Also, there was a great extraterrestrial disclosure conference I was part of, and I see you're doing another one of those coming up soon. So keep those up. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you, brother. And we're actually opening up a membership platform where, for a discounted price, everyone can have an annual membership and access to all the footage. So you have a lot of talks. So people can go to our website, check out the membership, or they can just register individually. And we're going to step it up over the next few months. Now it's time to take this to the next level. So thank you, brother, for being a huge role in what we're creating and all the information you share. I'm like truly blessed to know you. I appreciate you.
My pleasure. Thanks, man. Have a good time.
All right, bro. Talk to you later. Bye.
Take care.
Okay, everyone. So we're going to get on to our next presenter, Dan Winter. He'll be ready in a few minutes. So let me read a little bit about Dan, see when he's ready. So Samuel created really the foundation for what's going on, what sacred geometry is, and the basic premise to grow on. And then we have had Jamie Janover, who kind of went in more depth and brought in the science and really shows you the mathematics behind it all. Next, we're going to go into Dan Winter, and here is his write-up on the topic. We have rapidly evolving biological and power spectral definitions of bliss, essentially implosive and therefore radiant, negatropic charge field. That power spectra is precisely what animates their therapic bliss is essentially to biologic imperative for immune health, and to achieve the aura coherence necessary to lucid dream and take memory through death. So Dan Winter's websites are fractalfield.com and goldenmean.info. Hey, Dan. Go ahead and click the microphone button at the bottom left of your screen to unmute yourself.
Testing 1, 2. How are we doing there?
Perfect. Welcome, brother.
Great. And I think I want to test the share screen function here.
Go ahead and click it.
But just one moment. Desktop. Let's see how this works. Let's see. So are you seeing my screen here, the emotion material?
Right, we see it all.
Great. And you can still see my face, right?
Yes.
Wonderful, wonderful. All right, are we ready to go?
Yes, we are. It's all yours.
Okay. Good evening and welcome, everyone. It's later here in France. We're in different time zones, but I'm staying awake and doing okay. Tonight's conversation is about sacred geometry, but a very particular aspect thereof is understanding the connections between the physics and the science versus the psychology and the emotion and coherent emotion. And the way we're going to start the conversation, we're going to do it in three sections here. The first section is going to use the example of John Dee's work with designing the hypercube, the discovering of the Ophanim, and apparently how he came to design the Shakespearean theater and what that meant in terms of understanding how a design could accomplish a fusion and oneness experience psychologically in terms of the plasma science, the compression, and then we'll apply that to the physics of what that teaches about actual fusion physics and the mythology of alchemy, and the physics of alchemy, which everyone agrees is the central part of what Shakespeare was about. So the real physics of alchemy is indeed intimated in the geometry of fusion, which was the design of the Shakespearean theater. And the Dee and Kelly connection to that and their history to alchemy, we may have some fun telling stories tonight. The second part of this evening's conversation will then be hopefully a fairly concise summary of exactly how it is that phase conjugation produces negentropy, which is to say, what is the geometry of the origin of biologic negentropy in general, which is the title of my new book, Origins of Biologic Negentropy, at fractalfield.com. So we'll try to talk about that in terms of the geometry and the wave mechanics, and both an intuitive and a technical understanding. And then the third part of this evening's conversation will be an example of the application of the physics of implosive geometry, phase conjugation and fusion, to plasma science and healing science, specifically our Therify invention, therify.net. We'll talk about how we've been successful in creating what is apparently a true time reversal and rejuvenation field in the Therify technology. Literally, we've taken this equation for the wavelengths of negentropy and applied it to the specific frequency signature of the plasma, as apparently the ancient Egyptians knew how to do, indicated by this picture. And we've shown that indeed a regeneration, rejuvenation, we've been very successful in pain relief and many other issues. Although we don't make medical claims, the reports are quite consistent that we're quite able to help people, which is with what is effectively simply the light of a plasma tube when the frequency signatures are accurately applied into this wave geometry of implosion. So we're going to talk about evidence or proof that this physics of negentropy, the origin of implosive self-organization, actually works commercially as well as scientifically. So that'll be a bit of a conclusion. Of course, hopefully, maybe there's some time for questions if the mechanism is here. So we begin. There is a famous mythology that Shakespeare was participating in the famous alchemy laboratory of John Dee and Kelly in Prague. Let's see, there's a web article about that. I'll bring it up here, goldenmean.info/science of alchemy. And And so here's the picture. There's John Dee, and this is Vincent Bridges, who inspired a lot of this work and gave this talk, which we described here. And there's an article here I want to show you. This is the article, yes. So this, I believe, appeared originally in Atlantis Rising magazine about Shakespeare and Dr. Dee. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up here is because a fun story makes the science more interesting. And it's a very fun story that apparently, and I believe refers specifically to the science of alchemy, the science of fusion, the science of human oneness experience, the science of implosion, and you know, make that connection by using a fun story from history. And that's where we're going with the Dee and Kelly story. So many of you know that John Dee was mythologically thought of as probably the origin of the 007 myth. The story is that when Dee, who was Dee and Shakespeare were both obviously documented to be hired spies of Queen Elizabeth, who led some of the first black ops projects in the Catholics versus the Protestants issues leading up to the Spanish Armada, which is where this story is going. And when they would send a letter to Queen Elizabeth saying, "For your eyes only," there's a little sign that was a symbol of her eyeglasses, which looked like a 007. Now that's the mythology. Whether that part is true or not, I'm not sure. But there is extensive historical evidence which will become the subject of a dramatic new book and documentary series. One part of that book I am writing with Vincent Bridges' former co-author. Vincent has passed recently in Prague, sadly, and this conversation is in part in tribute to him. And his co-author, Teresa Burns, is working closely with me now, although she's in China at the moment. She just came back from Prague. And we're developing this where I would develop the physics and science story of alchemy and fusion from the Shakespeare Kelly Dee story, and she would develop the historical documentation. So we're playing with this manuscript, and Vincent left some pretty wonderful manuscripts when he died, and Teresa was already in the process of editing and working on them with him. So this was the article that originally appeared in Atlantis Rising about, apparently, every time Shakespeare disappeared from history for X number of months, he would show up in John Dee's famous notebook under the name Francis Garland, from the story of the Garland brothers, which was this Garland of Roses, which was a famous painting about alchemy, actually. And so Francis Garland was a code name for Cucleamus Shakespeare, supposedly, according to the documentation from Teresa and Vincent. And Garland learned, Shakespeare, under the pseudonym Garland, learned so many of the mysteries that later show up in the Shakespeare plays by being witness to the mysterious alchemic workings of Dee and Kelly in Prague. Now, Vincent apparently had many past life memories. One of them was of being Kelly, and those past life memories were very vivid. And in late life, Kelly was in prison and either refused or was unable to give the person keeping him in prison, who was King Rudolph, the secret of alchemy. And there was an argument about whether Kelly, in fact, knew the secret of alchemy. And I discussed this in depth with Vincent. And he said, well, originally he said, well, no, Kelly didn't want to tell the king because he thought he would misuse the knowledge. But if we read now the multiple manuscripts about, the real story of Kelly and Dee, which Vincent was writing, the deeper truth was that what is known as the philosopher's stone, or the projective powder, was in fact a red powder, which Kelly used to make that gold, and I will tell you more. The gold, which after Kelly and Dee produced it, they actually sent the chalice in which it was made to London, and the British Royal Society documented, you can look it up today, the purest gold they ever measured came from Kelly and Dee's alchemic workings in Prague. And this was of such historical significance that Queen Elizabeth had to dispatch her most clever spy, Shakespeare, who was under the name of Francis Garland. It's a story. It goes right down to the origin of the Prospero and the Tempest and how they cooked up the storm that apparently took out the Spanish Armada. This is the stuff of movies. It's pretty cool. And we're here to talk about the science lesson. So the science lesson, the alchemic science lesson. Remember, part of the conversation this evening is about the nature of charge implosion, non-destructive charge collapse, as plasma fusion, which is virtually identical with the physics of what's called non-destructive isotope transition, literally fusion. And we have science teams around the world involved in many aspects of this, been involved in this quite a long time. So we're going to use the story of the projective powder of the Philosopher's Stone to illuminate. So this is the story. A good part of this came through Vincent, which was that the original red powder that enabled Kelly to make the purest gold ever measured by the British Royal Society came from the Kaaba stone of the Muslims, now, which is also known as Lucifer's eye. Now, if you study the history and the physics, it appears that the Kaaba stone, first of all, there's whole films about the golden ratio in the history of the Kaaba stone, but more importantly, the Kaaba stone was apparently a meteor of the class of what's called glass meteors. And in a glass meteor, during the heat of re-entry, the only other metal that can withstand the heat without literally disappearing is generally the class of what's called PGM, platinum group metals, palladium, platinum, and gold. And when gold gets to a certain heat within the molten glass, the gold is vaporized and makes the glass red, hint, red powder. Now, one of the ways we know this is because it's well documented among those who have studied the alchemy of glass making in Prague that the way the Templars apparently made that famous deep red or deep purple glass of the famous Gothic stained glass windows of the Gothic cathedrals, which is so magical, that multiple layered patina, that the color of the deep purple red looks so dark you think it's black unless you're turning your head as you look at it, and then you realize it's a deep, deep, deep metaphor. I mean purple. And the way they made that glass was by bubbling vaporized gold through the glass at critical temperatures. Now, this is as far as Vincent went, which was very useful, but I've taken this a bit further and now realize that when the glass gets to a certain temperature, obviously it forms a foam. And if the foam is uniform enough, the macromolecular array geometry of the bubbles in the foam, think implosive phonon, sonoluminescence, implosive collapse in the sound, become self-similar or fractal to the molecular geometry. But more important, or even more significant than that, is that when you vaporize the gold through the glass, you then produce an atomic geometry, which is potentially, again, self-similar right down to the atomic level. Now remember why the platinum group metals are called noble, is because the nobility of the noble gases and the nobility of the platinum group metals is both related to a fundamental physics phenomenon, which we have been teaching for years. And we have our famous little model here. This is the famous Star Mother kit, goldenmean.info/kit, which is essentially dodeca ecosa dodeca 3D infinite stellation, which I say is the only possible three-dimensional fractal. It is well known that the symmetry series of the electron shells, SPDF, S, of course, is a toroidal, which has two vortex. So the S suborbital of the electron of the atomic table is simply a donut, very simple, which is two vortex. And the pi suborbital, obviously cubic. If you take three pairs of donuts, you have the three faces, three pairs of faces of the cube, the six faces, which is six vortex, six electrons in the pi suborbital. But the D and F suborbitals, which are complete and noble in the noble gases and in the platinum group metals. The D and F suborbitals are specifically 10, 14 electrons, which is 5, 7 spin symmetry pairs. Now we're going to talk about 7 spins outside, 5 spins inside in terms of the Anu, and now in terms of the fact that the tetracube, which is at the center, remember the cubic pi suborbital, the tetracube here has 7 arrows, 7 axes of spin symmetry, whereas the outer spin symmetry of Icosa is pent symmetry. So you have 5 spins outside, 7 spins inside, which is both the Anu and the Ophanum sigil of truth. And the braiding algorithm of DNA and the geometry of the human heart muscle, layers, 7 spins, and the geometry, clairvoyants have clearly identified the heart of the sun, and which has recently been documented to be also the geometry of the quark geometry of subatomic particles in Phillips' work, Psi Perception of Quarks. So there's a whole thing about 5 spins, 7 spins. So getting back to our point, which was that the outer valence electron geometry of gold, particularly in the monoatomic or the noble gas state, is a precise dodecaecosa symmetry array, literally implosive, non-destructive collapse. Now we have the whole discussion about that at fractalfield.com/cold plasma, where we discuss the fact that basically the fullerene geometry of monoatomics and noble gases and platinum group metals is all about implosive collapse due to basically the completion of the dodecaecosa symmetry of the array of the DS subshells. So let's get back to the fun part of the story, which is that the capacitance of the glass of the Kaaba stone Lucifer's eye had a particular quality due to the self-similar fractality, which is that the macromolecular foam geometry, the bubbles in the foam of the glass, is now inhabited by the same self-similar implosive geometry in the gold monoatoms propagated through the glass, as in the Templar red glass and in the red eye of Lucifer, the Kaaba stone with golden ratio, and the famous red powder that Kelly could not get more of to make more gold when the King Rudolph put him in prison in the famous story. So, what is the physics? Well, first, a little bit more about the history. Vincent went so far as to document the period in history during which the famous Kaaba stone was in the control of who was called the Mad Caliph in Cairo, I believe. And the Mad Caliph he sold off literally approximately at least half the volume and mass of the Kaaba stone, which was ground up for various nefarious purposes, some of which, according to this myth, lands up in the hands of Kelly and Dee. Now, this has to do with the famous Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone story. What is the Philosopher's Stone? The Philosopher's Stone is a stone whose capacitive radiance I call phase conjugate dielectric, which is to say implosive charge, radiates through the monoatomic outer layers into the liquid surrounding it. Now, Vincent said if you took some of that red powder and you placed it in a grain about the size of a grain of rice, and it was then dipped in wax, which when molten acted as a wetting agent, then it's dipped into the red hot mercury, which, as you know, is only one. Mercury has the identical nuclear geometry weight virtually as gold and needs the rearrangement of only one electron, essentially. Now, there are other issues, which is you need to place that chalice, as it were, of molten mercury into an electric geometry, which is fractal, which is to say an array geometry. We'll explain more as conjugate magnetic lines that cross and make centripetal. And also there's a critical phonon geometry, which is a frequency signature to trigger the isotope transition. And that's part of the equation set, which we have developed around this fusion physics. Now, not to digress, but let me just give you a little background on the fusion physics here, with the help of the Conjugate One group in Brazil, who also funded some of the 0 Point research, conjugate1.com. We asked the scientist who is God, and she said, the Conjugate One. And so then we named the business conjugate1.com. So they financed some of this work. Now, part of this work had to do with evaluating Rossi's work on cold fusion, the famous work by Rossi from Italy, which is now financed by industrial heat. And our lead scientist at the time, Bill Donovan, now Elizabeth, was funded to evaluate or study Rossi's work with Rossi in his lab in Miami, in Bologna, and later at their conference in Switzerland. And Bill, very sophisticated in this physics, and we should honor his work here, did an analysis and concluded that Rossi had misidentified the isotope transition sequences, that there's a table for the isotope transition sequences. And we have a private website about the isotope transition physics, and I'm only introducing that here, but I'm giving you a little bit of history. And that little bit of history includes this fun little tidbit that there is a scientist named Joe Champion who at one point claimed he had been able to calculate the critical temperature to critically catalyze many of the isotope transitions that could be then commercially useful, the real physics of alchemy, the real physics of plasma fusion. Now, Bill took that much further in this series of equations, and this is a spreadsheet series, every cell of which is equation-based, which is hundreds of pages long, and clearly identified both the frequency and the temperature. Remember, the temperature had been identified before, supposedly, but the frequency. Now, to catalyze isotope transitions, the real music. You remember then that famous movie, Chain Reaction, when the hero in the movie is playing his favorite music on his recorder, and suddenly this charge bubble chain reaction takes off, and he realizes, yes, there's a musical triggering. So obviously there's a frequency signature to this. There's a sound. And by equation, you can know what's happening. You basically have an electron shell that's here. So there's a certain amount of charge inertia in, let's say, the outer orbital. If the outer orbital is df, that's e cosa dodeca. So the electrons in the outer orbital are rotating. Now, if those electrons are to do non-destructive collapse, they need a path. Now, I started teaching that this was the physics of conductivity many years ago, and then Nassim later then agreed with me that if you take that path, which is the 7 spin symmetries of the stellated tetra, which is cube octa, and you produce that path from cube octa to E cosa, called the jitterbug, which I was fortunate to learn from Buckminster Fuller personally, that the path of that jitterbug, now of course it starts as a stellated tetra, which is cube octa, but then it moves to E cosa, and then it moves to octa. And so but the part of that path of that jitterbug from cube octa to E cosa is actually a golden spiral path, which means that it's the path of non-destructive or constructive charge collapse, which both I and now later Nassim are both teaching is the true physics of the origin of superconductivity. Why? Because it creates zero resistance in the charge path through center, which is elimination of spin resistance and therefore superconductive in the sense of zero resistance to passage of charge. So implosive charge collapse, physics, phase conjugation, and the jitterbug are all related into the physics of superconductivity and alchemy in the sense of the possible transition path between electron orbitals. So back to our story of Dee and Kelly. So Kelly and Dee had produced this gold with the red powder that Kelly couldn't make more of. The story was that actually one of the reasons they went to Prague was because the moldavite on the streets of Prague had some of these phase conjugate dielectric properties. And if you want to know what a phase conjugate dielectric is, implosive capacitance, I suggest you read the paper famous Alice in Barium Titanate Land, where they see that these charge bubbles seem to self-organize as they propagate from place to place. It's like they know where each other are at a distance. In fact, phase conjugate dielectric fields are a good introduction to the spiritual science of plasma and how entities communicate, which is about these longitudinal waves, faster than light, how they communicate at a distance, which is how the collective unconscious works. And in fact, it is an introduction to the physics of telepathy because, for example, when the Russian Cozy Rev Mirror group placed these metal cylinders at exact magnetic line, Earth energy line crosses, the famous Cozy Rev mirrors, they produced telepathy so dependable it was of military grade. Well-documented literature. And the first thing they had to do when they placed these Cozy Rev mirror massive metal cylinders, we played with one in Belgium there, was they had to measure the nanoteslas of the magnetic line crosses. Why? Because you need a conjugate collapse, implosive cross point of charge lines to produce the centripetal force, which is conjugating charge lines, to produce a longitudinal EMF component, faster than light, which then interferes at a distance, literally non-locally. And that produces the physics of telepathy and non-locality and superluminal connections and all this thing about how the flame in the mind moves. And maybe we should look at a bit of a picture of that just to talk about the background. So the central motif of how we're going to introduce this in Shakespearean theater is right here. Remember, the 7 arrows of the tetra, which we will later see, and many of you see in my animations, creates the origin of the Hebrew alphabet, the layers of the heart muscle, and the anu, and the braid geometry of the DNA, thread, string, rope, etc. So you have this 7 arrows motif. And if you do these 7 spins with the Dantian and with the double Dorji, you have the 7arrows.net. And now we have octayoga.com. Very powerful way to inhabit your space shamanically is to actually do the yoga of the 7 spins to inhabit the cube of space. So this is all about the cube of space, which we're going to see later is what the Tree of Life is about as well. And what the Ofena Enochian ritual is about. It's about inhabiting the cube of space. What does that mean? Well, let's start here with the picture right here of, this is called 4-wave mixing in phase conjugate optics. Now, remember, the first place that self-organization, negentropy, is proven in the physics literature is in the arena of what's called phase conjugate optics. So what is that? Well, phase conjugate optics is when you get lasers to converge and meet, as it were, pine cones kissing noses, exactly opposing laser pairs. And this is called 4-wave mixing, and here's a picture. Now, when you get the lasers to meet so accurately like this, within a matrix called a phase conjugate mirror, whose molecular material is the magic of time reversal and negentropy in phase conjugate optics, it turns out that it's the super high dielectric like barium strontium titanate which enables this to work. Now, super high dielectrics Examples might be the dilithium crystals that Scotty used in Star Trek, in Star Wars, Star Trek. The dilithium crystal or certain crystals, barium, strontium, titanate, are called phase conjugate dielectric. Well, what does that mean? Well, the dielectric material in a capacitor is the insulator between the two conductive plates. Now, in a capacitor, you put an insulator between two conductive plates and then you ring it like a bell. And the way you bang on it to make it ring is with voltage, which Tesla called tension or simply pressure, a geometry of pressure, quite literally. We'll think about that when we get to the geometry of touch here in a moment. So if the dielectric constant is high enough, which is to say the quality of the dielectric material between the plates of capacitor, and this will introduce why you need organic material in your house, then if you hit the capacitor with the hammer of voltage, it will ring like a bell with more energy than the energy with which you hit it. Now, this is shades of the film Meetings with Remarkable Men about testing who is the real Sufi master, is the one who knows how to make a perfect echo. I recommend that as your bumper sticker because a perfect echo is essentially a bell that can ring forever. Now, everybody wants a bell that can ring forever. The battery that rings forever, the bell that rings forever, the echo that rings forever, the wave that rings forever. I mean, literally, if you want to die successfully, what do you need to do? Set yourself up in a bell that rings forever. Ask any Hopi approaching a burial ground. He can tell you. She can tell you. So getting the perfect echo is introduced in electrical engineering schools by studying what a phase conjugate dielectric is, which is to say a capacitor that has an insulator between the plates with a dielectric constant that's high enough means that when you ring that capacitor like a bell, it won't stop. Which is to say, it is a 0-point energy implosive vacuum coherence device. Hint, hint, Lucifer's eye, Kaba stone, philosopher's stone, projective powder, the red powder, Kali and D. What we're learning here is that there is a seed for perfect implosive capacitance, perfect implosive resonance that can make charge converge to center so efficiently that it couples the vacuum. The very definition of 0-point energy device, which is why we need to study so very carefully what high dielectric materials are. You see, when you build a house and you want that house to allow your aura to grow, obviously if you put the steel and aluminum and electrosmog in your house, it's going to kill your aura and the souls of your children. Bad news. Steiner knew this very well. The children should only touch organic materials, living stone, living wood, living fabric, and the children should never touch metal or plastics because your aura cannot inhabit them and therefore you cannot become them. May the force be with you, Luke. So the only way you can build a house or a container in which living capacitance can propagate non-destructively is high dielectric materials. Hint, what we call organic materials, the good stuff for house building, is basically the fact that every molecule that wanted to join the fun club called life, he approached the club and knocked on the door, said, "Can I come in?" And they said, "Well, you need to rearrange your symmetry to be fractal. Get fractal or get dead." That's the bumper sticker on the side wall of the biology architect. So the molecules that had the privilege of joining the fun club called life, which equals charge distribution efficiency, those molecules got rearranged into more fractal, like the clathrate geometry of living water, pent, ecosododeca, and the fact that every living protein, hint DNA, etc., apparently has pent symmetry. Why? Because they knew about get fractal or get dead a lot better than the architect who builds metal buildings, who should get fired. So if you have these high capacitive efficiencies, the high dielectric material, your aura can breathe because it's implosive, and therefore charge centripetal force implosion always precedes charge radiance, which is to say packing always precedes unpacking. Perfect packing is called implosion or phase conjugation. And now we're back to our picture of the phase conjugate mirror right here. So the wave path which allowed the opposing lasers to approach center non-destructively is called a phase conjugate mirror of super high dielectric barium strontium titanate, the miracle mystery material of phase conjugate optics. And that allows the optical geometries to converge like pine cones kissing noses. So the side view of that's a spiral, you see, becomes the Holy Grail cup. And we have that fabulous animation in 3D of that Holy Grail, which is simply a golden mean spiral in a cup within a cup, revolving infinitely. So four-wave mixing is a picture of a light cube. Now from that, we're going to learn, from that we already know from hard physics that you can create time reversal and negentropy. This is proven in phase conjugate optics. What we want to understand is how do we apply that to fusion and oneness experience, first in theater and psychologically, plasma fusion tantra, the physics of oneness, and then the physics of alchemy, and then the physics of cold fusion. So you see why it is about the cube of space, is that if you set up the array properly, you can create a centripetal force towards center. Now this is the critical ingredient of the origin of biologic negentropy. And first, we're going to do the theater part here, and then we're going to do more on the physics. But just the introduction to the physics here is to say that if you take this Planck length and time, the universal musical key signature of the quantum phone, every wave physics has ever measured divides evenly into Planck length and time. So it is the musical key signature of the universe. Now, if you multiply that by integer exponents of golden ratio, this was my discovery, this is the cover of my book, you produce the radii of hydrogen is what I discovered. You produce the frequency, the exact two frequencies of photosynthesis is what I discovered. You produce the harmonics of the Schumann resonance, that's what I discovered. You produce the harmonics of brainwaves. You produce all of biologic negentropy. You produce implosion because you produce a centripetal force. In fact, you produce the reason an object falls to the ground. Because when the waves converge and approach center, concentrically by golden spiral path, the phase velocities can add and multiply constructively, as well as the wavelengths. And when phase velocities add and multiply constructively as the charge approaches center, that turns the compression of charge towards center into the acceleration of charge towards center. And the name for that is called the gravity. In other words, now we know why an object falls to the ground, because golden ratio phase conjugation produces acceleration of charge towards center. And the proof of that is that the radii of hydrogen, and of course galaxies, etc., is all based on golden ratio, because that's how gravity is created. Implosive charge compression is gravity. So that's the new information that Hawking and Einstein failed to understand, because as Einstein himself said, if he knew what infinite charge compression was, how it worked, he would understand gravity. And of course, no one told him what a fractal was. And until me, no one knew what a fractal field is. We now know exactly what a fractal field is. A fractal field is the Planck length and time times integer exponents of golden ratio. Self-similarity optimized is fractality. Self-similarity optimized is the golden ratio, caduceus cascade. And that's what a pine cone kissing noses looks like. And it's well known that when you phase conjugate, you translate the transverse component of the electromagnetic, which is how most electromagnetic fields propagate. You translate that inertia, which is up and down, as it goes down that cone toward the center, this picture right here. As the wave goes down the cone, the spiral on the cone, and that's also related to the equation I wrote to place that golden spiral on the torus, which is animated to the origin of Hebrew and Sanskrit, we'll talk a minute about how the letters steer the torus donut also. So as that golden spiral goes down that cone towards center, the transverse electromagnetic is translated in vorticity. Now remember, when you study golden spiral in hydrodynamics class, they name it optimized translation of vorticity. But the new information is what's translated in vorticity between rotational inertia to linear inertia, literally mass, which is rotational. Mass is rotation of charge. That's what it is. So rotational inertia is translated non-destructively to linear inertia, which is, say, compressional inertia, which is called the longitudinal electromagnetic, sometimes incorrectly called scalar or torsional. So the longitudinal electromagnetic wave, rarely understood except in phase conjugate optics and phase conjugate microwave, and of course, high-tech stuff. The longitudinal EMF component is faster than light, and if you interfere the longitudinal wave at a distance, you can create remote plasma containment, which is how the Russian woodpecker worked, the famous work by Tom Bearden, and the holy grail of plasma fusion, eliminating the need for atom smashers, because now we can do plasma containment by longitudinal microwave interferometry, and we have groups on that in Australia and Brazil and elsewhere. So it's clearly possible, and it's clear that we're wasting billions, enough to feed Africa, on these atom smashers to achieve fusion, because fusion is naturally occurring in longitudinal microwave interferometry if you understand how to reconverge the longitudinal component at a distance and the cross points at a distance, the remote plasma containment, then recreate the transverse component from the longitudinal component at a distance in the contained wave node of where the two longitudinal waves cross. And that is literally called the flame in the mind, and how you contain plasma heat at a distance, the holy grail plasma fusion. And it's also exactly how Ingo Swann, using golden ratio in his brain waves, heated a thermistor at a distance with his mind through a Faraday cage. And this is called flameinmind.com, which is our new project in the iOS environment to develop biofeedback to teach the EEG brainwave component to do this, literally the physics of bliss. So where were we? We were back over here at Shakespearean Theater. So here is John Dee. John Dee has written the hieroglyphic monad, which is literally his attempt to create the total oneness experience, the symbol system that creates oneness. The monad hieroglyphicus, literally the symbol of oneness. Later, we now realize what that is. That's the physics of the origin of alphabets, which teach waveforms how to converge and implode. So John Dee started the dream, but we must finish it. So John Dee was drawing this thing called the hypercube. And here are some of John Dee's earlier drawings, which then became the Shakespearean theater. Now, why would John Dee's hypercube geometries, first of all, become the Shakespearean theater? Well, Prospero, who was John Dee in Shakespeare's notes, understood that the physics of the fusion of plasma, which is the physics of communication with angelic forces, which are plasma bodies, had a language, and that language obviously is symmetry. So here is Darlene's analysis of the origin of the Ophanim Enochian letters, the alphabet of the angelic forces. The symmetry analysis of these letter forms comes in two stages. First, that when you look at the letter forms themselves, Darlene, with Vincent's help, concludes that each letter is a torn component off of a, which is say, an extracted component of a vortex on a donut. So if you take various viewpoints of a vortex on a donut, you get, and here's her analysis, you get basically all the Ophanim Enochian letters. These are basically ways to hook up wormholes and hook up vortex and string them together. It's string theory, vortex mechanics, turned into a symmetry alphabet. That's what the angelic was. So nesting vortex donuts, again, credit to Darlene and Vincent's work here in these drawings, is the symmetry physics root of the angel language. It makes sense. You know, the plasma universe physics people today are quite clear. The origin of the stories of angels are interstellar plasma beings. Well, how do they communicate? Well, they throw around pieces of their plasma bubbles, which are pieces of donuts. So when you throw around a piece of your plasma spin, you get the symmetry ingredients for angelic alphabets, which those Ophanim, Enochian angelics went to so much trouble to try to teach Dee and Kelly. Now, the second part of this fun study of these vortex was, first of all, she's seeing that if you line up opposing pairs of these vortex and you line up opposing pairs of these letters, you create a magical space between them, which I am now going to call phase conjugate, for the reason that they become centripetal in that center point, and they cast a spell. Now, how did I come to learn about casting spells? Well, with the help of Teresa Burns and Alan, when we did some of our early seminars with Vincent's help there in Torino, the very advanced Ophanim Enochian study group there in Torino had learned to very accurately focus their mind on these letter forms in a unique and spin-dense way. Think of this. We now know that the 7 arrows here, I have this animation I made when I put the equation, is it here? Yeah, here. If I don't know how fast this animation feeds in our bandwidth here, but you see, this is the 7 arrows, symmetry arrows through a tetrahedron, and I am simply advancing to the next point of view of the next of the 7 arrows through the tetra, and you see that I have the letters Aleph, Beit, Gimel, Dalet, which is simply evidence of the fact that the Hebrew alphabet is the shadows of the charged donut torus domain, literally the Torah, indexed by the 7 arrows of the tetracube. So when you hold one Hebrew letter in your optical cortex with full focus, and the Hebrew rabbi who is making a golem fills the entire optical cortex with the shape of one letter, say the letter He, Yod, He, Vav, He. Now, if you fill your optical cortex with the shape of the Hebrew letter He, and then just like the horse whisperer, who at a certain moment knows that she has formed the pictogram to send to the horse telepathy so effectively, then must stamp their foot and release the thought form. So you released your clear visual of that Hebrew letter He, which is a very particular tilt angle. It is a cubic tilt angle of the tetracube. And remember, your optical cortex is a charged donut. That's what it is. So you're blowing smoke rings. Not complicated. Any smoker knows that there's a certain symmetry to smoke ring blowing. So when you blow these smoke rings, if you do so in the right sequence, and this is what I learned in Torino, was that in the classic Ophanim ritual, you have the 4 directions set up very accurately, and then in each of the 4 directions, an adept, someone who's very skilled at these visualization, literally blows the smoke ring of the certain sequence of letters, Ag, Da, Agla, Elohim, Aya, He. So you have these letters that are very accurately prescribed, and you focus on these letters in sequence, and then you blow these smoke rings towards center. And what we found was that the magnetic field, the charge field in that room was so strong that people got dizzy. It was powerful. Now, what we know is that properly done ritual, the famous saying, blow your doors off. Well, the properly done ritual was powerful enough to change the air pressure in the church to blow the doors off. Well, actually, this is not surprising. The air pressure in the room would change. And the reason it would change was because you made a centripetal implosive charge field. Oh, I can move around great massive centers of air pressure. I can move around big vortex. I can move around tornadoes. I can move around big storms. This is giving us an introduction to what Dee and Kelly learned. Now, before we get to the story called the heptagonal workings of how Dee and Kelly made the storm that supposedly took out the Spanish Armada. Now remember, the meteorological history says that that storm that came from the North Sea had never happened before or since practically in history. So what brought that storm? Which apparently John Dee informed Queen Elizabeth a year ahead of time was going to happen. Okay, but first, the Tempest. Well, we need a little drama here. We're adding drama. We make it colorful. So here we have Vincent's analysis of the symmetry of the letters in the Tablet of Nalvaj, which is the Ophanim-Enochian letter geometry. And notice what it is. It's called a hypercube. Remember, not only did John Dee have the largest library in Europe in his day, he was the most advanced mathematician practically of his day. He spoke more languages than apparently most anyone else of his day. And he was famous for the mathematician of mathematics of the hypercube. And he was famous for calling angels, which are sometimes called the macrobes, which we now know as interstellar plasma beings. And we're told that interstellar plasma beings regard us humans as drunk because we don't call them. The same way the elementals regard us as drunk because we don't work with them. Obviously, our tornadoes will go unsteered if we don't know how to steer them. So this business of controlling the direction of plasma storms is empowering, it's instructive, and it's essential. This sort of mythology, oh, this is evil or this is witchcraft, is childish, actually. We do not have the remotest chance of surviving the solar system if we don't learn how to steer plasma storms 101. This is basic. We got to give up on this idea that it's evil to be psychokinetic. In fact, the only thing that's evil is to not be psychokinetic, because then you're toast. So, once you understand that the geometric conditions which allow plasma storms to converge in charged space to complete the tetracube and then be embedded in the superposed spin symmetry axis, literally what it is to go to the next dimension. And this is what we mean here, is that if you take the 7 arrows of the tetracube and you tilt that cube right here, here you have 5 different colored cubes embedded in a dodecahedron. So if you complete the cube stably, then you can tilt that cube 32 degrees, the chin angle of the Sphinx, and then rotate, blink 5 times, and you have a pentadodeca, which is literally 5 spins outside, 7 spins inside, otherwise known as the Ophanim-Enochian sigil of truth. Here's the Ophanim-Enochian sigil of truth, which later we discovered is identical basically with the Cherokee and Bonpo. And so here's the 5 spins inside, the 7 spins outside, and we later know that this became the movie Stargate, and those letters became the movie Stargate, because that's how you get plasma to implode and make a Stargate. And we now know quite literally that our Therify device, in many respects, creates this kind of wormhole and creates a Stargate. We know what that is. It's not a mystery. And if you have extreme plasma aura coherence, you can be implosively projected through a Stargate and hold your attention together as you do that, which is called being a tron, which is basically having enough coherence in your aura to lucid dream. So practice lucid dreaming is critical for this ability to propagate yourself through this implosive wormholes. And also useful because that's how you will survive death. In fact, quite clearly, ability to lucid dream is a predictor of who will take memory through death, and we well understand the physics. So the new software, hrv-app.com, will have the breathing cues, and flameandmind.com, both iOS systems, will have the EEG cues to teach lucid dream switching, which starts with where you feel your physical body is frozen, and then you enter into the lucid dream wakefully. So what we call lucid dreaming skill is in fact the extreme aura coherence that allows you to direct the vector of the wavefront that went through the implosive conjugate into the longitudinal, which is the physics of entrance into the superluminal, and therefore entrance into time travel tron, and therefore entrance into the propagation mechanics of the collective unconscious, the communion of saints, and literally what it is to take memory through death, which is why you need a big aura and a coherent aura and need to practice lucid dreaming. So, finishing just a little story then, King Rudolph had been brought up with King Philip of Spain, whose favorite occupation was to roast Protestants for breakfast. And so King Rudolph in Bohemia knew that King Philip of Spain building the Spanish Armada was a wacko, a nut job, and that Europe would be, let's say, Donald Trumped if King Philip were to win with the Spanish Armada approaching England. So he very much supported D. N. Kelly's agenda, which is called the heptagonal working. Now, we have the maps here, but I'm not going to bring them out at the moment. But there are 7 hills around Prague where the rabbis joined the Ophanim team with D. N. Kelly, and they produced this plan to call a major plasma storm called the heptagonal workings, later featured in Shakespeare's play The Tempest, about Prospero, who was John Dee, fabricating this amazing storm, which has many echoes to Sorcerer's Apprentice and Mozart and many stories. And the Spanish sailors, blown away by this storm, even today, hundreds of years later, now live on the west coast of Ireland because of that storm. That's the mythology. And, we'll investigate that mythology in the book. And the mythology is not the point here. The point here is the physics. And the physics is that if we don't learn to steer tornadoes, we appropriately are toast, because this is called biofeedback. And so steering tornadoes 101 is important science. And I recommend our web article with detail on this at www.goldenmean.info/dowsing. The short version of the story is that if you observe a shaman about to steer a tornado with a bit of clairvoyance, and incidentally, our Therify.net is very good at helping produce clairvoyance. But if you watch a shaman about to steer a tornado, you see what's called bioplasmic streamers emerging from the belly of the shaman into embedding non-destructively in the center of the tornado. Literally, the shaman's aura embeds itself in the plasma donut of the whole tornado. And the shaman calls that process eating the fucha of the tornado, which is quite literally eating the anger. Now, why do they call that eating the anger? Because the only pain you feel is the love you withhold. That's a quote from the Andromedans, if you believe it, Alex Collier. But what does that mean? It just means that the part of your body which feels pain is the part where compression of charge is broken because the fractality is broken. So when you restore fractal symmetry, the rose-like symmetry, you restore implosive charge compression, which is the opposite of pain, which is exactly how the Therify works. Therify.net, we don't make medical claims, but we find by numerous reports that we can eliminate localized pain, usually in 1 or 2 sessions, really a very high percentage of experiencers report that. And in, say, 5 to 10 sessions, 5 minutes a day, we can, in many, if not most, many cases, eliminate long-term and chronic pain, which is amazing. So if you read all the reports, therify.net, therify.tech, therify.fr, therify.com.au, we're global. And you see that if you restore charge compression, you eliminate pain, which is to say, you eliminate where the plasma is bleeding charge, which is what pain is the bleeding of charge due to broken fractality. It's very parallel to Robert O. Becker's body electric, where he discovers that the crystal geometry at the axis to the wound, which is bleeding voltage, and if you increase that voltage, which is to say the pressure, you restore the healing because you restore centripetal electrical force. Also relates to why it's so well medically documented that negative ions create healing because they're implosive, fractal, and centripetal, little black holes. So, restored centripetal forces implosion, which is really introduction to alchemy and phase conjugates, is what this lecture is all about. And we're finishing up now the section on John Dee and alchemy. But before we move on to defending the hypothesis that this is the origin of all negentropic forces, I want to finish up the section about John Dee and Kelly, which I call Shakespearean fusion, with just a couple more thoughts. One is that the dimensions of the structure, the dimensions of the architecture, rely on something called sacred dimension. And that we now know what the ratio has to be. Everybody knows the ratio has to be related to golden ratio and implosive phase conjugate global scaling, scale invariance, so-called. But what about the scaling? Well, the scaling, you know, in my equation, we're about to discuss all the examples from my equation, is all based on Planck length and time. So what does this say about sacred dimension, sacred architecture, and sacred units of length? And we will use the example of my good friend, recently deceased John Michel, in his book, City of Revelation and View over Atlantis. Now, John Michel spent a good part of his life in which he wasn't drinking and smoking. I love the guy, wonderful. But, you know, he was very British, and therefore, well, we're going to criticize all cultures equally tonight, so it's okay. But John Michel spent a good part of his life trying to prove that the British unit of measure was sacred and the metric unit of measure was horrible, profane, a sin, sacrilegious, etc., etc. After John Michel's death, I believe I have proven why he was right. And here is my proof. So this in front of us here is John Michel's key table, in which he says this unit of length, the DC here, this distance from here to here, which is the Remen. It's one of the most sacred units of length, very ancient, the Remen. And that if you multiply by square root of 2, you get the royal cubit. Square root of 3, you get the Palestinian cubit. Square root of 4 times 2, you get the Roman pace. And if you multiply by the square root of 5, you get the megalithic yard. And if you multiply by the square root of 6, you get the English yard, the British yard. So suddenly the foot, the Ramen, the cubit, the yard, the Roman pace, they all fit together in one simple geometric cascade, all based on the foot and the yard. So this was John Michel saying, oh, everything fits here except the meter, it don't fit. Now later, after John Michel died, I discovered that if you take the Planck length times exactly golden ratio to an integer multiple, a whole number multiple of golden ratio to the 164 power, you get exactly 0.9964 British feet, a foot. So the British foot, which is the basis of all of this, is precisely phase conjugate charge collapse to Planck. And what is the meter? The meter is crap. What this means is that structures based upon sacred phase conjugate dimensioning to Planck, the foot, the meter, the yard, the foot, the yard, the pace, etc. They're set up so the wave functions can conjugate all the way down by golden ratio to the Planck dimension and implode there and distribute their charge infinitely into the media called the Planck radio, which is the collective unconscious. Whereas the meter, unfortunately, doesn't fit this, what's called perfect embeddability, and is therefore not sacred. So this, in my view, is the definition of global scaling, is Planck times integer multiples golden ratio. And it is the title and the cover of my new book, which we're about to discuss. So you see how that this dimensioning issue now is solved once you understand that it's the radio down to the distribution of Planck that allows implosive phase conjugate charge collapse, and therefore charge distribution efficiency, the definition of life. Get fractal or get dead. So this is the same golden ratio you see if you plot the Mandelbrot fractal and you plot the division points here. It's golden ratio to the third and golden ratio to the sixth power. So here I've overlaid the golden ratio on the Mandelbrot fractal and get the same principle of a pine cone kissing noses here, right here in the Mandelbrot fractal. It's so cool. Okay, so we talked about the hypercube and John Dee. Now, the last thing we want to talk about is the psychological aspect of this. Why was this the design? Why is the hypercube the solution to theater and the solution to oneness experience? For this, I need another sip of tea. One moment here. My weakness is my throat. I have to be gentle here. Okay. So, in this section, we want to examine why and how it is that the possibility of plasma fusion is identical with the possibility of human oneness experience. Whether you're talking about theater, whether you're talking about tantra, the physics is the same, is that there's only one geometry which allows the little donut of charge to non-destructively embed in the bigger donut of charge without loss of spin inertia. And non-destructive embedding of the little field effect into the big field effect, the true physics of alchemy charge implosion, is how your aura inhabits the collective aura, and both of your memories survive. It's how your aura inhabits your lover aura, and your memories survive. It's how your aura inhabits the aura, the plasma domain of the theater. And experiences a collective mind experience. Because obviously, producing the collective mind, producing the oneness experience, is the physics of alchemy, the subject of Shakespeare, and the true spiritual meaning. That's the point here. So how is this enabled by the fact that the hypercube design became Shakespearean theater design? So here are John Dee's diagrams of the overview plan. So here he's put the cube, the perfect cube in the perfect sphere, which we now know is the perfect stellation of the cube, which eventually embeds in the dodeca. But in this case, it's simply a stellated cube, which Vincent said the stellated cube was the hypercube. I say when the hypercube embeds in the dodeca, that is the door of the next dimension, but that's the next step. So at any rate, the hypercube of John Dee, this whole book is saying, is the origin of Shakespearean theater. Now, if you look at Shakespearean theater, here it is. That is a shadow of a cube octahedron right there, and that's Shakespearean theater. And here is the cubic view from within. Now, how is that enabling the possibility of oneness experience? And this will be worked out in much more detail in the book in care of Teresa Burns. But in summary, if you look at A Midsummer Night's Dream, for example, you see one group of people experiencing opposite emotions. First, they experience fear, and then they anger, and then love, and then hate. And so you have these pairs of opposing emotions. Now, if you ever really became aware of how it is that you know you fully love another person, is you've seen opposing emotions converge into oneness. Now, there's more to this, because if we understand the physics of emotion properly, and this is the real issue here, it's called the geometry of touch. And if you look at the physics of emotion in the Sentics literature by Manfred Clynes, you see that if you analyze the way people express emotion in touch, and he found this by finding out how you touch a violin string with a sequence of emotions to make your audience cry. And he found that by analyzing the change of pressure over time of the touch, you could distinguish joy from anger, from hate, from love. So opposing emotions have very specific opposing wave mechanics. And we now know that, that the wave shape that is anger, for example, reaches a point of max. These are the wave shapes here, remember, is Manfred Clynes' work, but the geometric analysis of the wave shapes is my work. And what I determined is that if you set the beginning of the emotion of touch to the end versus the moment when that touch reaches a moment of maximum pressure, you establish a simple set of ratios which are geometrically incredibly elegant. And I give the example that the change in pressure of over time of the pressure of the wave of touch that is called love, whether that is the way in which you squeeze your lover to say, I love you. It's been identified and measured in thousands of experiments. And in fact, the change of pressure over time in the touch that says, I love you is very specific. And what happens is the moment of maximum pressure in the duration of that love hug is reached at exactly 0.618 golden ratio into the duration of that event of touch, which sets up a heterodyne cascade, which looks like a donut in a donut. It looks like, I had a lovely picture. It looks like the Valentine of a heart within hearts. This is all at goldenmean.info/touch. But basically, I thought I had a nice little picture in here. I lost one picture. Oh well. But if you take that Grail picture of a spiral within a spiral, it literally a Valentine, when you do the wave shape that is the love hug, that pressure, you set up that cascade of pressures toward an implosive center point, which is the Valentine you send your lover because you sent implosion. Now, a profound example of that, in my view, would be the perfect birth canal. That if you if you study the physics of the rebirthing literature, what the perfect birth is the perfect squeeze, which is the perfect phase conjugate implosive collapse of the birth canal that creates the moment of maximum pressure where an infinite number, and I say infinite number of waves can converge at once. Which is how you bring interstellar memory through birth, which is why you desperately need a birth canal, which is why Caesar, who had the cesarean section, could not do Joseph Tilton Peirce's bond of power and therefore could not bond with his mother, his family, his land, the Druids. He couldn't feel outside as if it was inside. He had failure to bond. So Caesar was a murderer because of the cesarean section, because he didn't get a birth canal. Which means that the place of the infinite perfect sorting of memory of the perfect birth did not happen. And this was failure to bond. And I mean literally electromagnetically produce the possibility of electrical bonding, which is then the beginning of all forms of compassion and turning inside outness and feeling the outside as if it were the inside, which is to feel your land as if it is your body. So, of course, you will destroy your environment if you don't get the proper birth. This is fundamental to sustainable ecology science, is the physics of birth. So what profound rebirthing does, John Diamond, placental extract, belly of the surrogate mother, deep breathing, underwater, maximum point of charge compression, and you re-enable the sorting experience of the implosive pressures of the perfect birth canal where all waves are touched and sorted at once, where then memory is sorted, and therefore then you can bond. So this is Introduction to the Physics of Birthing, Introduction to the Physics of Emotion. This is the psychophysics of emotion, which is simply an index to a simple sequence of ratios in touch. Now, we're back to the Shakespearean theater. So if you get these opposing emotions sending their wave shapes towards center, and I'm using Midsummer Night's Dream here, and this will be analyzed in much more detail in the book, but basically, you know, the actors at first experience, you know, anger, and then they experience hate, and then they experience joy, and then they experience love. And these are set up in opposing opposite pairs inside a cube. Shakespearean theater. Now, what happens first is the audience is looking from the consumed perspective of the faces of the tetracube. And they see, oh, well, there's this group of people and they're dumb because they're doing anger. And then they say, well, these are strange, they're doing joy. And these are strange, but then suddenly when you realize there's a certain moment at the end of the play when you realize, oh, they've experienced all the emotions together, and each of the actors has done the archetype of the full spectrum called harmonic inclusiveness. And so suddenly the audience identifies with the whole instead of the parts. So there's a centripetal moment, literally electrically centripetal plasma fusion moment at the climax of the play in which the audience suddenly feels for everyone at once. They inhabit the larger plasma body of the whole instead of the separated parts. And that's enabled by the phase conjugate tetracubic symmetry of the hypercube plasma theater that John Dee designed for Shakespeare. Literally, oneness experience is enabled by a profound series of tetracubic symmetry operations, phase conjugate four-wave mixing in the theater to enable the experience of oneness, which is actually how we gather our collective auras to enable us to project ourselves back into the stars, you know. Carry Mother's nature's silver seed to a new home in the sun. Lucid dreamers practice by finding out if they can lucid dream together. And this is the physics of the plasma physics of instructions on how to do that. So that will be developed in much greater detail in the books that are coming on alchemy of plasma fusion in Shakespearean theater with myself and Teresa Burns. So the next section of this conversation is to just review the evidence for a phase conjugate model of the origin of all biologic negentropy, which is literally my book. So for this, I'm going to be using some of the images from my book, fractalfield.com. And this particular section is fractalfield.com/conjugate perception, in which I'm in particular trying to prove that phase conjugation is the cause of perception, peak perception, and bliss. But we're going to use this as in a more generalized sense also to defend the hypothesis, which is central to my book, that phase conjugation is the origin of all biologic negentropy. So yes, here's the summary. So I say that the compelling formula for fractal physics here is that exact integer exponents, multiples of golden ratio, phase conjugation, multiples of Planck length and time, produce exactly the generalized wave geometric cause of gravity, life force, and biologic negentropy. Literally, why objects fall to the ground. This is how wave geometry creates negentropy, so well proven in phase conjugate optics. Golden ratio phase conjugation is the only wave geometry which defines a fractal field. So these virtually exact integer exponents of golden ratio, phase conjugate, multiples of Planck length and time predict exact radii of hydrogen, 3 exact radii of hydrogen. They predict the exact only 2 frequencies which produce photosynthesis, phase conjugate negentropic collapse. They produce virtually exactly the harmonic series called the Schumann resonance harmonics. They predict virtually exactly the alpha-beta frequency cascade of the harmonics of brainwaves that cause bliss and peak perception. This equation predicts virtually exactly the duration of the Earth year and the Venus year. The equation predicts virtually exactly the frequencies Priori and Rauscher used to heal, which I then translated to be phase conjugate magnetics and became my therify.net. This frequency series becomes the imploder.com and purify.com and therify.net successful commercial bioactive systems. Further, then, I showed that if you take this frequency series, again, Planck length and time times golden ratio, integer exponents, you get the 0.1 hertz Mayer wave, which is the natural resonance frequency of the blood pressure of the body, which is also, you get the LF and HF exact frequency centers of the major harmonics of heart rate variability. So you have the spinal liquid pump and the heart rate variability, the HRV, become phase conjugate negentropic collapse. And that, show another picture of that in a moment, but here is the picture of the 3 radii of hydrogen, Planck times golden ratio 116, 17, and 18 power, and you get exactly the 3 radii, major radii of hydrogen, which I say is strong evidence that this is how gravity is caused. Now, here is the picture here of the 2 frequencies that make photosynthesis possible. You have 427 nanometer and 691 nanometer, the purple and orange light, which only make photosynthesis. Green light is poison to photosynthesis. That's why every plant is green, because it spits that out, because that is a cubic tilt of the photon donut called light. That if you take the extended visible spectrum from red to ultra red, 700 to 350 nanometers, then you plot that 180-degree tilt of the photon that is a torus, that exactly halfway from 0 to 180 degrees there, the 90-degree distance is exactly green, which is the 90-degree phase angle of the photon torus. We can prove that color is the 3-dimensional tilt of the photon as a torus. First of all, it's ridiculous to say that color is simply a wavelength when we know that the photon is a donut. The photon is not flat, it's not 2-dimensional. Hello, no, the photon is 3D, and all wave packets travel toroidally. We know that. And further, we know that since color is only perceived in the cone of the eye, and then in electromagnetics, you can only use a cone for one thing as an antenna, which is to measure the tilt or the phase angle of the incoming field donut. Therefore, the cone of the eye, where color is perceived, is by definition a device to measure tilt or phase angle of incoming photon donuts. So color is the tilt or phase angle of the photon of the donut. That is, in my view, self-evident. Now further, if the visible spectrum, 180 degrees of that tilt from red to ultra red here, is that if you take that distance from 0 to 180 degrees, here's a bigger version of the same picture, that 45 degrees along that path, you have exactly orange, and 90 degrees, you have green. Remember, 90 degrees is opposite to phase conjugate. So green is called negative green because it's poison to photosynthesis and effectively poison to life, because for the same reason that a 90-degree angle is evil in astrology and feng shui, because it's optimized destructive wave interference. An octave is a way to optimize destructive wave interference, and which is to say, the opposite of charge distribution efficiency, therefore the opposite of life. There's a famous story about negative green in psychotronics, which explains. So now you know exactly why green prevents photosynthesis. So the only angles of the tilt of the donut, so 135 degrees is purple, but the only angles of the tilt of the photon donut, right on this scale, which are not cubic angles, 45, 90, 135, 180, are blue and yellow. Ta-da! And the angle of tilt here, if just simply on the continuous scale, which produce blue and yellow, is 63 and 117 degrees. And it turns out that 63 and 117 degrees, if I take this angle here, this dodecahedron here, the angle that this dodecahedron makes to the floor here, that angle right there, see that angle? There's an angle, okay. That's 117 degrees from here to here and 63 degrees from here to here. So yellow and blue are the angle that tilts the photon donut into the pent dodecahedron, which is to say phase conjugate charge implosion. Therefore, I say is strong proof, and this was my discovery, that phase conjugation by pent dodeca angles is the cause of the existence of color. So if you understand that rainbows exist because photons phase conjugate, then you can understand why rainbows occur only when the air is charged. You can understand why you only see the green flash at the sunset on the seacoast when the air is phase coherent. You only see rainbows when a Tibetan saint dies because he's added centripetal charge to his environment, which is what you do when you die if you're good. Well documented that the death of Tibetan saints cause rainbows. Now we know the physics. So we're just introducing this idea then that phase conjugation is the origin of biological negentropy, and one example of that negentropy is the existence of the possibility of color. So now we know why color exists, and we know why objects fall to the ground. Actually, maybe we should take that picture one step further, just to state the obvious here, that if you look at that path to center, let's see, I have the picture in the hydrogen picture here, just to see the cause of gravity in this story. Yeah, here it is. That each time these waves add and multiply when they cross here at the golden ratio node points of the infinite pentacle, what's happening is the wave velocity is adding and multiplying constructively, which only the golden ratio permits. And when the wave velocities add and multiply constructively, that turns compression of charge into acceleration of charge towards center. And as we discussed, that's called gravity. Gravity is indistinguishable from acceleration of charge. So therefore, we now know why an object falls to the ground, something that Stephen Hawking and Einstein did not know. Because now we know that phase conjugation causes gravity. Now we know that that the masses of the universe, for example, are well documented to be arranged dodecahedrally. That's the cover of New Scientist magazine. And therefore, that makes more gravity. So suddenly you know that when you arrange masses dodecahedrally by golden ratio, you make more gravity than when they're not by golden ratio. So suddenly there's no longer a need to invent this stupid idea of dark matter, because dark matter is only physics' way of saying we don't know why there's more gravity in some places than others. That's the only reason the hypothesis of dark matter exists. And once you know how to make more gravity in some places than others by arranging masses dodecahedrally, as in fact the masses of the universe are arranged, suddenly the need for explaining extra gravity goes away, because you know where the extra gravity came from. Proof of that will be when you arrange masses in dodecahedron stellations based on golden ratio to Planck and see that there's a slight increase in gravity. A very simple experiment will prove that this theory of gravity improves on Einstein. So this is a basic outline of why I believe, of the evidence I believe that when you arrange harmonics in golden ratio to Planck, you produce the origin of all negentropy. Here's some of the other charts in the book at fractalfield.com, origin of negentropy, showing that the frequencies heard by meditators in Kundalini and bliss fit that cascade here. And in the sacrocranial literature, we talked about HRF, the HF and LF. And this is the braid algorithm in DNA, 5 spins and 7 spins. That 5 spins is in the thread that is the dodeca ratchet, that is DNA, because the cube is 3 spin space. The tilt the cube into dodeca, you have 4 axes of spin, which is why I say the dodeca is in fact a hypercube. But then if you ratchet the dodeca down a helix, which is what DNA thread is, you have 5 axes of spin symmetry, 5 spins inside. But then if you take that thread and you braid the braid of the braid of the braid on the braid, thread to string to rope to fat rope, and DNA eventually becomes toroidal, and you have the microchloridians in the blood and the boson 7, and the DNA turns inside. So you have 7 spins outside and 5 spins inside. That's how you get a soul. Your DNA implodes. You bend the light, becomes psychokinetic. Your DNA becomes superconductive. And you have the force be with you. So this is just an introduction to my book, Origin of Biological Negentropy, which says that this fundamental phenomena of fractal relationship by golden ratio phase conjugation of Planck length and time produces all the primary wavelengths that produce negentropy. The final examples I will use here. Here's the HF and LF wave. Here is the frequencies in red that my equation predicts in the 0.1 hertz area, including the Mayer wave right here. And here are the frequencies in green of the tidal frequency of the sacrocranial literature. So the very known low frequencies of the spine liquid pump suddenly become understandable as my equation predicts their precisely phase conjugate negentropic collapse. You know that those low frequencies present in the spine makes depression literally impossible. And when your spine liquid is pumping by this equation series, you have the physics of bliss and kundalini. And here I've also shown that the wavelength here, 1.9 angstroms, 1.93, 1.936 angstroms, which is the wavelength of ADP, ATP. The adenosine triphosphate of all cellular metabolism is actually precisely a phase conjugate collapse wave to Planck. So ADP, ATP is actually a phase conjugate collapse wave implosive phenomenon too. And remember, the draft showed you measure that distance in the microwave radiance from the spine, and you can measure kundalini in the microwave from the spine radiance, the microwave scanning emissions technology from Gratch. So these are many more examples. And just finally, these are the harmonics, 2.78, 4.5, 7.29, 11.8. The harmonic series that my equation predicts in the low frequency range, and this is the actual harmonics of the Schumann resonance series here in green, which fit almost exactly my equation for phase conjugate collapse. So we know why Gaia is self-organizing, self-regulating, because the Schumann harmonic series is phase conjugate negentropic charge collapse. And we can fix the Schumann harmonics to restore negentropy to the Earth. That's a profound statement. You can actually go to the wave nodes and fix the Schumann harmonics to more correctly make them implode, and Earth will become more negentropic, and we could emerge from chaos if we knew the only path out of chaos, which is the origin of biologic negentropy, which is this equation on the cover of my book. Further, then if you draw those wave points of the Schumann harmonics, phase conjugate harmonics, they become exactly the alpha beta harmonics delta, which precisely identify what the brain waves have to do to produce peak perception and bliss, literally the flame in the mind, phase conjugate wave, which is originally my bliss tuner and will now be flameinmind.com as we implement the emotive Bluetooth headset onto the iPhone iOS system, flameinmind.com. So all of this is about this phase conjugate collapse, which we animated here. So I say this is strong evidence that we can restore centripetal forces once we understand the only possible path out of chaos. And finally, as we, in the evening's conversation, just to say that we have now proven that this form of negentropy works commercially by implementing it in plasma called Therify.net. We're producing time reversal, we're producing negentropy, we're producing rejuvenation. Many people don't need their glasses anymore. Many people have lost their long-term pain. We're not making medical claims, but the reports are becoming quite dramatic. Recently, the report of white blood cell count, we were able to help someone with leukemia, it appears, but we're waiting until this is documented medically, but the preliminary evidence is strong. And we can deal with short-term pain very quickly, usually, and long-term pain in many cases. And we've helped many situations, including cancers, as Priory did. Remember, Priory's plasma system, described at therify.net, was the most successful cancer treatment probably ever tested on the planet. Hundreds, if not thousands, of documented cases of cancer solution. And what Priory did was he produced this frequency cascade into plasma. And I realized later the reason Priory couldn't pursue it was no one understood the physics. But when I analyzed with the Priory system, I found these were the frequencies Priory used: 3 hertz, 10 hertz, 32 hertz, and 80 hertz. I immediately recognized my equation. These are the harmonics in my equation: Planck length times Golden ratio, integer exponents, 2.78 hertz, 11.8, 30.88, and 80.85. So Priory has 1, 2, 3, 4, even 5 harmonics bang on my equation in the low frequency component of what he put in the plasma. So I immediately recognized how to fix and complete what he tried to do by completing that harmonic cascade. So I feed these low frequencies accurately modulated, and then I modulate them onto a high frequency megahertz range, which is intellectually proprietary, into a phase conjugate array and modulate that through a bifilar Tesla coil, also proprietary, thanks to Paul Harris, my partner, therify.net, and produce about 500,000 volts, driving this plasma to do this: make this caduceus to phase conjugate to this Planck dimension right in the plasma. And here's a picture of what the wave function does between the plasma tubes. We apologize if the Medical Association did not know what their logo was for. I took a picture of a caduceus here and made a picture of what's happening to the field effects between the plasma tubes, with this being the Planck dimension right here in red. So as Paul so well noted when we devised the logo for the Therify system, which is, here's the logo, that the ancients apparently had a plasma tube, and we actually see a worm going down the center of our plasma tubes in a spiral like this, right from the Egyptian model. So we say, this is not von Däniken saying the Egyptians knew how to make light bulbs. Nope. We say, this is the Egyptians knowing how to make plasma into rejuvenation fields called I will raise a Shem unto the Lord. That actually this was their age reversing system. We know from Sitchin and those who have done perhaps maybe better homework on the Anunnaki, Sumerian, Draco languages, and that's sort of another story in our work with Anton Parks. But basically their major issue when they arrived here was catastrophic premature aging. So they said, I will raise a Shem unto the Lord, which became our word chem, as in chemistry, and alchemy, which we now know means access to a black hole. Now, the word Shem in the Bible was translated to mean the altar in the church, but we now know what that is that is a black hole making electric field. That's what a real altar in a real church has to be, which is what the Ark of the Covenant was. So that when they said, I will raise a Shem unto the Lord, they meant I will make a bioactive field to prevent aging called the Garden of Eden. And preventing aging was their catastrophic issue. So making the rejuvenation field was the science of Thoth Hermes, whose symbol was the caduceus, which today is called phase conjugation. Do you see how it all fits together so beautifully? So the logo of the Egyptians is the logo of the Therify, because we're doing what they did. If you look at our plasma tubes, they look like this picture. So here's what some of the plasma systems of the Therify look like. That's the 500,000 volts going into the plasma. And the noble gas mixture is a phase conjugator. The particular noble gas mixture is part of the intellectual proprietary content. Here's what the Therify case looks like. That contains this is the amplifier section. This is the 500,000 volt bifilar Tesla coil. And this is what the plasma tubes looks like. See if there's some better pictures. There we go. So we're delivering a complex wave array into a broad spectral amplifier from the ELF all the way to the megahertz range. And by accurately modulating the low frequencies on the high frequency, complete harmonic cascade, and then two opposing pairs, precise 180-degree opposite phase conjugate into bifilar Tesla, so you get the complete phase discipline amplified all the way up to 500,000 volts, and from there it's delivered to these plasma tubes here. And it's a center point between these tubes. You can actually feel your finger getting colder. And you can actually feel the tip of these tubes spontaneously get colder. Remember that Schauberger said, when the vortex spontaneously gets colder, that's when you know you're going to begin creating electricity from gravity. So spontaneously colder is a measurement of implosion because it means heat is being eliminated, which means disorder is being eliminated. A very defining element of onset of negentropy is the fact of spontaneous cooling, which we do experience here. So this is the Therify system turned off, and here you see the Therify system turned on. We use the plasma tube pairs. Here we were able to dramatically help this person in Belgium who had an implant in his foot, an extreme pain, could barely walk, and within one series of successions he could walk and his pain was gone. It was amazing. But here in the laying down position on the table, it's very wonderful to have very relaxing, euphoric bliss kinds of experiences, and many, many people have bliss and euphoria experiences here, and also clairvoyance experiences. So, and the spacing between the tubes can be adjusted depending whether you're focusing in on a primary. This guy here had some serious problems with his knees. Actually, he's a doctor. And we were able to help. And here is Roger Green, one of our great sponsors for Therify in New York and Prague. And we work with Roger all over the world. And just demonstrating that you adjust the spacing between these tubes depending on where you want to focus. This person had a problem with circulation in his hand. And we're very good at adding to circulation because remember, restored charge distribution efficiently defines circulation efficiency and therefore blood circulation efficiency. So people who have numbing and other problems and need help restoring circulation, we're very often able to help these people. This is just a little bit about the history here. This is the Lakowski device, which we now know is based on golden ratio. And Lakowski is one of these people that kind of like walks out of Tesla's experience, where hundreds of people came into Tesla's lab to be healed because the blue sparks were so healing. And later they studied these high voltage blue sparks, and Lakowski figured out golden ratio capacitance, golden ratio harmonic series in the Lakowski coil was naturally healing. Now, we take what Lakowski did and make it more broad spectral because we add the optical with the plasma. So the point is that the more broad spectral, harmonic inclusive, the phase conjugation, the more powerfully negentropic. And many very experienced persons with Lakowski systems here in France report that the Therify system is like Lakowski, but orders of magnitude more powerful and faster. So it fits that simply by adding the optical component to what Lakowski did, we produce a much more powerful, similar to what Priori did, but now we've optimized. And Priori needed a whole house full of electromagnetics gear to produce this plasma. We can do it in a box because of the advancement since Priori's time in solid-state electronics. So just to say that our ability to make a device that does this, and that the success of Therify.net, and read about our results all over the world, that process is evolving rapidly, is proof that the theory produces a technology which is successful, which is strong evidence that the theory is correct, that we know how to produce negentropy with the equation on the cover of my book, and the success of the Therify project is strong evidence that my book is correct, that I have discovered the origin of biologic negentropy. Really, Hermes did, but you know, we're walking in his footsteps. This is a Hermetic revolution. And finally, just to say that the theory of cancer on which this is based can be drawn in one simple picture, that that the wavelengths that enter the cell as food are relatively longer wave. And then the cell metabolism massages the wavelength of the proteins, the food, into shorter waves one stage of which is called DNA precursor. This is a theory of the biophysics of cellular metabolism based upon my teacher, Earl Etienne, at University of Worcester, Massachusetts, biophysics. And finally, at the climax of cell metabolism, the final driver of cell metabolism is high-quality, coherent ultraviolet light, UV, the blue fire sex juice of the cell. Now, when the cell climaxes cell metabolism with the high-quality UV light, it must either distribute that UV coherence, it's literally its creative juices, or if not, it will be driven into premature cell division, because cell division is a way of taking the high-quality ultraviolet light and doing something with it, which is just exactly like young teenagers. If you teach them art and music and dance and sports, then they don't have children prematurely. But if they have no way out for their creative juices, then they're promiscuous, and the cell is the same way. And the proof of that is the fact that the cell membrane, when it becomes too hard or too spherical, cannot distribute the ultraviolet. And when contact does not inhibit replication, that is the only definition of cancer, contact inhibition, which is to say the cell is no longer able to propagate its ultraviolet through the cell membrane. It's too hard. So surfactants like lecithin, for example, are helpful for cancer because they allow charge distribution of the ultraviolet through the membrane. Well, what the phase conjugate field of the Theraphi does, or at least clearly the phase conjugate field of Prairie did, hundreds of cases of cancer cured, documented by the French government, is it provided a path out for the UV through the phase conjugate center. So suddenly you got this high frequency distribution enabled by a phase conjugate field. Obviously, charge distribution efficiency is the opposite electrically of cancer by definition, because cancer is a cell getting asocial, basically. It no longer responds to touch. It no longer distributes its creative juices. It's high quality UV light. It's sex juice. So you see this enabled charge distribution of phase conjugate field is in fact the opposite of cancer. So it makes total sense that Prairie discovered that. Now we feel we're well on the track with Theraphi.net. And incidentally, just in closing, we think this will also be the ultimate trigger for stem cell dedifferentiation. It's also the ultimate treatment for water. Bovis scales and other measures of water zapped with Theraphi is off the charts, and also Theraphi is able to charge rock powders for incredible growth effect and water healing effect. Piezoelectric rock powders zapped in this way, like Plucker.de, but better with Theraphi. And we now know that seed treatment, like what Stonehenge was for, is enabled by such phase conjugate device. And this will, we think, be the ultimate seed treatment device. So there's all kinds of implications. Shamanic wormholes, remote viewing, which well documented, produces clairvoyance. It's very good at enabling the release of ghosts. So there's lots of implications here. In fact, it is the beginning of a Stargate technology, quite literally. So thank you very much. Thanks for listening. Maybe I should check for questions here.
So if anyone has any questions, go ahead and type them up in the Q&A section. We don't have any as of yet.
So we appreciate your interest. The information is at fractalfield.com, theraphi.net, goldenmean.info. The book is available there as a PDF online. The book is available as a printed book, and it's available as a Kindle. So thank you for your interest. If you're interested in participating in our research projects, send me a note, info@fractalfield.com. Note, we're particularly interested in working with people who have technical and laboratory access and skills. So thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Neil. Appreciate working with you.
We have one question, Dan. Can you explain?
Oh, yeah. Can you explain much more what Stonehenge was for?
Yes.
Well, you know, that is the book Seeds of Knowledge by Burke and Levengood. Burke and Levengood started out by showing, we have a slide of that here, but started out by showing that seeds exposed to Stonehenge light structures grew dramatically better. I mean, you know, 20 to 40% increase in growth by simply zapping the seeds present for a while in a Stonehenge-like structure. But now later, Levengood and Burke developed high voltage pulse treatments to achieve the same thing in seeds. Unfortunately, Burke and Levengood died before that work was completed. Our friend Nancy Talbot was trying to support that work. But now we realize that the high frequency pulse that delivered seed growth, which is really the, you know, archaeologists studied ancient stone dolmen in North America, and they say, oh, well, the stone quoit, the stone dolmen, the stone cave were not made to live in. They were not made to store food. They were not made for, no, they were made to zap the seeds, and they were made to zap the shaman, because the shaman could actually produce lucid dreaming, remote viewing, successful death and birth, etc., in the stone structures, and you could produce seed growth. So they were a survival device for a civilization whose agriculture was on the point of starvation, that if you used the proper seed treatment from the pulse field of the phase conjugate implosive centripetal field of the stone dolmen array, and the proof of that is in the spectrum analysis of the capacitance of those arrays, and you can read about that at goldenmean.info/biophoton. So in short, these stone circles work to produce a bioactive field, and much more about that at bioactivefield.com. Is there effect on telomere length? Well, telomere is like the cap on the end of a shoestring. Okay, so the coherent phonon geometry we proved that the coherent low frequency sound of the heart measurably affects DNA braid. That was the study done by Glenn Ryan of the effect of coherent heart on DNA braiding. Remember, I invented the concept of heart coherence because I invented how to measure it, and HeartMath kind of screwed that up. But we've all that, if you read in the section at hrv-app.com on how we measure coherence, you get the history of heart coherence. Also at fractalfield.com/coherence. So the low frequency phonon triggers a DNA braid. If the DNA braiding is in phase with long wave phase conjugation, the physics of bliss and superconductivity in DNA, and that is what keeps this telomere geometries stable, because consistent access to coherent emotion, which is literally consistent access to bliss, is the immortality device, because it stabilizes the DNA braiding, which is what keeps the telomeres in place. You can contact me, info@therify.net for Therify questions, or info@fractalfield.com. What is the name of the iOS app for EEG? It's flameinmind.com. The EEG part of that, flameinmind.com, is months away. However, the EKG, heart rate variability part, is beautiful, gorgeous, fabulous, and that is coming through the App Store any day, hrv-app.com, or iThrive, ITHRVE.com, and you'll see the dramatic relationship we've established between breath training, coherence training, sacrocranial measure. We actually measure blood oxygen with a finger clip, and we do overnight HRV analysis. It's a Cadillac ultimate of heart biofeedback, and it's all on the iOS, and it's amazing. hrv-app.com is fabulous, and that, which is coming out any day, and all the descriptions are there at hrv-app.com and iThrive.com. And then the EEG component of that, the Brainwave Bliss Tuner, which is a headless Bluetooth EEG headset, gorgeous stuff from Emotive, flameinmind.com. That will be some months down the road, but it will operate as an extension to, right in the context of all the data you're getting from your heart. So the heart-brain connection is all there. Are there geometrical images of different emotions? If so, where can I find them? goldenmean.info/touch is the article about the pure geometric ratio in the language of touch. Basically, you learn to withhold the moment of maximum pressure in the touch that says love, because the moment of maximum pressure is tangibly delayed. It's very simple. If you're squeezing someone's hand to say joy, the point of max pressure is reached 1/6 in the duration of that squeeze. If you're squeezing someone to say I love you, it's much different. The moment of maximum pressure in the squeeze hug that says love is tantrically delayed until 0.618 into the duration of that squeezing process, which sets up a phase conjugate implosive caduceus array in the pressure waves towards center. It looks like a Valentine, and that's the rush, the tingle you feel. That's why if you've applied an academically precise love hug, the test question for afterwards is, did you feel a tingle in your DNA? Okay, is that good for the questions?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you so much, brother.
Blessings, blessings. So I look forward to receiving the recording.
Yes, sir. I'll send that to you within a couple of days.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Have a beautiful night.
Blessings. Thank you, everybody.
Blessings, brother.
Bye-bye.
All right, that was truly amazing. And just remember, everyone, that we're going to be giving the recording. So Dan has a lot of information, so you can go back through it. You can pause it and really go into further depth of everything that he shared. And be sure to check out his websites if you're interested in his research. Okay, so our next presenter is Bob Frissell. So Bob is qualified and authorized facilitator of Flower of Life research. He teaches the Merkaba meditation, the Unity Breath meditation, sacred geometry, and the breath of life, along with other heart-opening techniques. He was trained by Jim Leonard, the originator of the 5 elements, by Leonard Orr, the rebirthing pioneer, and by Drumble Melchizedek, the originator of the Merkaba and Unity Breath meditations. He gives private breath of life sessions along with his 2 workshops, the Breath of Life, breath work and integrative healing, and the Flower of Life, sacred geometry, and Merkaba light body activation. And Bob lives in Sonoma, California. So I'm going to go ahead and make you a presenter, Bob. Let's get you online. There we go. Go ahead and click your microphone in the bottom left-hand corner so we can hear you.
Good. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, perfect. Welcome, brother.
Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so it's all yours. Do you remember how to share screen?
No, help me out here.
Okay, so click share screen and then select your desktop.
Okay, good. Where do I see share screen? I got it.
Yeah, and then select the desktop.
Then select desktop. Got it.
All right, and now we see what you see. So you can go ahead and pull up your presentation or whatever you want to show on your computer.
All right, here we go. Thank you so much. Okay, are we good to go now?
Yeah, we're good to go. It's all yours.
All right. Okay, well, let's begin. And really, I would like to begin with just a little introduction here, if you will, to sacred geometry. And want to begin with the image here known as the Flower of Life. An image that has been found at many different spots throughout the planet, throughout the world. Just to show you a few here, this is Abydos in Egypt. And it's been found etched into one of the oldest temples in Egypt, in Abydos. And really not even etched in, it's more like it's burned in. And look at the incredible precision here. I mean, makes you wonder, how did these guys do this? What was going on back in the day? Must have been pretty good. And here it is again. Same deal, same temple. Here's the Flower of Life, and it's been found in India. Here it is in Turkey. Then we go to China. And if you take a closer look at the ball here, the sphere, what you're going to see is in fact the Flower of Life pattern. This is some of the more obscure work of Leonardo da Vinci. And clearly, Leonardo was working with the Flower of Life too, at least in his spare time. This is Egyptian hieroglyphics, and what you're looking at is a representation of the ascended master who goes by the name of Thoth. And what Thoth says about this image is rather interesting, to say the least. First of all, he says that it's found not only here on planet Earth, all over the place, but in fact it's found throughout the cosmos. And it's found everywhere. So some places it's known as the language of light, and in other places it's known as the language of silence. And in fact, it is a language because it can be used to talk about anything. Well, he went on to say that contained in this image literally is all knowledge. I mean, everything within the created waveform universe, according to Thoth, is contained within here. All the, you name it, all the laws of physics, all biological life forms, right down to the very color of your eyes and the shape of your nose, all languages. Again, you name it, it's all in here. And, you know, if you're hearing this for the first time, you might go, whoa, is that really true? Sounds incredible. Well, the more you look into sacred geometry and the deeper you get into it, the more you begin to realize, yep, it's absolutely true. So, the flower of life. Well, my question is, why is it called the flower? And the answer is because it comes from the pattern of a tree. So let's look into nature. And what you're looking at is a plum tree. I'd like to have that in my yard. Beautiful plum tree. Well, in the springtime, as you can see, the plum tree flowers. The flower matures into a fruit, and contained in the fruit is the seed. Now, the seed, if you think about it, obviously has to contain the image of the entire tree, because as we all know, if you plant it and nurture it and are patient, eventually what you're going to end up with is another plum tree. So now let's take a look and see if this circular nature holds up in the geometry. And it does. So if it did, then the image of the seed would have to be contained in the flower. And you get to the seed by taking out the center circle here and the 6 circles that just surround it. And here you go. You've got the seed of life. Now, the next image is known as the tree of life, and many people would say, well, this originated in the Kabbalah. Yet the Kabbalah came out about 1700 years or so ago, and the tree of life, interestingly enough, has been found etched into the pillars in some of the oldest temples, again in Egypt, both in Karnak and Luxor. And they got to be at least 4,000 years old, probably 5,000 years old. So there you go. Now, getting back to nature and seeing if the circular nature of holds in the geometry, if it does, then the image of the tree is going to have to be contained in the seed. And look at what happens. Look what happens when you superimpose the two together. And it's just fits perfectly, the tree inside the seed. And so it's kind of like a hidden key. And what you're looking at here really is the very nature of sacred geometry. It just continues to move in this flawless manner. Everything is interlinked with everything else, and it continues to move until the entire reality, along with everything in it, is created. Here you go, is the tree of life inside the flower. And the tree of life actually has 12 points to it, even though usually only 10 points are shown, as are shown here. But if you do show the 12 points, well, you're going to see that it fits perfectly inside the flower. Well, the next image is a simple Vesica Pisces. And so what is it? Well, if you take your compass and draw the first circle, okay, then take the compass, same radius, and go to a point right here on the edge of the circle and draw another circle, exactly the same radius. And if you do that, the area that the two circles share is known as a Vesica Pisces. Well, contained in a Vesica Pisces, a simple Vesica Pisces, you could say literally is all knowledge, which again sounds like that's ridiculous. However, if you take a closer look here at the flower of life, what you're going to see is that it's made up of nothing but Vesica Pisces. So you got here and here and here and here and here, and I mean all over. Let's go this way, here and here and here and here. It's just nothing but Vesica Pisces. And so such is the nature then of sacred geometry. All right, now I want to take some time and go way back in the day, back into the day of ancient Egypt, and take a look at what was going on with regard to the mystery schools. There was a particular mystery school that only appeared once, and it was known as the Right Eye of Horus Mystery School. This is the symbol for the school, a 12-year school. The right eye of Horus. Well, okay, the right eye is controlled by the left brain, so this is male knowledge. The left brain, if you will, understanding of how everything is just one throughout the cosmos, the total oneness of all of it. Really, how it's all just a holographic projection of our consciousness. You couldn't be just anybody to get into this school. No way. First of all, you had to have been a graduate of a prior 12-year mystery school known as the left eye of Horus. So the left eye, well, the left eye is controlled by the right brain. So this is the feminine side of the creation of the reality, of the oneness of being, the unity of life. And in the left eye of Horus mystery school, the initiate would spend a year in each of the 12 major temples along the Nile, 1 year in each of the temples. So 12 years later, that, and in combination with needing to be at least 45 years of age, then you were admitted into the Right Eye of Horus mystery school. Now, the Right Eye of Horus contained information that was not written down anywhere. It was only transmitted orally, and again, it was only given, the school was only given one time, and that was it. You missed it. Too bad. So, let's go into the Right Eye of Horus mystery school and see if we can gain some understanding from one of their most basic teachings. And where I want to begin is with the, you might say, the creation of this reality, along with everything in it. And the Egyptian understanding was very similar to that of the Christian understanding, in that they both believed, they both understood that if you had the combination of spirit and nothing, you could create the entire reality and waveform universe and everything in it. For spirit needs nothing in order to create this entire reality. So I want to begin. Actually, I want to go back to the symbol for the mystery school again for a moment. But I'd like to begin by reading you the first 3 verses out of Genesis, out of the Bible. So here it is. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. So let's go back and take a look at this image. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void. So here we have the spirit in the void, infinite space, void, absolutely nothing in it. So, I mean, there's nothing in it. And what that means is that movement is not possible. If you start moving around, let's say you move up 30 feet, or you think you do, well, how do you know that you did that? Because in order to move, you have to move relative to something else. And there's nothing else in here. It's just infinite space with absolutely nothing in it. No directions, no up, down, no east, west, north, south, no nothing. So the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. Well, the next verse, and then God, the Spirit of God, moved upon the face of the waters. Next one, and then God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. So let's just move on and see what we get here. The Egyptians had another very basic understanding here, and that is that absolutely nothing would have happened in the absence of what I'm about to show you here. If we didn't have a certain innate ability, this creation, according to the Egyptians, never ever would have happened. So what is that innate ability? Well, here you are in infinite space. There's just absolutely nothing here. To try and get some understanding of that, let's just suppose for a moment that you walk into a room that is completely dark. You can't see a thing, absolutely nothing. So, but if you stop and think about it for a moment, if you've ever been presented with a situation like that, we all have a certain ability, and that is to project. Usually project from the third eye. Let's just call it a consciousness beam. To project from the third eye this consciousness beam out into space, and in so doing, you project it as far as you can and know that nothing is in that space. I mean, you know, let's suppose that you have the ability to project maybe 2 or 3 feet out in front of you. And within that 2 or 3 feet projection that you have created, you just know that there is nothing there. You could also make the same projection to the back. So you projected, let's just say 2 feet. 2 feet to the front, 2 feet to the back. But you have the ability not only to do it from front to back, but also from left to right and from up to down. And if you're able to project at 2 feet in the front, the projection to the rear would be the same. 2 feet to the rear would be the same to the left, to the right, and it would be the same up and down. So you cannot project more to the front than you can in the back. It's going to be the same, all six projections here. And so it's this projection, according to the Egyptian understanding, that allowed the creation to begin. Because what you have now is spirit in the void, making this projection in the 6 directions, and then connecting the front and the back, the left and the right, with straight lines. And if you do that, even though it looks like a rectangle here, what in fact you have is a square. Then spirit was taught to make the connection to the top. Here, 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 and here. If you do that, it looks like this, and what you get is a pyramid. Then spirit was taught to do the same thing, to project down. And if you do that, what you end up with is an octahedron. Now, let me just see if I can stop the screen. And I don't know if you can see this, but this is an octahedron. Well,
we can see it.
Okay, we're back to where we were. I'm not sure I want to do that again. Maybe, we'll see. Okay, so you've got this octahedron. Well, what this means now is now movement is possible because spirit has something to move relative to. So now spirit can move around inside this projected octahedron. It can get outside it, move all over the place. I mean, it can go exploring infinite space as much as it wants to, because here again, it has something to move relative to. The next thing that spirit was taught was to rotate the octahedron along the 3 axes. And let me just try this again. Nah, I don't want to.
Bob, we can see you full screen, so if you want to show anything, we can see it.
Okay, if you can see this, good, I'll do it. So what Spirit was taught was to rotate along the axis. First from front to back, and all you have to do is rotate it once. You can go in either direction. Then from left to right, and then top to bottom. And if you do that, okay, how do I get back to my share
screen again?
Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Neil. So if you do that, what you're doing is tracing a sphere, a perfect sphere. Now, so basically, Spirit knows how to do two things here. First thing it knows how to do is create an octahedron. Second thing it knows how to do is to create a sphere. So it's created the possibility of movement, and now it follows two simple directions. And in so following these two simple directions, it's able to create the entire reality and everything in it. For the first two motions, what it's instructed to do is move to what's newly created. Well, what's newly created here, and in fact the only thing that's newly created, is the surface of the sphere. Because the inside here is the same as the outside. It's all just infinite void, nothingness, and the surface of the sphere is what's new. So the first motion out of the great void then is to move to the sphere. And Spirit can move to the sphere any way it wants. It can move to the surface of the sphere on a straight line. It can do it in curved lines. It could move from here to here. It could move to here. It could move anywhere it wants. It could do it in a creative manner too. It can step outside here, dance around a little bit, and then finally decide to come back and, oh, okay, we'll move it right here. So, to be clear here, surface can move to any point on the surface of the sphere. But for the purpose of this discussion, just to be symmetrical and easier to deal with, we're going to say that Spirit moved to right at the very top. So Spirit moves right up here, and then it does what it knows how to do, and that is to create the octahedron, rotate the axis, and create another sphere. It does that, and what you have here is known as the first day of Genesis. So look at what happens when you do that. You create another Vesica Pisces. Now, we're looking at the second motion, and the instructions that Spirit is given for the first two motions are to move to what's newly created. So what's newly created here is this, what appears in two dimensions to be a line, a straight line, but remembering that these are actually spheres in three dimensions, there would be a circle around it. Real easy to see if you've ever taken two soap bubbles, and the circle that joins them together is this one right here. So this is the image we were looking at, but if you were to look at it from the top down, you would see this image. And looking at it from the top, the two circles here would just look like one, like the outer one here, and the straight line here you would see looking from above is actually an inner circle. And this is what's newly created. So the instruction is, you go to what's newly created. Well, Spirit can go any point to any point on this newly created inner sphere. Well, no matter where it went on this sphere, I could rotate it to make it look as though it went right here. So it went right here. And then it did what it knows what to do, and that's to create another sphere. So here it is right here. We now have the second day of Genesis. Well, the first two motions have been covered, so a new set of directions is now given to Spirit And this new set holds till the end of creation. And that is to go to the innermost circle points and then do what it knows how to do, create another sphere. So it does that, and this is what you get, the third day of Genesis. And what's beginning to happen here, remembering that these are actually spheres, is that you're beginning to get a rotation around the equator of the inner sphere here. And a vortex motion is beginning to happen. So we go to the innermost circle point here, create another circle. You get an image that looks like this. Go to the innermost place, create another circle, and you get this one. The innermost place, create another circle. And on the sixth day of Genesis, you get this geometrical miracle where you have this six-petaled flower perfectly with nothing left over. So this is called the sixth day of Genesis, and the seventh day was a day of rest. Well, considering and remembering that these are actual spheres, what you're actually looking at here is a tube torus. So you have the six spheres just wrapping around the center one here, and the hole in the center would be infinitely small. So this is what a tube torus looks like. And on a tube torus, there is actually a 7-colored map that just fits perfectly around here with nothing left over, really very similar to the 6 outer circles that fit around the inner one with nothing left over. And it was a man by the name of Stan Tenen who, through more than 20 years of research, found that if you track out the spiral inside a tube torus and place it inside a tetrahedron, and then shine a light through it. And this is one way of generating information from sacred geometry. That is going from 3 dimensions to a flat surface, 3 dimensions to 2 dimensions, shining a light, getting the shadow or the 2-dimensional surface. And in so doing, he was able to configure the letters of the Hebrew alphabet. And then he also, by shifting this around, was able to find the letters of the Greek alphabet, and also, shifting it around again, the letters of the Arabic alphabet. And the way it's done is that, considering that in a tetrahedron, there are 27 ways to symmetrically look at it, you just shift it around in these different ways. And this is what he did through 20 years of research, and was able to configure all the letters of these alphabets. All right, so the instructions now continue. You just go to the innermost places, that would be here, 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 and here. Do your thing, which is to make the next rotation, filling out the page with the next rotation. And what you have an image here is this. Let's take a look at it this way. Here was the next rotation. What I'm suggesting is that these two images are the same, and you get from here to here by erasing certain lines, most of them in fact, everything in the center and most all the other lines, leaving only a select few. And when you do, you come up to an image that's known as the egg of life. And the significance of the egg of life is such that this is the morphogenic structure that created you and me, and every single detail about us, right down to the color of our eyes, the shape of our nose, our height, and you name it. It's all, it's all coming from this. The next rotation from the innermost places, here, 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 and here, filling out the pattern, and here you go. Now, if you look carefully here, you're going to see, and I'm going to shift the slide because this is what I really want to show you, and it's much easier to see that there are 7 circles that just touch each other. Or you could say 6 outer circles here that just touch the inner circle here. This relationship is found in the finished pattern called the flower of life. The 7 circles, or the 6 that just touch the center one, the 2 here, 2 here, and 2 more here. So we're back to the image that's known everywhere as the flower of life. And if you take a closer look at the flower of life, what you're going to see is that it's 19 perfectly interwoven circles. If you were to count these, there's 19 circles here. And then, of course, there's the 2 outer circles completing the pattern. But the question is, why did they stop here? And in fact, it's an infinite grid. You could just keep going on, theoretically, forever. So why did they stop here? Well, the answer is because if you were to continue, there's information that they wanted to keep hidden to the masses. Just too valuable, too sacred, too important to be shown to just everybody. And so they decided to keep it secret. This is the way they did it. I mean, it's a pretty looking pattern and all the rest of that. But take another closer look at the flower of life at some of the edges here, and if you do, you're going to see that there is a number of incomplete circles. There's one here, it's not complete. Here's another one, it's not complete. Here's another one yet, not complete. Another one here, this is not complete. No, it just goes all around here, not complete, not complete. So if all you do is just complete each of these incomplete circles, just complete them all, and then make the very next rotation, the hidden secret begins to reveal itself. So what we have here, when we extract this pattern, is 13 circles that are connected to each other. That is called the fruit of life. Coming straight out of here, just extracting these 13 circles to get this image that's known as the fruit of life. Called the fruit of life, well, similar to the fruit, to the plum on the tree. It's the end product. It's what you're going for. It's what you're after. Because contained in these 13 circles are 13 systems of information that describe in absolute detail every single bit of this entire reality. And you get to this information by connecting straight lines with the circular. I just want to stop here for a minute and explain something that in sacred geometry, any curved line is female. Well, the most feminine would be a circle or a sphere. A straight line is male energy. So another way to extract information from sacred geometry is to combine male energy, straight lines, with female energy, curved lines, or in this case, circles or spheres. There are 13 different ways of doing that, of combining male energy with the purely female form that's known as the fruit of life. Well, if you stop and think about it for a moment, probably what most of you would consider is that the simplest way, the most obvious way to combine male energy here with this female form is just to connect all the centers, connecting all the centers, every single one of them. And if you do that, what you end up with is an image that is known everywhere throughout the cosmos, known as Metatron's cube. So, what's the significance of Metatron's cube? Well, there's an enormous amount of information contained in here, that's all. Certainly, you've heard of the 5 Platonic solids. The 5 Platonic solids are all contained in Metatron's cube. So what are the 5 Platonic solids? Well, probably the most known is the cube, also known as the hexahedron. There's the tetrahedron, the octahedron, the icosahedron, and the pentagonal dodecahedron. And there are only these 5 shapes in the known universe that conform to the following criterion. Number 1, there is only one edge length. So in the case of the cube, each edge length is the same length. There's only one face, and in the case of the cube, each face would be a square, and there's only one angle. In this case, it would be 90 degrees, and the points here will all fit perfectly on the surface of a sphere. With that criterion in mind, there's only 4 other shapes that will do it, and they are known as the 5 Platonic solids. So let's take a look and see how we can derive the Platonic solids from Metatron's cube. So same trick again, where you have to erase certain lines. And if you do, you're going to, by erasing certain key lines, you're going to come up with the cube or the hexahedron extracted from Metatron's cube. So this image, again, is contained in Metatron's cube. And when you extract the cube, what you get is a smaller inner one, and you also get a larger outer one. So there's the cube. And here it is. Now, back to Metatron's cube, let's see if we can find the tetrahedron. Same deal, just erasing certain lines. And when you do, you get double your money, because what you get is 2 back-to-back tetrahedrons known as a star tetrahedron. And again, you've got the smaller inner star tetrahedron, 2 back-to-back tetrahedrons, and you've got the larger outer one. So here's the star tetrahedron extracted from Metatron's cube. Back to Metatron's cube. Now we want to take a look and see if we can find the octahedron, 2 back-to-back pyramids, 2 back-to-back great pyramids. And here it is. So you've got the inner one, and you've got the larger outer one. Well, it's sitting at an angle. It's sitting it's sitting flat, but this is the octahedron extracted from Metatron's cube. And here it is, a little easier to see this way perhaps. Now, back to Metatron's cube, and let's see if we can get the icosahedron. And here it is. Again, the smaller inner icosahedron, the larger outer one. Here it is in Metatron's cube. And this is a painting that was done by Sulamith Wolfing. And I guess somehow it just makes it a bit easier to see. Here's the Christ child inside the icosahedron. Back to Metatron's cube. And now we're going to find the pentagonal dodecahedron. And here it is. The pentagonal dodecahedron coming out of Metatron's cube. So all 5 Platonic solids are contained in Metatron's cube. And there just happens to be 12 other systems of information. One more thing, considering also that Metatron's cube is actually 3-dimensional. We're just showing it 2-dimensionally, obviously, but it is 3-dimensional. 13 spheres just touching each other. So, looking again at the 5 Platonic solids, and actually the sphere, which comes out of the void, the creation of the reality here, here you have the, let's start down here, the tetrahedron with 4 faces and 6 edges. The hexahedron of the cube with 6 faces, 12 edges. The octahedron with 8 faces and 12 edges. The icosahedron with 20 faces and 30 edges. Dodecahedron with 12 faces and 30 edges. And of course the sphere with 0 faces and 0 edges. So we've extracted these 6 shapes. the 5 platonic solids, and the sphere. And here they are again, this time showing you the star tetrahedron. Okay, back to the flower of life. And to summarize, what we just showed you, in essence, is that you can get to the 13 circles, the fruit of life, by expanding the system. And again, first what we did was we completed all these incomplete circles all around the pattern, completing all the incomplete circles, and the very next pattern revealing the hidden secret of the 13 circles that just touch each other, and you extract it, and you get this pattern that's known as the fruit of life. But I want to show you that you can also get to the fruit of life by going within the system. So here we are, we've established that this relationship exists inside the flower of life, the 7 circles that just touch each other, or the 6 outer ones that just touch the center one. So let's see if we can get to the fruit of life by going within the system. So let's take our compass, go to the center point here, find the radius of this circle, and go 1/2 the radius of this circle. 1/2 the radius, and let's fill out the page with circles that are 1/2 the radius. And if you do that, you immediately come up with the fruit of life, the 13 circles that are just touching each other. Here's the 7 and the outer 6, giving you the 13 circles of the fruit of life. But hey, let's keep going. Don't stop here. Let's go back and take our compass, take the radius here that we created these inner circles with, go 1/2 the radius, and fill out the page with circles 1/2 the radius, and look at what you get. You get 13 circles, or the fruit, connected to the fruit, connected to the fruit, etc., etc., etc. Suggesting that what you're looking at is holographic, which is absolutely true. So let's keep going. Go back to your center circle, take 1/2 the radius, fill out the page, and even though the page isn't filled out, you can begin to see that indeed it is holographic. You can just keep going in forever and ever and ever. And so the holographic nature of this reality suggests that the whole is contained in every single piece. This is just a smaller version of the whole, and you can keep going in forever and ever, creating smaller versions of the whole. We've already shown that you can go outside the system and create the whole thing, and you can keep doing that forever too. So clearly, it's all holographic. Taking a deeper look at that, now let's begin to take a look at phi ratio. What is it? Well, what phi ratio is that if you take any line, so conveniently we have a line drawn right here. Line could be any length, not just this length, but in any length line, you have a relationship. And in this line here, if you take this point right here, take the smaller line, call it B, divide it into the larger segment, call it A, you're going to get 1.6180339, and it doesn't stop here, it just keeps going forever. It's a transcendental number, 1.6180339 forever. And if you take the larger segment of these two segments and divide it into the entire line, you're going to get the same ratio, 1.6180339 forever. So this is known as the phi ratio. How is the phi ratio derived? Well, if you look at this figure, starting with a square and then drawing a line down the middle, as shown here, and then make a diagonal, which we're calling line D here, and then with your compass, rotate this down to here and extend the line out to here, and you have phi ratio right here, such that B divided into A is the same thing as C divided by A, giving you 1.6180339 forever. Now, if you were to just complete this, in other words, to extend the line up here and this line out here, you would end up with an image that's known as a golden mean rectangle. And a golden mean rectangle is such that, here's the golden mean spiral. If you look at the golden mean rectangle, the entire thing here, and if you take the shorter line and make a square, which we already have here, then what you're left over with is a proportionate golden mean rectangle that's rotated by 90 degrees. And you can begin to see that you can just keep doing this. So we take the shorter line here, we've got the square here. What you have left over is a proportionate golden mean rectangle rotated by 90 degrees. Do it again. Shorter line, here's your square, a proportionate golden mean rectangle rotated by 90 degrees, and you can just keep going in forever, and you can keep going out forever too. So it has no beginning, it has no end. Here's your golden mean rectangle and the spiral that fits inside of it. And if you take a look at the spiral over here, at first glance, they appear to be absolutely equal. I mean, you know, you can't really see that there is a difference. But there is a difference. And there is a difference because we have a problem with something that has absolutely no beginning. I mean, if you have no beginning, where do you begin? So we don't know how to do that. We, meaning life. So what we have done is we have learned how to approximate this. So let's take a closer look at this Fibonacci spiral. And let's begin by looking into nature. And there's a man way back in the day by the name of Leonardo Fibonacci, who did exactly like this. In his walks through nature, he began to notice a reoccurring pattern, as we're going to show you here in this plant. It's called the sneezewort plant. In the sneezewort plant, the little plant comes out of the ground, grows a certain amount, it grows one leaf. Grows a little bit more, it grows another leaf. Then it grows a little bit more and it grows 2 leaves. Grows a little bit more, it grows 3 leaves. So it's almost as though the plant, let's say it gets to this point, and it's almost as though the plant stops and it takes a look and it's going, all right, I just grew 2 leaves, I came from 1, therefore I now know I'm going to grow some more, and then when it's time, I'm going to grow 3 leaves. So it does, gets to 3 leaves. Gets here, and it stops, and it goes, well, all right, I'm at 3, I just came from 2, therefore I now grow 5 leaves, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. So it's though it stops to take note of where it is in combination with where it came from in order to know how to proceed. So Leonardo Fibonacci noticed this and extracted the numbers out of this, and what you get is a sequence that has become known as the Fibonacci sequence. It goes 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55, 89, etc., etc. And what I've done here is take the current term in the Fibonacci sequence and dividing it by the previous term, and to see what happens when we do so. Because what we're looking for is to see if we can approximate the phi ratio, 1.6180339. So let's try it and see what happens. We take the division of the 1 divided by 1, and we get 1.0. Well, if you want to compare that to 1.618, you're not real close. But let's keep going and see what happens. 2 divided by 1, current term, previous term, 2.0. Still not very close, but it's a little closer to 1.618 than 1.0, and obviously this one is under, this one is over. Let's keep going. 3 divided by 2 gives you 1.5, which is under, yet closer by quite a bit than the 1.0. Keep going. 5 divided by 3 gives you 1.6666, which is over and quite a bit closer than 2.0. Keep going. 8 divided by 5, 1.600, which again is under, but considerably closer than 1.5. Keep going. 13 divided by 8, 1.625, which is over and closer than 1.6666. So it just keeps going this way. 1.615384, under. 34 divided by 21, 1.619, over. And closer, keeps getting closer and closer. 1.617, 1.618182. It's getting real close now. This is called asymptotically reaching a limit. Every time you keep doing this, it gets closer and closer to the ideal of 1.6180339, never quite getting there. And this is what forms the Fibonacci spiral. So here again, just looking at it from the naked eye, looks like the real deal, the real thing. But if we take a closer look, we can see that there is a difference. And the difference is that there is a definite starting point here. So let's use the diagonal here as our measuring stick and call this our unit of 1. So we have a definite starting point here. We go 1, we make a 90-degree turn, go 1 more, 90-degree turn, go 2, 90-degree turn, go 3, just following out the Fibonacci sequence, 1, 1, 2, 3, 90-degree turn, go 5, 90-degree turn, go 8, turn 90 degrees, go 13, just following the Fibonacci sequence. The next is 21, 34, 55, 89, and you can just keep going, and you very quickly create a spiral that looks like the real thing. Yet the huge difference is that the Fibonacci spiral, or the rectangle in it, has a definite beginning. The golden mean does not. So this is what life has done. It's, you might say, found a means to approximate very closely. So very quickly, you can't tell the difference between the two. Well, if you take a look at the nautilus shell here, you can see the flawless spiral out here. Yet, if you keep tracing it back to the origin, as you can get closer and closer to the beginning, it becomes less and less perfect because it gets further and further away from the ideal of 1.6180339. But here again, very quickly, it gets real good, real quick, as it gets closer and closer to the ideal 1.6180339. Looking at the sunflower here, which you have counter-rotating sweeps, and these are 2 subsequent Fibonacci numbers. Well, the ancients had a clear understanding of this, and they used sacred geometry, things like the phi ratio, to build it right into their structures, because they knew if they got the numbers right, the numbers representing a certain vibratory rate, a certain vibratory bit of information, immense amounts of information contained in the phi ratio, for example. If they got the numbers right, they knew they were going to get the structure right. So just look at the beauty, the symmetry of the Taj Mahal. The beauty, the symmetry. You get the numbers right, you get the structure right. All right, so here you go. This is the information, some of the information, a small bit of the information from the 12-year mystery school known as the right eye of Horus. But again, in order to even be admitted into this school, you had first of all to have been a graduate of the original 12-year mystery school known as the left eye of Horus. Again, the left eye is controlled by the right brain, so this is the female knowledge of the integration, of the unity of being, of the oneness of all of life. And I want to just give you a very brief idea of some of what they were doing. Again, the initiate in the left eye of Horus would spend 1 year in each of the 12 major temples along the Nile. 1 year. Well, this is a temple that is known as Kamombo. And it's the only temple that's dedicated to both the forces of dark and also to the forces of light. This is Horus and Isis, and this is Sobek, the crocodile god. Keep Sobek in mind here. We're going to need him in a minute. This is one of the trainings in the temple at Kamombo that the initiate was introduced to. And when the time was considered right, the initiate was told to stand right here. And all the initiate could see was that looking in straight in front, there was a high wall, having no idea what would be on the other side of this wall, and a couple of steps leading into water, yet it was dark, so you had no idea what was in the water, and you had no idea how deep it was. And all the initiate was told was to go into the water and find a different way out. Do not come out this way. This is not correct. That's it. Go into the water, find a different way out. Well, again, it's dark here. And so they quickly discovered that they'd better go down carefully because there were obstacles. They also discovered that this was deep, 25 to 30 feet deep, but as they carefully wove their way down here, got closer and closer to the bottom, they could see light. And as they got closer, they could see light was coming from a much, much larger tank here. And so the instruction is, go in this way, find a different exit. All right. So I guess what they did was begin to explore what was in this tank. And I kind of suspect that most of them wish they hadn't. Most of them probably were wishing that well, let's put it this way, that they were given an opportunity to experience something that they probably would not choose to experience on their own because they discovered that they had company in this tank. Yeah, these guys. This tank was filled with crocodiles. Now, can you imagine if you were in this tank in the middle of this initiation and you find that you have to find a different way out and this tank is filled with crocodiles? Do you think it might generate just a little bit of fear? Well, it certainly did with these guys. And they, I guess you might say, were present enough to notice in the midst of their greatest danger that in fact there was an exit here. And remember, they were told they had to find a different way out. So just about every single one of them quickly got out of here, wove their way around these crocodiles as quickly as they could. And by the way, the crocodiles, here's Sobek again, they were well fed. They weren't really trying to do anybody in. They were just trying to give them an experience to generate a little bit of fear that they probably wouldn't choose to have on their own. So, in almost every case, the initiate got out of here as quickly as they could, only to be greeted and told that they had just failed the test. I'm sorry, but this is not the correct exit. Well, all right. So after much more training, and then only if it was thought that they were considered to be ready to try this again, then and only then were they given another opportunity. So here they are, second time around. Now, this time, they know what's in here. They know that this is not the correct exit. They know they have to go down here very carefully. And when they get here, in the midst of their greatest fear, instead of running away from their fear, they had to find a way to go deeper into it. In other words, they had to find a way to discover some presence. You could make the case that the fear, the first time around, took the initiate over. And instead of being present in the face of fear, they tried to run away from it as quickly as they could, only to be told that they had failed. That's not the way to go. So the whole point of this training was to teach the initiate that running from fear is not the way out. You have to, in the midst of your greatest fear, find a way to stay present and literally recreate the fear, the experience of fear, to recreate the feeling of what it feels like in your body. And in so doing, what you discover is that you can be extremely alert. You discover a huge degree of presence, huge degree of alertness in the face of this fear. And in the face of that new discovered alertness, you have the presence of mind to go a little bit deeper and to notice that indeed, in fact, there is another exit, and this is the correct way out. Second time through, most everyone stayed present long enough to pass the test. Sounds like fun, huh? Here's our buddies again, the crocodiles. M. Sobek. Well, 12 years of training in the left eye of Horus, and then 12 years of training in the right eye of Horus. There was still more. After 24 years of training, the initiate was finally given, you might say, the final training inside of the Great Pyramid. So let's go inside the Great Pyramid and take a look at the very final stages of initiation. 3 stages of initiation in the Great Pyramid. Actually, it all began, the first stage in the initiation began in a tunnel underneath the Great Pyramid. Now, this tunnel, it looks like it was just dug arbitrarily, and the Egyptians just decided, I'm tired of digging, so they just put their shovel down and went to do something else. Well, even though it looks arbitrary, there is absolutely nothing arbitrary about it. Because when the initiate went into this tunnel and positioned themselves properly, they aligned themselves perfectly with a spiraling energy that was called a dark light spiral that went right through the pineal gland and taking them literally into the experience of a 4th dimensional space. Well, the thing about 4th dimensional reality is that unlike 3rd dimensional reality here, the manifestation is instant. In other words, here we have a bit of a time delay. Manifestation is not quite instant between thinking the thought and creating the manifested reality. But in the 4th dimension, there is no delay. Whatever the thought is you're thinking, it instantly is manifested into the reality. And so you can begin to get an appreciation for the importance of 12 years of training in the left eye of Horus, where very much included in that 12-year training was the emotional body training, the emotional body healing, the clearing of the emotions, as illustrated in the initiation in Kamombo. So learning how to move through your fears and limitations was a very fundamental, a very essential aspect of this left eye of Horus 12-year mystery school. You can begin to appreciate it when the initiate is lying down here. Because if you came and lie down and have this black light spiral going through your pineal gland, creating a fourth dimensional space, and your fear thoughts came over, and they took you over, and you start thinking, well, boy, I sure hope there aren't any poisonous snakes here. Well, by thinking the thought, you instantly manifested the reality, and they're going to be dragging your dead body out. So the importance of the purity of thought cannot be underestimated. Well, 12 years of mystery school properly prepared them, and as such, they were able to have an incredible, expansive experience of fourth dimensional consciousness. Pretty good. But really, just a warm-up compared to what was about to happen next, because the second phase of the training took place up here in the King's Chamber, where the initiate was told to go lie down in the sarcophagus. The lid was placed on the sarcophagus. And in preparation for all of this, the initiate was also given a psychedelic mushroom. I guess 24 years of training was a pretty good idea here also, to properly prepare them for what was about to happen. Because when they positioned themselves properly inside the sarcophagus and had the lid placed on it, there was another spiraling energy that was coming out in the other direction, taking them out, literally taking them out to the center of the universe, where for the next 3 to 3.5 days, they would have the incredible, expansive experience of being total one with everything. Incredible. I mean, beautiful, probably there's, well, just beyond your wildest imagination. Words don't begin to fit the experience, the description of the experience of the oneness with all that is. Now, in order to get out here, the initiates were following the spiral created from Fibonacci because it has a definite beginning. So taking them out to the center of the universe, and in 24 years, they were trained very carefully to be sure, after the 3.5 days, to be sure to come back, to retrace the Fibonacci spiral all the way back to point of origin, so they could get back into their bodies. By the way, the sarcophagus has long been placed off of its center here, so you could go lie down there right now, and nothing's going to happen. I think certain people knew that it was probably pretty important, because if you happen to be lying in this sarcophagus and you're unprepared, you wouldn't do very well out in the middle of the universe. Out in the middle of the universe, the experience of oneness with everything. Well, probably similar to if you ever saw the movie Contact, the experience that Jodie Foster had. Obviously, when she came back, she was never, ever the same, and the same was certainly said for these guys here. After this 3.5 day of experience, the final initiation took place in the Queen's Chamber, which was a chamber of stabilization, to stabilize this experience of fourth dimensional consciousness and ultimately prepare them to step into immortality. Okay, so just a few crop circles showing a little bit of sacred geometry here. Star tetrahedron. These are the real crop circles, not the hoaxes. Plenty of hoaxes, but also plenty of real ones too. So in the real ones, there's some extremely high-level sacred geometry, extremely high-level information that's contained. Look at that. The beauty, the symmetry. These are the real thing. This is not Doug and Dave or other hoaxers. All right, let's take a little journey here, leaving planet Earth, and let's go visit our neighbor, Mars. And let's go to a specific area of Mars that is known as Cydonia. Well, the Viking spacecraft did way back in the day, 1976, I think it was. And so this is the Cydonia region right here. Here's a familiar looking object, become known as the face of Mars. Expanded view of the Cydonia region. And here again is the face on Mars. Here's another very significant object. It's known as the D&M pyramid. And you'll notice a certain amount of other structures around here also. This area has been dubbed the city, the cliff, the Tholus. Books have been written about it. Face on Mars, evidence for a lost civilization. Well, could be. Richard Hoagland wrote a book, talked about it extensively on CNN. And let's go into and take a look at some of the work of Hoagland and his team. Beginning here with this particular frame, 35A72, this is taken by the Viking at a 10-degree sun angle. And you can see that there is proportion, there's detail, and including what appears to be teeth in the mouth. Pretty good. But then 35 days later, there's another image of the face that was discovered. And this reveals details, because it's a 30-degree sun angle, revealing details that was previously obscured in the 10-degree sun angle. Well, you put the two together and you begin to go to town here, which is exactly what they did. Evidence of support of conscious creations. Well, take a look. You get likeness, you get geometry. This will be our focus here. We'll come back to that. Order, composition, symmetry, detail in the brow, detail in the nose, in the eyelid, and so on. Now let's take a look at this five-sided pyramid called the D&M pyramid. Right here. A little easier to see here. And look at the angles. Look at what's contained within here. And let's keep in mind these in particular, these two angles, 19.5 degrees here and here, and 60 degrees. Just keep that in mind. Because the D&M pyramid has been dubbed the mathematical Rosetta Stone of Cydonia, that throughout the investigation here, and taking a close look at the relationships contained in the D&M pyramid, the message that appeared to be coming through was a tetrahedron inscribed in a sphere. Tetrahedron inscribed in a sphere. Before we take a look at that, let's just note some of what's contained here in the analysis of this D&M pyramid in all the geometrical relationships that are contained within. Now, let's take a look at a tetrahedron inscribed in a sphere. Inscribed in a sphere means you've got the point here down at the South Pole, the other 3 points just touching the surface. And when you do this, when you inscribe a tetrahedron in a sphere, you might say the plane here comes out at 19.5 degrees north latitude above the equator. Now, let's go back to Cydonia and take a look at the redundant tetrahedral geometry of Cydonia. And again, the redundant tetrahedral geometry seems to be saying tetrahedron inscribed in a sphere. Repetition, 19.5 degrees, 60 degrees, all over the place here. All the different geometrical relationships that come out of the Cydonia region. Look at the tetrahedron in the Tholus, the tetrahedral Tholus. And again, 19.5 degrees. 19.5. What happens? They wondered, if you take a sphere, excuse me, you have a sphere here, it's called Mars, the planet Mars, and if you put a tetrahedron inside it. So they tried it to find out. And when you do, you come up at 19.5 degrees north latitude, Olympus Mons, volcanic activity on Mars. Let's try it for Jupiter. Put the tetrahedron in Jupiter, the great red spot, 19.5 degrees south latitude. Neptune, 19.5 degrees, the great dark spot. Planet Earth. Put a tetrahedron here, and you come out with the major volcanic activity on the big island of Hawaii. So something seems to be going on at 19.5 degrees north and south latitude. All this information coming from Cydonia, coming from taking a closer look at the face on Mars. Okay, so that's the end of my presentation. And where do we go next year?
Great. Bob, we have a few questions.
Good.
One of them here is really long. Let me see. It's probably better if you read it. Go ahead and click stop share screen.
Okay.
And then do you see the webinar window with your video?
Okay, where do I look?
Do you see at the bottom where it says Q&A?
Yes, I do.
Okay, click that and you can read them.
Okay, first question. This is from Thomas Silverman. After reading all your books, I found the last one, You're a Spiritual Being, the most transformative. Purging programs, beliefs, conditioning by wiping the slate clean makes all the sense in the world. Well, okay. Returning to the oneness, unconditional void, and then returning to duality seems the ultimate. How can one achieve oneness and maintain identification with unity while living and creating in duality? You say rebirthing is one way, but our programming is more than environmental. It can come from past lives, DNA, ancestral programming, projection, and maybe other sources. How can we reject all beliefs, including time, space, and causality? Leonard Orr touches on it in Breaking the Death Habit. Breatharians do as well. But is the total elimination of beliefs inconsistent with living in the physical world as we know it? Thank you for your clear communication on that, which is nearly impossible to communicate. All right, well, let's see if I can come up with an answer here. So what are we looking at? I think basically the essence of the question here is that, yeah, we live in a polarized world where, in fact, we've been taught to judge everyone and everything. And the question then is, well, how can we see and how can we step into and live the oneness in the unity of being in the face of this polarized world? So I hope I have the essence of the question there. Well, here's what I want to say about that. And the first thing I want to do is grab a little bit of water here. And that is the reason we have created this polarized world. As I make the case for in my books, we fell from grace, you might say, about 13,000 years ago. At one point, way back in the day, back in Atlantis and prior to that in Lemuria, we were, relative to where we are now, on a much higher level of awareness. And so we had a totally different way of perceiving this one reality. And the difference was basically from the perception of unity versus the duality, the polarized world that we've created right now. Well, what's the difference? How do you perceive unity and how do you perceive separation, which is the byproduct, the end result of perceiving and living a polarized world? Well, probably the simplest way to describe the fall 13,000 years ago is that when we were in unity, we were basically creating reality out of the heart space of oneness, giving us direct access to our higher self within. The higher power within that is able to live and perceive and intuit the oneness, the part that connects us to all the rest of the reality, all the rest of the cosmos. And so when you're living in unity, you do not perceive separation. You do not see yourself as separate from and living apart from the rest of the world, the rest of the reality through which you don't really get your connection. You live and experience your intimate connection to all life everywhere when you're living out of the heart space of oneness, out of the heart space of your higher self, that is. However, when we fell, we moved from our heart into our mind and literally became our mind. The problem here with the mind is that the mind is a polarized instrument in a continual state of judgment. So whatever the mind creates is always going to create its polarized opposite. Always. That's just the polarized nature of the mind. So in other words, it creates good and evil consciousness. And as a product of that, a direct byproduct from that, it creates separation, looking out at a world that which we just don't get our intimate connection to any of it. So we see separation, we live separation, we judge everyone and everything. The key, and to me, what sacred geometry, my sense of, at least my sense of it, maybe this is just me, but to me, the bottom line takeaway on what I've been showing you here is that you don't look at sacred geometry as though it's lines and circles on a page. Rather, it's the map of movement of spirit in such a way that spirit is able to move out of the voidness of nothingness and in so doing create this reality and everything in it. Really, another way of saying that is that the entire created reality is nothing but a holographic projection of our consciousness. So that what we see out there is an illusory holographic projection. Certainly it appears to be real, but it's not. It's all going on within us to give you some sense of our connection to the oneness, to give you some sense of who we really are. We are creating the entire show. Yet you don't perceive that when you are your mind. Well, how do you get out of your mind and back into the heart space of the higher self? What I've learned, and you mentioned the rebirthing here, of which I speak extensively in my books, is that you have to learn to create some gap, some space between your thoughts, to kind of like clear the slate, if you will, because that's the only way to get out of your mind and back into the heart space of your higher self. When you do, you are able to create some presence. You're able to create a gap, you're able to create some space, and that space enables the presence of your higher self to begin to shine through. So that's the significance of the, you might say, clearing of the slate. You might say creating some space, getting enough gap, enough space between your thoughts, so the higher self, the true you, the part of you that's connected to all life everywhere, can begin to shine through and to begin to give the mind back its rightful job. Meaning the mind was never ever intended to be the servant, our creator, our master. It was always and only intended to be the servant of consciousness. But 13,000 years ago, when we became our mind, we made it our master, a job it was never ever big enough to handle. By getting into the gap between your thoughts and creating the space for your higher self to shine through again, so you can link with your true nature, what you're doing is you're giving your job back to the rightful master, the oneness of your higher self. So I hope that helps. That's my best answer for the question, and thank you, Thomas. Next question, Judy Chapman asking, we've heard one definition of Metatron earlier today. What is your belief or explanation of who Metatron is and how the geometric construction we know today as being called Metatron's cube came to be named as such? Well, good question. I don't, to really answer this would take more time. It would probably take a couple hours to really answer this. But in the time we have, I'll do the best that we can. I mentioned the Left Eye of Horus Mystery School and how the initiate would spend 1 year in each of the 12 major temples along the Nile, mentioning only one of the 12 temples known as Kamombo. But there's 11 other temples, and one of the 11 other temples is known as Abu Simbel. And if you just do a Google for Abu Simbel, and you will see coming up, when you look at the image of Abu Simbel, the photo, is all these statues sitting here. And if you take a closer look, you're going to see different statues of different heights, different sizes. What I cannot really get into to fully establish or prove to you, but I can only throw it out right now, is that there are actually 5 different levels of consciousness that we are linked into. Right now, we're on the 2nd of 5 levels. And there is a height range associated with these 5 levels. There is a different number of chromosomes associated with them, and there is a completely different way of interpreting the reality. Actually, it's good that this comes up, because when I said earlier, in response to the first question, that way back in the day, in Atlantis, and prior to that in Lemuria, we were in unity. We were actually on a different level of consciousness. We were on the 1st level then, we're on the 2nd level right now. The point being that of these 5 levels of consciousness, the 5th, the 3rd, and the 5th are all harmonic, all levels of unity consciousness, the 3rd being an upgrade from the 1st, and the 5th an upgrade from the 3rd level. The 2nd level that we're on right now is disharmonic, as is the 4th. But we're not a mistake. There's a reason for us being here that I just cannot get into. I talk about it in detail in my books, but I just can't go there right now. But we're on a different level of consciousness right now. And what Abu Simbel is showing you, if you know how to, you might say, read the information contained in the statues that you're looking at, is that you're looking at exactly that. You see Turus, us, on the 2nd level of consciousness, much smaller than everybody else shown here. You will also see a doorway for the 3rd level of consciousness, beings who are 10 to 16 feet tall, and then the statues are showing beings that are 30 to 35 feet tall, representing the 4th level, and beings that are 50 to 60 feet tall, representing the 5th level of consciousness. So it's this 5th level of consciousness, the beings that are an average height of 55 feet. I mean, giants, right? Yeah. And the Bible clearly states there were giants on the earth. And there were. Well, Metatron is symbolic of this 5th level of consciousness. Metatron is symbolic of the perfection of man. And so that's really my best answer for the origin of Metatron and of Metatron's cube. Okay, next question. Drunvalo no longer teaches this program, moved his meditation, teaching the heart. Aren't these examples of part of Maya? Isn't clearing the slate, even wiping clean the beliefs and sacred geometry and all mental perceptions? How can knowledge get us beyond the mind? Yeah, well, the way you get beyond the mind is creating this gap between your thoughts and getting into the oneness of the heart space and the oneness of the higher self. You have to move from the mind to the heart in order to get there. The left eye of Horus was about experience. The right eye of the mind isn't at a time we reject knowledge for experience. You said facts are dead, the enemy of possibility. No, I didn't say that. Isn't a time to reject evidence-based thinking for unity consciousness or that divine knowingness that you refer to? Well, I'm not sure I'd exactly put it this way. I would say that there is a reason that there is a purpose for everything, and that includes the polarized aspect of the mind. Really, where we are right now in terms of our evolution is sitting on a stepping stone that at some point going to take us from where we came from, which was the first level, a form of unity consciousness, into the third level, which is an even higher form of unity consciousness. And in order to do that, you cannot, life has discovered, you cannot go directly from the first level to the third level without passing through this disharmonic level of consciousness, this second level known as mind-based consciousness. And so even though it's disharmonic, dysfunctional, and perceiving a false reality, it is absolutely necessary. However, in this mind-created dualistic reality that has been generated, good and evil consciousness, we are coming near the end of it, to the point to where it is absolutely possible to begin to see that there are ways of stepping out of it and stepping into the heart-based oneness of the higher self. So basically what I want to say about that. Okay. You have no open questions?
No, that's it. No more questions. Maybe we can have you come on a future show and you can do more in-depth workshops on individual topics. Like you said, Metatron takes a couple of hours, so maybe we can work together and create individual workshops to get that awareness out as well.
I can come back for 3 days.
That's what I like to hear.
That's how long it takes to present the whole thing.
Nice.
Actually 2.5 days.
Wow.
And so if that's what you want, we can do that.
That's what I want.
If you want it.
So
if you want it, you got it.
Let everybody know where they can find more information about you, if you have any upcoming workshops or anything like that.
All right. Thank you, and I will. Well, I have a website, bobfrissell.com, so you can go there. And if you go there, you're going to find that I've written 3 books, and nothing in this book is true, but it's exactly how things are. Basically, that's the best well-known of my books. It's the book that put me on the map. And we have a much updated version of it right now, the 15th anniversary edition of it. So much of what I talked about today is contained in that book, and a whole lot of information that would take about 2.5 days to get to. You're also going to find my list of workshops. I have a workshop coming up August 5th through the 7th. That's in San Francisco. And it sounds like I might be giving a version of that on the very medium that we're experiencing right here and right now. I have another workshop also coming up, and I'm not sure when that is, in September or October, but it's on my website. And that's the Breath of Life workshop. I call the process I teach now of the breath work, I don't call it rebirthing anymore. I call it Breath of Life because, frankly, it's evolved well beyond what traditional rebirthing represents. And the way I like to look at that is that it gives you a very practical, experiential way of getting into this gap between your thoughts so that you can experientially discover that you are not your mind, that in fact you are the entire universe expressing itself at a single point. And so a rather expansive, if you will, definition of yourself and who you might consider yourself to be. And so you can only get to that believing it isn't going to do you much good. You can only get to that from direct experience. And the only way to create the direct experience is to learn how to get enough space created in the gap between your thoughts so you can in fact step into and begin to live the oneness of the higher self. So you'll find that and a whole bunch of other goodies all contained in my website, frissell.com. So thanks for asking, Neil.
Awesome. Thank you so much, brother. We truly appreciate you, and we're excited that we're connected now. Who knows what's possible in the future.
All right. Well, thanks for having me, Neil. It's been fun, and blessings. Be good and take care.
Sounds good. Blessings to you. Bye.
Signing off for
All right, everyone. So I hope everybody enjoyed today's conference. It was pretty revolutionary and groundbreaking information that was provided today. And you're going to get the replay so you can watch it back at your own leisure. Sit down with your family, friends, and watch this. And thank you to all the presenters that presented today. We're going to be creating a lot more events with them. And our intention is to move into a complete online university for consciousness where we're going to do daily classes. Right now we have like one every 2 weeks. But my real goal is by the end of this year, have an entire class course with 7-week courses, certifications, individual workshops, all-day conferences, and be the one-stop shop for all things conscious. Now that we're in the midst of this ascension, even more so, a lot of people I've been noticing are waking up spontaneously, and they're on the fast track of awareness. So our intention is to be that place where when they wake up, they can come to our website, take a look, and find out everything and anything in regards to the paradigm shift that we're all currently undergoing. So thank you all so much. We love you. I will be editing this webinar, and we'll send it out to you within a couple of days. Everybody have a beautiful night. We'll talk soon. Bye-bye.